Discovery, go and throttle up.
Okay, hey, Failbug, starting it off with a sub there. Thanks for the prime sub, man. I appreciate it. How are you guys today? We are well rested and ready to go. Wait, what? EJ asked for help. Good job. Yeah, XJ, I got Geek in here with me. I don't have the garage mics keyed up just yet. I'm right. Did you get all the parts? We have the torque wrench. We have the pipe cutter. I found the bolts after going on a scavenger hunt last night. Apparently, 1/2-inch 20 thread bolts are really difficult to find. I ended up having to go to a Ma and Pa hardware store a good ways away to find the right bolts, but we have them. Ladies and gentlemen, we got them. So, we're going to knock out most of that list today. We're going to knock out most of it today. We have everything to put all the brakes back together. We've got the axle grease to pack the bearings, etc., etc. Yeah, so it should be good. So, I am going to put us into the garage. Once again, actually, if you're tuning in, you're not sure what this is, where the space stuff is gone. First of all, don't worry, space stuff ain't going anywhere. I just needed this week to finish that. Oh, there's Geek doing his thing. I needed this week to finish the truck. The truck needs to be done. I want it done for the summer, and mostly I want it done so I can use it as the vehicle to drive away from my wedding in, because I think that would be cool, and Primo thinks that would be cool. So, the rate of progress that I was making was not fast enough. So I called in Geek to come help me out and get everything that we need to get done on this truck done, so it will pass inspection, so we can get it on the road, so we can drive it and have some fun with it. So don't worry, the space stuff isn't going anywhere. I just needed this week. This was just going to be a short week anyway, because I needed Monday and Friday off. We did do the challenge for this week for Kerbal after me pulling my hair out, but we did do it. So yeah, today and tomorrow we got thrashing for the truck to get everything figured out and basically get the thing running and driving, which should be pretty cool. So today we're going to get everything done. Yesterday was kind of shorter because we figured out that we needed a lot of parts. Now I got all the parts. We know exactly what we need to get done, barring any surprises. Knock on wood. And we should get going here. Looking forward to some Metal Fusion action. All right, cool. So I am going to go over into the garage. Stand by for loss of signal, as expected. All right. Do we have acquisition of signal through the garage? P.S. Imola has been canceled. Yeah, I heard about that. How's the delay, guys? Good? I don't think there's any KSP update today, chillin'. No delay. All right. Cool. So I am going to get us over to this camera.
I wasn't sure how it powered on.
Yeah, you just basically got to open and close the
Okay.
thing. Yeah, dude, I need an HDMI with some kind of detent so it doesn't.
Well, it's just torquing on the
Yeah,
port.
yeah, you see what it's doing.
That's always. It's.
You gotta
I've had
find
the
a,
same issue.
you gotta find a way to loop the dang thing. That's
Zip-
why.
Zip ties to the rescue.
Pretty much. Pretty much, dude.
Oh.
Oh my god, the cable is just short. That's
Yeah,
okay.
I kind of scooched it over a little bit.
Yeah, I appreciate that, man. All right, let's get this stuff off here. Put this all back over here, and we will show you guys the checklist. The list. The tablet. The tablet. The tablet. Unplug the base station. Oh. Thank you. Yeah, zip ties and Velcro. Yeah. We'll as we work with this more, we'll get it sorted. Hang on, let me just get myself some slack there. There we go. All right, guys. So, okay, I already put that camera up. Geek's got a hole in his pants.
Probably.
I mean, I do too.
It's just ventilation. It gets
yeah.
hot in here.
Yeah,
know?
exactly. It did get toasty in here. So, we're going to do all the stuff that we started yesterday today. So front brake lines, front brakes, front wheel bearings. Obviously get those bolts all figured out. The kingpins have no play, so we're good. And then from there, we're going to work on welding up motor mounts, and then we need to do the passenger and driver's floor. So there's going to be some welding today with my crappy welder and Geek attempting to use it.
We'll get it figured out.
Without breaking, without blowing through the metal with a freaking 125 amp flex welder, which, yeah, lack of control does that. Nothing against your welding skills, my dude. So yeah, we're going to try to axe off a good amount of this stuff today. Most people have at least 3 holes in their pants. That took a second, but all right.
Yesterday, I wouldn't have understood that at all.
Yeah, that took a second, but all right. Yeah, okay. I get you.
Here, sir.
Oh, please, thank you. Are blessed. Hey, 44 months. So once again, this is day 2 of getting this thing done. Our goal is to basically have this thing pretty much good to go mechanically and electronically, I guess, by proxy, to drive around. Geek was kind enough to volunteer his time, and I do appreciate it, man.
No problem.
Thank you very much. So with that being said, I guess we will go to town. Shall we start with the problem bolts?
Yes, let's clean up everything we started yesterday and then ran into an issue that we had to get parts for.
Yep.
So, all right, let me get this
Cool.
over here.
So what we're gonna do is
Which side are you working on? That side?
yeah, we'll do this side first. Why
But
not?
on the front side of the truck, you're gonna sit there. Or do you want me to move the camera on that side?
Yeah, swap sides. Okay. Swap sides. So I am going to work. We're gonna basically get all the stuff that we started yesterday done. So let's go ahead and do that. I have 4 bolts for the 4 problem children here and 4 nylocks, 4 brand new nylocks. We had to go on a freaking scavenger hunt for these yesterday, but these are longer than the ones that are in there. These are 3-inch, those are 2 1/4. Because reasons. We did check what the that kit calls for. It calls for 1/4 inch or half inch 20, so a fine thread at 120 foot-pounds.
125, I think, is what the torque spec was.
Which is basically the regular torque spec for half inch 20.
Yeah, I was mistaken. Apparently, your fine thread has a higher torque rating than a coarse thread. So
Yep.
you learn something new every day.
There you go. Thanks, phone, for telling me EJ is live. There are 4 bolts. Alex, nice. I see a really nice work being done there. The F100 started being really beautiful. Nice. Thanks, man. Did you ever get it fired? We were thinking about that, and I think because I did it quickly, I wired it wrong. When I put that starter motor in and stuff, we'll get that all sorted today. Long story short, it's a mini starter, so it has the solenoid on it, so you can't bridge.
Well, you wired it correctly. You just wired it correctly for the old starter.
Yeah, right, yeah. Oh, okay. Erudite, what's going on? Trucky McTruckstream, nice. How's EJ Chat doing today? Good. Everything is good. So let's get rolling here. We do actually have a torque wrench that can. I did buy a new one that can torque everything to spec here. I don't know where my knife is. That's good. Lovely. I think I can get it without it.
About a screwdriver.
I got it. We good. Thank you, man. All right, so I did buy this very, very high quality power torque torque wrench. This thing will go up to 125
150.
or 150. Yeah, so we are a-okay, and it was at 20. The thing was set at 20.
It probably comes that way from the factory.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I was reading the specs on that. It actually has a scale for foot-pounds and Newton meters,
All right.
which is pretty cool.
Yeah, that's actually very useful. And then we have a 1/2 to 3/8 because it's a 1/2-inch torque wrench. Taking torque to the extreme cheddar. Man, that was so freaking extreme. Here I am just trying to get this stupid thing off.
That's usually the challenge,
Right.
getting the plastic off of the socket.
How does this, magnets, how do they work? So yeah, we got to get this off to put those bolts in. We have to make sure we have the right torque spec. Only just stabbed myself with a screwdriver. That's good.
That's usually how you want to start your day off.
Yeah, yeah.
Bleeding.
But don't worry, we didn't break the skin. We're good.
Hello. You know, blood for the blood god, right?
Blood. Blood for the blood god. I have the power! Torque, but close enough.
Yeah.
All right, so let's switch over to the front cam. Let's get her done. Get her done, house. All right, so, okay. I left the other bolts in here so we wouldn't lose the brass sleeves that are here. So, and of course, geek like a numbskull, I sat down without grabbing the other bolts that are over there on my workbench. You know, that's good.
This is why everything takes so much longer.
When you auto
Because you would have had to get back up to
Yep.
get them. Like I said yesterday, that's just how it works. Just to have someone that hand stuff to you is such a help. Like you don't even have to have working on something. Just an extra set of hands that you don't have to get up every 5 seconds.
Yep. So, guys, these were the ones that were in there, and these are the ones we're replacing them with. These ones were barely catching the thread. Barely. They were... Oh, that's good. These guys were barely catching the thread. Maybe 3 rotations on there. So if you do some quick math out, it took me 3 rotations to loosen this when it was on here. So, and we have, this is a 1/2-inch bolt. It's 1/2 inch by 20, which means it's 20 threads per inch, or 20 threads every 25 millimeter, right? So if you turned it 3 times, that means it was on there a quarter of an inch. So that's 6 millimeters caught into the nut. The thread is supposed to go all the way through and go out the other side. This thing was basically that on there. This holds the brakes to the truck. So,
Kind of important.
yeah, that's kind of something that you need. So we're going to replace those with bolts that aren't going to get me killed when I drive this thing down the road, and we will retorque them to the right spec here. I should use my rubber mallet for this, but the back end of a screwdriver will definitely do it. I'm not sure where the orange mallet is. It's in here it's around here somewhere.
Oh, here it is.
You got it?
Yep.
So I need the orange mallet because this is just a rubber mallet. It's good so when you go to hammer something in, it doesn't Doesn't damage the metal. It's kind of fighting me a little bit.
You want to hold another hammer behind on the backside?
Yeah, this bolt's getting caught up in the bracket somehow. What you also don't want to do is force the issue. That shouldn't be getting caught in there.
It's just, it's probably it's tweaking the bracket, and it's...
Yeah. All right, hang on, let me get it out.
It may be, you know what, it may be catching a thread on the bracket too.
Yeah. Yeah.
It may, can you twist it like this? Or rotate it?
Yeah, I need my, I think this is a 3/4 socket. Yeah, my 3/4 is over there on the other side, Geek.
I got it.
I don't want to hammer this too many times. You don't want to bend the bracket. Thanks, man.
Mm-hmm.
You should really never have to force stuff. This stuff should just go through. Like if it doesn't work hammering it once or twice like what we just did, then stop. I'm not getting hung up anywhere there, so.
Yeah, it may just have been pivoting, like when you're tapping it in there. It's probably just catching on the thread. How about, what if you put a socket on it and
Yeah.
try
Tightening
and
it
screw
down. Tightening it down will definitely get it. Yeah, tightening it down will force it through. Let me see what chat's saying. I'm sure they're going, no, no, no. Be honest, though, more than half of the concern comes from the fact that Brimo will be riding with you. Don't lie. That's like all of the concern, man. No airbags. We die like real men, except for her. You're not going to mangle the threads doing that? No, they're just getting hung up a little bit. We'll, yeah, thanks, Geek.
Mm-hmm.
Fix this with a friend of ours. Call him Mr. Ugga-Dugga. Mr. Ugga-Dugga always does good work. God, I love this thing.
Oh yeah.
This thing is so nice.
If there's anybody out there from Milwaukee that is watching the stream and you would like to sponsor EJ, I'm sure he would be a glad participant.
We're already in shill mode, huh?
Oh, of course, dude. Hey, you know what? You may not ask for things on your stream, but I can ask for things on your stream.
Yeah. All right, that's fine. I'll do that. That's fine with me. All right, so we got to take out our new torque wrench. These need to be set to 125, so.
Do you still have that sight up on here? Let's double check it.
This is a weird angle. I'll use this one. Do this one, use gravity to my advantage. The site should be up still.
Yeah, I'm just reading through here. I don't see a torque spec on here. But I thought yesterday you said 125. Because it was, what, 108 and then 125, I thought is what you said?
That's what Joey Blue Sky said when we were on the
Okay.
phone with him yesterday.
Okay.
There we go. It's looking for 125 on the torque spec.
Bremo says 119.
119? Oh, well, maybe we over torqued a little
So
bit.
I remember because it was oddly specific.
Are you sure?
Joey 2 times. No, that's his brother.
Let me move this to 119. Okay, let's get the other side here.
Isn't it so much easier when you have a bigger torque wrench?
Oh, yeah.
You got so much more leverage there.
Yeah, dude. Freaking sweet. There we go. All right. Well, I'm here. We'll,
Yeah, check them.
these were at 108, and Geek, what's that shop manual say?
Maybe that's what I was thinking of, 108,
Yeah,
125.
that's probably it.
Sorry, I apologize for my behavior yesterday. I was really tired.
Geek hadn't slept in 2 days.
I slept about 2 hours before my flight, and I was up at 2 in the morning. Where is this spec?
Today's Joey Blue Sky's birthday. Yeah, there you go.
Happy birthday, Joey. Yeah, here. 108, 125. That's where it was. I knew 125 was in there somewhere.
Yeah, no.
There was some bolt on here that needed 125.
Dude, the fact that you pulled that one out is kind of impressive. Goat at throttle up. Now, the real question is, how did we do this?
What's that?
How did we get at the bolts underneath? We use a deep socket?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me set this to 125. Okay. And then, which socket was it?
Was it 3/4? I don't know what size it was. Maybe 7/8.
Of course, I put the 3/4 over there like an idiot. Dude, stupid. 7/8.
Right there beside you.
That's 13/16. This is 11/16.
Where the hell? Oh, here. Yep.
Cool. Bingo. All right, we're set to 125.
Mike with the 93-month resub. Thank you, Mike.
Oh, come on now. There we go. So we couldn't, part of why I bought this torque wrench was because we couldn't get the U-bolts torqued exactly to spec. So we bought this one so we could get it to what the factory manual calls for.
We got the first, it's a staged torque. So you torque all the bolts to 108 foot-pounds, then you go back and torque them to 125. We could get the 108 yesterday, but the torque wrench didn't go higher than that, so that's why we're finishing up. We're crossing a lot of things off that we started yesterday.
Yep.
Should do a wrench off EJ on one side and Geek on the other. Loser buys beer. I don't have to buy beer. EJ's got plenty.
Oh, yeah, I already lost that bet. Well, yeah, we'll just say I already lost that one. Okay. Cool. Let me just get the last bit of grease.
All right, so you want the bearings for there?
Yeah.
And grease?
Yeah, I'm on.
The blue one, right?
Yeah, the blue one is the Ford grease. Okay. So, got axle grease. And we got the new bolts in there that aren't going to interfere. And we got a good thread through them. One side down. Thank you. In the top drawer of the toolbox, Geek, there's the cotter pin set. We're going to need that this time around.
The black toolbox or the red?
Black toolbox. Okay. Make sure that this goes on here fine. Just making sure there's no crap caught in the threads. Thank you. And then red toolbox, top drawer, or second to top drawer, there should be needle nose for the cotter pin. Okay. You just want to make sure that there's no crap in the threads. You don't want FOD in here, because then it's going to go rolling around on the bearing. Thanks, man. I haven't packed bearings in a little bit, so if I screw this up, just let me know. All right, so we have our chocolate cake right here, and we just gotta, you take a lump of the grease and you put it on your hand like this, and then you basically just wipe the grease into the bearing. You want to keep doing it. I want to keep doing it basically until the grease pops out of the front seal right here. You gotta be, like, don't be afraid to get this thing all dirty. We cleaned it so we could repack it with grease and make sure that no crap was in here. So you just gotta sit there and repack. Once again, you have to keep going until the axle grease starts coming out the top of the bearing right here. And you gotta kind of clean it off every time.
Yeah, you have a gap between the inner and the outer part of the bearing where the rollers go. Yep. And you're basically just trying to squeeze the grease in between both of those until it comes out the other end. And then that's what they call it, packing the bearing.
Got to pack them full of grease, man. And your hands, I mean, you can wear gloves for this. You probably should be wearing gloves, but yeah, your hands are going to get dirty either way. See, my problem is I always end up getting the grease to go through the center. Yeah. It goes through the center of the damn bearing.
Of course. That's where most of it will go. This is just a dirty job. Like doing this, there's... not that I know of any other way to do this. There may be some new tool or something you can use that I'd have never seen before, but
packer.
Yeah, this is just the way. Well, this is definitely the old school way to you do it if there is a new way. And then it's just grease. You get grease on your hands no matter what you're working on a vehicle, so it ain't gonna hurt.
Yeah, it's supposed to be messy, guys. Like, that's, if you're like, what the hell? Why you have chocolate pudding all over you? Yeah, well, that's kind of what happens. But once again, you just want to, I mean, even if you don't pack the bearing fully, the grease will still find its way in there when the thing is spinning. But you want to get as much in there as possible because you don't want the bearing to dry. You don't want it to run dry for a second and then have the grease in there. That'll damage the bearing. So you really want to make sure there's a lot of grease in there.
XJ Crawler says Harbor Freight has a bearing packer. It works really well for $10. That's cool. I never saw that.
Well, how does it work, XJ? Is it like how do you like?
Yeah, that's a weird. It's a weird thing to have to do. That I don't know how you would make a tool that does that.
I would guess it's something. It probably ends up looking like a steering wheel puller or something, and you just kind of.
Maybe. It's got to have some kind of like plunger or something to be able to force it in there.
Yeah.
I'll have to check that out. There's always a tool for something.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, it's fitting. It's a 53, you know. Gotta do it the old school way.
Yeah, 59 truck. Yeah, man.
59, sorry.
All good, man. All good. This one's almost there. It's almost, I almost got most of it, but yeah, it is getting to be a little messy, but that's okay. It's supposed to be this way.
And that's the big one too, so it's
Yep.
going to take a little bit.
Okay. I'd say we're good. So I'm going to slide this sucker on there. There we go. And then, you know, you don't necessarily need to grease the shaft, but I hate having this crap on my hands, and I don't want to really waste it either. All right, so now I'm gonna get a bunch for the other one, and this is the outer bearing. We're just gonna You following me, camera guy?
I got you, sir.
All right. So like I said, see right there? That's what you're looking for. See how it's squeezing out between the bearings? That's what you're looking for, right there. Those three coming out. That's exactly it. I didn't get it to do that with the other one. I just kind of smushed it all in there, but this one actually worked really well because I can put my finger in the center and get it to. Get it to pop out. There we go. I can force the grease into the center because my my finger can fit in the center of the bearing and get it all nice. All right, that is nice and packed. So, okay, I'm just gonna put that there for a moment. Yummy. That's how these bearings get lubricated. They use the grease. And the axle grease will basically just stay on there. It's an enclosed thing. There is a seal on the back of this. It seals to this hub right here. In fact, we might want to hit that with a little bit of this spindle, the end of the spindle, hit it with a little bit.
You may want to wipe out the inside of the caliper a little bit too, just in case any of that shaving was in there.
The inside of that?
No, the...
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we should have done that yesterday. Once again, you really want to make sure that these are packed, especially on older cars.
Wait, you want that roll?
Yeah. Let me just make sure there's nothing in here.
Actually, here's some.
No, this should be.
So look okay?
Yeah, here, double check me. I don't see any metal in there. Maybe a smidge if you want me to throw it.
No, I think it looks okay.
Okay, so we're gonna take the outer bearing, put it back in its race, and put that on here. You gotta get the bearings to seat. There we go. Now we're talking. Then you put the retaining washer on there. And then you put the castle nut on top of that. I wonder what the torque spec is for the spindle.
Let's see if I can find it.
Okay. Geek's just gonna look up the specs so we can torque this thing. I'm just gonna clean my hands off before I touch the torque wrench. I don't wanna get that thing all messed up.
Keep your tools clean, boys. I tell you what. Gotta make sure that's nice and clean.
Usually you just make it so it's snug, or you torque it to a spec and then you back it out a quarter turn, or back it out so the cotter pin fits. And then we'll just get to the other side and get her done, boy. And cleaner there. Yeah, try and keep the grease off the rotors, indeed. Loss of audio on EJ. Hello? Testing. Yeah, yep. How close are you to having the ready for a test drive, Cloud Boy? Tomorrow? Should be good for a drive, yeah. EJ's mic is not on. You know, guys, it would help if I plugged it in. It was unplugged a little bit. It would help. So, Claude Boy, how close am I having it done? Tomorrow, we should be starting it up and moving it. So, yeah, I got a little bit of grease on the caliper right there. Or on the rotor. The rotor is that big metal disc. It's called a disc. And it holds the bearings and it holds the brakes. That's the rotor is the clamping surface for the brake.
Not seeing anything here.
Try front. I don't know. We're checking here. We are checking.
We are checking. Question.
We are checking. Give me 1 second, guys. The screen's gonna be black for a moment. There we go. They can see what you see.
Okay.
We have the camera pointed down. Stop talking to me. Plan C. Confirm. Plan. Well, there's the nut right there.
Yeah, it has that, but I'm not seeing any torque spec anywhere.
There's how you do the kingpins.
Yeah.
Plan C. Confirm. Blank. Question. Stop talking to me.
That's not it. Hey, what's this?
That's rear spring installation.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's pop back over here. Let me, if you don't
go.
mind.
No, do your thing, sir.
All right.
Would that still be F100?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
an F100. I mean,
But the front, I thought you said the front was different.
it's got disc brakes on it, so actually, yeah. I mean,
Would it go by?
I think it's from a later model F100, but I don't see why the nut on the spindle would
you
change
would
because it's the
think.
same spindle. That hand is really still. Oh my goodness, this camera sucks. Bump a dump. you know. All right. Here, we still have the POL instructions up. Here. Install the wheel bearing nut and washer to hold the rotor in place. Finger tight will do now. Reinstall the caliper and check for clearance one more time. Might want to mount your wheel and tire with a couple of lug nuts to make sure all's well. If everything is okay, remove the caliper and rotor. Grease the bearings well. Lots of good clean bearing grease. Install the seal and remount the rotor onto the spindle. Install the wheel bearing washer and nut and adjust. Install a new cotter pin. It just says...
Yeah.
Did you see my proof earlier about 119? I want you to make sure I'm right. You're right.
Yeah, Bree, I was thinking about the other nuts was the 125. So you're good.
We believed you, sweetie. The seals are already on there. Okay, cool. Sweet. All right. So if it just wants me to tighten this down, I'll get it snug and back it out for a cotter pin. That's the installation manual from POL that I just looked at. The people that make the kit. So if the factory manual isn't calling for any particular torque spec, I mean, Chad, unless you want to double check me, we'll just get this nice and snug.
Yeah, I would say just snug it up, whatever you think is good, because the cotter pin that we're going to put back in,
we got to back it out for it somehow, yeah.
we'll take care of anything. If it doesn't give you a torque spec, then I wouldn't think that
Yep.
really makes too much difference.
You don't want to make this too tight either, because then you'll pinch the bearings. You can squeeze the grease out of the bearings, and then you're not going to have a good day. Okay. All right. I know everyone, if any of you guys have ever watched automotive YouTube, everyone asks this question. How do you guys do cotter pins? How do you get the cotter pins right? So a cotter pin is something that's basically a little bit of wire, or it's basically a little bit of metal, it's not really wire. And it goes through like that, and then you basically tie it off. Everyone does cotter pins a little bit differently. This one is not retained just yet, but it's close. This basically prevents, because this thing's spinning because it's the wheel. This basically prevents this. It prevents it from basically backing out the nut and having the tire fall off. I have experience in that. I don't know if you guys knew that.
Aqualux says if this is like an F18 or H60, tighten until the wheel binds, then back it out until it spins correctly. Then the next closest cotter pin key position.
Oh, it's binding, that's for sure. Yeah, she's binding a little bit, man. I mean, Aqualux, take a look. I would... Oh, yeah, see it bind? Yeah, let's back it out.
I wouldn't go too much because you want one rotation. If you guys remember yesterday when we were doing this, it would just spin like 3, 4, 5 rotations. And that's because the bearings weren't greased properly. And there was some crud in there as well.
I don't like that the bearing is binding like that.
You could crack it loose a little bit.
I did.
think. You did?
I pulled it out just a little bit, smidge. Maybe we'll go a little bit more.
These are all technical terms, by the way.
Get to the next spot. Yeah, we'll go forward a little bit.
Yeah, smidge. A hair, a smidge, you know.
Ugga
a
duggas.
bit, an ugga dugga. These are all automotive technical terms.
Yeah, there we go. I think that's good. What say you, chat? Aqualux, what are you telling me? Talk to me, Goose. Cool.
There will be an exam at the end of the stream. Yes, all of these terms will be on the test.
Yeah, like I said, everyone asks this question. How do you do cotter pins? Everybody does them a little bit different. What I like to do, because I know this is like airplane spec, is go up and over the top. So basically you take that cotter pin, it is a little bit loose. Go up and over the top, and then you go in here like this, and you cut the cotter pin, right, and then you go over this way, like that. There's probably a better way to do it, but I'm an idiot.
Get some TBMs, Rezel. Yeah.
There we go. And then just cut the other side. That way, because the cotter pin is spun up over, yeah, it's just to prevent that from turning, exactly. And then we just cut the other end of this sucker off, like that. There we go. Perfect.
I've never seen somebody do cotter pins like that.
Yeah, see, that's what I mean. Everyone does them different. I know that's plain. That's like wire, like tie it off with wire plain spec. That's how they do that. I'm pretty damn sure.
That's a cool way. I never saw that before.
I mean, dude,
mine's always just like bend it around.
Yeah,
like,
do
just
the
split
mustache,
them. Yeah.
Thanks, Sawyer. Yeah, here, let's zoom it in a little bit so they can see it.
Sure.
Yeah, that's how. That I'm pretty sure that's helicopter spec. Like, see that?
Sorry.
Yeah, that's how. Never seen that way either. Yeah.
I'm trying to get this tripod to sit right.
Yeah, it doesn't like it when you're zoomed all the way in. That camera has a lot of zoom. That's the way I learned. Well, actually, what I used to do is turn it 90 degrees and have it go around like that.
Yep,
That's what you were saying.
yeah.
That's a good way to do it. There's really no wrong way to do it. As long as it retains, that's fine. But yeah, I like doing it airplane way.
That's a good way. Yeah, I
think
that's a good way too.
Yeah, and then just get a rubber mallet.
Little tappy.
Give it a little tappy. Tap, tap, tap-a-roo. Now, if you want to do this like super trick, yeah, you use a rubber mallet here because you don't want to bang up the inspection cover, because this goes through the rim. You'll see this on the outside of the truck because the tire or the rim goes around and it's hub centric, so this will be sticking out. So I don't like putting a lot of dent marks on this thing, which is why I just like hitting it with the hammer real quick, and yeah, because people are gonna see them.
And don't worry, chat. We'll brake clean the rotors off before we get everything back to.
I actually think it's time to do that.
You want to do that? Well, let me get you a spray. Oh, you got it. Okay.
I got it, man. So now I got a little bit of grease on the rotors. Did you back the camera out?
Yep, you're good.
I got a little bit of grease from when I put the hub and the rotor back on. You don't want that on there because grease will lubricate the braking surface. You do not want to do that because you want to stop. So anytime you're installing new rotors, should do stuff like this. And then
Using brake clean for what it was actually meant for.
Yep. Right. Want to get the backside too, because I grabbed both sides of this damn thing.
Yeah, and especially when you're doing new rotors. If you ever do new rotors on your car,
Yep, you gotta
they
get
pack
that shit
them. They'll come in like a plastic bag, and you definitely want to spray them off because they coat them in like an oil, so they don't rust while they're sitting. You definitely want to use brake clean and get all that cleaned off
All right,
when you're
cool.
installing them.
So now that that's good, I'm gonna put the caliper back on, and I think we can call it a day on this side.
Yep, and we just need to run the brake line then, and
Yep.
that should be that.
Yep.
So this side at least.
Yep. Let me. Calipers have been hanging since we took the axle out, and I use drop sealing wire to hang them, which is actually super useful.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that drop sealing wire really is nice.
I'm a stickler for zip ties.
Dude, zip ties are the best.
I buy zip ties from Harbor Freight in
Yeah,
like
wholesale, man.
bulk.
Absolutely. So these pads, the brake pads are still in there. These pads have got plenty of life on them. There is absolutely no need to.
Lots of meat on there.
Yeah, there's no need to replace them. So if you're wondering how the caliper works, just on a side note, there's basically a hydraulic piston right here, and when you step on the brakes, you push hydraulic fluid through this line, and it pushes that piston, and it clamps. That's it. That's the joke. Now, that's the tweet. So what you want to do is take this, and we shouldn't have any brake pressure because the caliper's undone, so we should be able to just slide this right back on here. And these things should just clamp right back on. Sometimes, yeah, see? Oh boy. I compressed the piston on the caliper, and it shot hydraulic fluid or brake fluid out the brake line here. That's when you'd need a caliper compressor tool, but we don't need that because we don't have the brake lines hooked up just yet.
Yeah, I always did it old school and used a C-clamp, and then I got one of those nice fancy ratcheting brake caliper compressor things.
Yep.
And man, it makes life so much easier.
Oh, dude, the caliper compressor is absolutely super useful. All right, so now there's just a guide bolt that goes through here like this because these are GM brakes, so they're absurdly simple. Actually, I'm not sure if the calipers are GM brakes. They might be Ford brakes. I forget.
They are much better designed than the Toyota brakes, I can tell you.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Toyota brakes, they basically have pins that go through like that, except they're probably about, I don't know, 3/4 the thickness of a wooden pencil. So, and they rust. So when you try to get them out, if you don't have them greased up or put anti-seize on them, they pretty much bend unless you can get lucky enough to get them out straight. And then they use this goofy wire spring thing to hold them in, and it's just a pain. I'm like, why? Why would you design something like this?
Just want to make sure this thing is nice and centered. It should be the same geometry as before. Like, we didn't change anything up here with the bracket. The lower bolt doesn't want to go all the way in. Okay, hold on. Hold on a second, fellas. It looks like we're riding on the rotor too. But once again, you don't want to force this. So I don't think I seated the calipers correctly. So I'm just gonna use the wrong tool for the right job. Just back that out. I'm also looking for a hex socket, the one that I used to tighten down the calipers. I have them right here, and they were on the ground, but I haven't used them in a couple of days because we had to take this all apart. They should be right here. Damn. It's this one that I need. We need a hex head. They could, yeah, it could be over there because I took those off after.
Yep, here it is.
You got it? All right, cool. Thank you, sir.
Yep.
It could just be that the caliper needs to clamp. That's all. You just see we're leaking brake fluid up here out of the brake line. You just got to make sure you clean that up right away. It'll brake fluid is great paint stripper.
Hellfish, you like the Toyota caliper setup? The caliper is not bad. It's just the pins that I don't like.
This is fighting me a little bit. Are these bolts different? I wonder if the top and the bottom caliper have different threads. No, they're the same.
Yeah, anytime you're replacing things, especially if you live in a rust-prone area like me and AJ do, anti-seize is your best friend.
Yeah, we should. You know what? Speaking of that, probably get mine.
You don't need to use a lot, just a little bit, and it will save you hours of frustration in the future if you ever got to take it back apart.
So
which
this is
for brakes you normally do.
This is anti-seize, guys. It's basically aluminum pudding.
Don't put it on your cupcakes.
What's that?
Don't put it on your cupcakes.
Yeah, exactly. It's basically aluminum powder with like a oil. It literally looks like frosting. Yeah, and you were right. Do not put it on cupcakes.
Although they do make food-grade anti-seize, which I don't understand. Well, I guess if you're using it on a machine that makes food, I can understand that.
It's like peanut oil based.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't want to eat it, though. Now, if they made peanut butter flavored anti-seize.
Oh, now we're talking, man. You gotta put the freaking thing on first, idiot. When you do this, fellas, if you're ever doing this, putting a caliper back on, make sure you put it on the right way. You want the bleeder nipple to be at the top. There's a bleeder here to basically, if you want to get all the air out, there's a little vent and you can tighten and loosen it. Make sure it's at the top. If it's at the bottom and you're trying to get the air out of the system, you'll put more air into the system. You won't get any air out. That's how you know the caliper is going the right way, because the bleeder is up.
Did you ever use those auto bleeders?
Yeah.
I bought a set of them for my truck. I haven't put them on yet.
Thank you for the sub. This one doesn't want to catch. You gotta lie down and take a look. The threads, it's not catching the threads, dude. I don't know why that's not going in.
Is it cockeyed a little bit?
Yeah. It's not catching the thread. Yeah, maybe. That feels right. No,
You know, light help.
no, that's weird, man. I don't know why it's not catching. I think the caliper. I hope we didn't bend the bracket, you know.
Oh crud! I think we left the light on yesterday.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yep, it's dead. It's blinking.
Whoops.
Whoops.
I'm just trying to use a wrench to see if we can guide it into the threads.
Yeah, sometimes when you put the calipers back on, if they're not perfectly straight, when you put the pins in, when it's going through the various layers, it can kind of get it off center. And if it's not right with the outer hole, it can be a bear to try and get it threaded in sometimes.
Yeah, it doesn't want to do it. So it's right here. It's catching. It's kind of hitting the inside of this. It's not going right into that hole, and it's catching it a little bit before it catches the threads. So what I'll do is I'll loosen this side up and see if we can just kind
Tweak it a little bit.
Yeah, massage this around a little bit. I'm a little worried I may have not got the calipers or the brake pads centered in the caliper, because they're clamping right now. So I'm gonna undo these a good way, and we'll see if remounting the caliper is right for me. Talk to your doctor if remounting your caliper is right for you.
If your caliper bolt takes more than 4 hours to install, consult your mechanic.
They must have known when they said that. They must have known, like, you know.
Yeah, you don't just say something like that without having some sort of idea.
Right? Like,
maybe try to do the bottom one first.
yeah. That one caught that time. Yeah, I think you got to put bottom first. That makes sense. Hey, you have it set to loose in there, idiot. Hey, Nash Bridges, you left the safety on.
They're saying that there's a slight desync.
Slight desync?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Hello, Super Talker morning.
Hey, Super. Geek, exit out of OBS and then just start it up again.
Okay.
Guys, stand by for a slight loss of signal.
Just close OBS totally.
Okay, we're back.
I think we're back.
And we have the combination. Schlotkin, go back to the golf course and work on your putts. Well, I hope you know I'll be billing you for this.
Sound. Thank you, All Systems.
Well, I got this one to catch, but what about you?
Can you see which way? Is it low or high?
Yeah, I got it.
Oh, it's just off center.
Yep. Well,
Uh-oh.
something just disconnected. What was it? You know? It was probably the desktop camera.
Yeah, I was going to say, everything looks okay.
Okay.
Jonathan Cordova. Thank you for the
Jonathan,
resub.
what's up, man? Okay, I'm just going to get these.
If I were ever do this myself on my car, there would be parts left over. That's okay. As long as the important parts are there.
Just want to make sure I don't do this without not damaging the threads too much.
And this, the clamping that you have, sometimes when you do brakes, you'll have a little bit of clamping on your rotor. It'll loosen up as the rotor spins. So it's not, as long as it's not, you know, you need a pipe wrench to move the rotor, it'll be fine.
Yeah, it's just the rust that's on
Yeah,
here, guys.
just that little bit of coating
A
will.
little bit of surface rust, because that's bare metal.
Yeah.
That's why you don't leave a car with, like if you leave a car with discs, the brakes will sound weird for a second when you start it up. Yeah, they'll make that nice grinding noise, but that should go away after like driving for a couple of minutes. All right. I don't know if there's any spec for these. I just tightened them.
Yeah.
That's pretty
it.
much par
That's
for
what
the
I do.
course there.
Yep.
Oh. Done.
One side done.
Yeah, man.
All right. Switch back and move the camera.
I would say put the tire on, but I think we do have more business down here. Getting the brake line
Yeah.
figured out.
Yeah, we got to get the brake lines in there before we put the tire on.
Yep.
Oops.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Geek switching us over to the front cam. So we're going to need the torque wrench. We need the adapter. I need this. I need that. We need 7/8.
The new bolts.
The new bolts. That would definitely be important. We need anti-seize.
Oops.
Need the impact wrench, the rubber mallet, and the 3/4 wrench. Colonel Mustard in the library.
Surprisingly, with the candlestick,
Yeah, right.
not the wrench.
How do you kiss me with a candlestick? How does that even happen? All right, well, are we back on this cam, Geek?
Yes, sir.
All right, so we gotta basically just do the exact same thing over here. Cool. So once again, these bolts not long enough. We got the same exact bolt, a grade 8, just one that's a little bit longer. And we're gonna put those in there because these weren't getting caught on the threads very well. So let's take the first one, put that in there like that. And then we'll use the impact wrench to finish the job instead of hammering at it this time. There's still a little bit of grease on the spindle that I gotta clean up, but that shouldn't be too big of a deal. There's our brass fitting, the spacer. That goes in there. thank you for the sub. Just enough to get the threads through so we can catch it. Okay. We're going to give it all the ugga-duggas. There we go. And one more. There we go.
I feel a lot better with that amount of bolt sticking out the back than
right.
the last time.
Dude, those things were not even close to being in there. Scary. I called my uncle, the guy that put them in. He's like, did they ever come out? They never came out. You don't know what you're talking about. I'm like, all right, guy. All right, man. You do you, homie. If you think, do you think that's right? I forgot the three-quarter deep. Deep enough for you. Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let's set this to what is it, 119,
119.
right? On these ones, and then 125 on the leaves.
Yes.
So I'm gonna take my beefy torque wrench and 119. Just as my Brimo said. Now, gotta get up. You gotta set it to tighten first, you schmuck. Dude.
You okay, buddy?
Dude, it really doesn't. I mean, how close I thought we'd get this closer with the damn impact wrench, but.
Well, you're on, I think you're on second setting on here, maybe. Maybe not. Yeah. So you're on number 2.
Oh.
You're on the midway ugga-dugga.
Yeah, we only give it 2 ugga-duggas.
That probably a little bit. But you got to be close. There it is.
Got him.
The click. You need the click.
Yeah. So that click is basically making sure that we've stretched the bolt to the nominal amount. Everything mechanical on a car needs to be tightened in a certain way to give the right amount of clamping force. I am weak.
If anybody would like to send EJ a box of Wheaties, it would probably help. Yeah, no, they're tight, and it's a weird place and a weird angle,
yeah.
So that definitely makes it a lot harder as well. I kid because I love.
Dude, I think there was some crap in the threads. Now it's turning really nicely. Either that or I sheared the bolt, which I highly doubt.
Yeah, I
It
think.
hasn't made that trademark breaking noise
Yeah,
yet.
I think you may have heard something.
What?
I said you may have heard something if it broke. I don't know, look at the nut. Is it up against?
Yeah. Yeah, no. You can usually feel if you break it. You'll know, because the thing comes right off. But yeah, I think I hit a tight spot on the thread. If stuff gets caught in the thread, like dirt and crap, it'll fight you like this. But see, now she's moving. Which is weird.
Yeah, I don't think it would have.
What's that?
I don't think it. I'm questioning whether it would move that much, being that close. Back it out.
Something's wrong here. It's not coming out.
Yeah, I think the threads gave up the smoke.
Cheap parts, man.
That's always the nightmare of a mechanic, when you're tightening something and it's real tight, but you're still not there yet, and then suddenly becomes loose.
What do we do?
It happens. We'll get it out. We'll just have to get another bolt.
And from what I can tell, oh, that's hot. From what I can tell, it looks like the nylon came apart. I don't think the threads came apart. Either that or we made it to this and we're just twisting around the threads like that.
Maybe.
Well, why would that do that over here and not over there?
Oh yeah, no, there's not enough sticking out for that, I don't think. I think the thread may have just gave up.
Okay. All right, I'll try this again and see if it wants to go. No.
Well, the bolt's toast anyway, so give it a whack on the backside. Try and jam it up against a good thread, and then see if it'll back out. Well, put the wrench on it now. See if it can see if it'll grab a good thread.
Nope.
No. Okay. Well, we may have to cut it off then.
Yeah. That's really annoying. That's really annoying because now we got to go get another one. Unless we didn't damage the thread on that thing. Frick. Dude, I mean, is this thing set right? That thing's set right. What did I do wrong?
Could have just been a defect. It's a lot of torque. That's a lot of torque on it.
Yeah, maybe. Well, I don't know. It was 119.
I mean, it's nothing that's out of spec. It's just.
You have spares of those bolts? Desync again, and EJ's mic is low. Yeah. Lovely. I should be better now. Do I have spares? No, I didn't. I only bought 4. I'm stupid. I know. I should have anticipated this. That sucks. Well, how are we going to get that? I mean, we got to get the grinder.
Yeah. Do you want to keep working and give me an address and I can go get another one?
I mean, I know the area better, dude. I could get there quicker. You want to start on the brake lines? Because I can drive quicker.
Yeah, or maybe I can start on the welding.
All right, man.
While you're doing that.
Yeah.
I just need the sheet metal that you're gonna use.
Oh. We didn't find that. Where's my sheet metal? It's around here.
Because that's gonna take a little bit of futzing around to get that sorted out.
We lost this battle, but we will not lose the war. There it is. I found it. There you go.
Yep, that'll do it. Okay.
Do you need help taking the seat out of the interior if you're going to do that?
If you want the seat out, then yeah, we can do that. The driver's side was the bad side, right?
Yeah, that was
Alright,
the one.
I want to start on the other side first.
Okay.
Just till I get my bearings and make sure that we're not gonna be burning through.
Bolt off?
Yeah, I can do that too while you're doing your thing. I don't know if I'm gonna be. I don't know if there's enough to get at it with the shield on.
Yeah, guys. So what I think what happened is I don't think we over torqued because I had the torque wrench set right. It's just the I don't know. I'm trying to think if I made a mistake anywhere.
Let me mess with it for a second here.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Throttle up. My name Jeff 666. I mean, I had the torque wrench set right. I mean, it could have been the impact driver. I may have over tightened the impact driver. That's the only thing I can really think of. He's trying to get the thing out here. Let me switch back over to that camera.
You know what?
Nice grab.
I wonder if it's the nut that gave up, not the bolt.
You think?
Could be.
It could be the nylock?
Could be.
I mean, I don't know how we're gonna get that off, if that's the case. And how we're gonna get it off without damaging the threads.
Give me a chisel. Oh, I got one. Never mind, I got it.
I have a punch chisel. Does that help?
I got one here. If I can jam the nut against the thread and then spin the bolt. How we can do this?
Here, I got a bigger punch if you want.
I'm thinking. That's a grade 8 too, so that is not a soft metal.
Yep. I think we stripped the threads on the thing. It must have been from hit it with too much ugga-duggas. That's the only thing I can think of. It's just a bad bolt. Yeah. Sup. God dang it.
How are we gonna cut that off?
I mean, dude, I'll go get another one, you know. And we have an extra nylock, so I mean, if you're surgical with that angle grinder, you could just grind some of the nut.
Yeah, the problem is getting it in there.
Yeah.
Is going to be tough. I mean, I can cut the bolt off. That's not going to be an issue. It's just how we gonna get to it, and then make sure I don't screw anything else up here. And is that gonna be enough meat in there? Yeah, it should be okay. All right. Give me some safety squints.
Yep.
We'll get that all. They're probably by your computer.
Yeah. I should have bought one more. Stupid.
We were just happy that we found them yesterday.
Yeah, we had to drive almost all the way up into the city.
And it was like a couple minutes before they were getting ready to close too, so we just got there in time.
Yeah. Mic check. Mic check. Is your mic plugged in? It's wireless, guys, and yeah, it is plugged in.
All right. Prepare for loud noise.
All right. Okay. Yeah. All right. Test. Yeah, I see it. I'm coming in really low. Let me boost the mic up. Extra testing. Yeah, he's coming in a lot. Let's see it. Can you, dude, on your lapel, hit the minus button once?
Okay, I hit it.
Hit it again.
Check.
Check.
Check. Again. Check.
Both are the same. All right, we're equalized. We're good. Yeah, no, geek. Yeah, no. When you roll around on the lapel mic, sometimes you hit the boost button.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's not. Dude, it's all good.
All right, we're out.
So was it the threads? What was it?
I don't know.
Couldn't check. Here, let me see.
It's probably hot. You gotta. Yeah, it's tough without actually getting the bolt off. But
here, hold on, let me see.
Like I said, I'm thinking it was probably the nut more than the bolt.
Yeah. The nylock freaking melted from the grinder.
Yeah, it's hot. It's real hot.
Turn the yeah, there you go.
Like that?
Yeah. See if we can see in there with the camera. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's the threads on the nut, not the bolt. I mean, yeah, I'm zooming in with a camera. You can definitely see where it gave, which kind of sucks because, yeah, I mean, but how that, we can't, there's no way we can get that thing off without screwing up the threads,
Yeah, it's just not gonna do it. Not gonna do it.
You can't hear anything now. Oh my god. Dudes, I don't freaking know. We didn't touch the microphones from yesterday, but now they're all changed. I can't hear y'all. Test.
Maybe the base station, something?
Plus your mic in 2 times again.
2?
Yeah.
Up. Test.
Testing.
Test.
I don't understand, guys. I'll be honest with you guys. You should check your volumes. We have not changed anything since yesterday.
No.
Right,
yeah, we got it on the
in.
meter.
I'll plus it in one more time, and I'll just try to move my microphone.
Both y'all are good. It's fine.
I'm full on my end, and you guys are low. Well, now it's
Test.
now
Yeah.
it's a microphone stream because chat wants to see a microphone stream instead
Yeah.
of an auto stream.
Yeah, well.
I'll plus this in as much as I can go. I'm plussing this in as hard as I possibly can.
Here, let me move it so EJ's not picking up on my mic. Testing. We good?
Testing. Yeah, I'm still coming in super low. Test. 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 Yep. But it's good to know that I didn't change anything and it just decided to go low on us.
That's good.
That's good. Try turning it off and turning it on again. All right. Microphone testing stream. We got a lot to do. Great. You know I love that. Test. Testing. Test. Yeah, that's peaking now. All right. There we go. It fixed itself. All right, so I'm going to go grab another bolt, okay?
Okay.
I'm going to make a quick trip.
I'm going to move some of these tools and
All right.
start getting welding stuff figured out here.
Okay. All right, so you got this?
Yeah.
All right, guys, I will be right back. Got to get this figured out. I got to go grab another bolt.
Ain't gonna fit.
Ain't gonna fit like that. That sucks that we had a failure, but yeah, we gotta. We're just gonna get the problem sorted and go from there. We need another nylock too, right?
I would get the whole
Cool.
the whole spiel.
I'm gonna buy another 4 just in case. Just like screw it. I'll buy a couple more. It's not a bad thing to do.
At least one extra, I would say, just in case it happens again. I don't think it will, but
Yep.
you could always return it if you don't need it.
Yep. All right. I will be back momentarily. All right, Geek. Geek's going to work on doing some welding and body work, the stuff that I can't do. So,
I'm going to give her a shot.
all right, man.
See,
Are you good?
Yeah,
Okay.
good.
I'll be back in probably about 30 minutes, guys.
I just got to get the camera moved. We'll get to figuring out what we got to do. And we're back.
All right. This is on Geek's mic. I will be back, guys. I'm gonna go. I'll go grab another bolt.
Okay.
Are you good, man?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yep. Just gonna start getting this figured out for that. Drive safe.
Yeah, we'll do. Actually, I'm gonna wash my hands real quick.
Good.
That is our luck.
Yep.
Streamer luck.
Yeah. There's the streamer luck you're always talking about.
Happens in the real world too. Damn streamer luck. Inescapable.
Do you want to pull this seat out?
Yeah, I'll help you do that.
Just before you go.
Yeah, we don't want to light that on fire.
Is it? It's not bolted or anything?
Nope, just sitting there.
Okay.
Let me take this glass using a chainsaw.
Yeah.
Neighbor's using a damn old chainsaw, boy.
I'm a lumberjack and that's okay. Your way?
Yeah, we can do that. Hold up. I think I put one bolt in when we transported it.
Sure.
So it wouldn't move around.
Yeah. It's probably a good idea.
Yep. Let it go. I got it. Thank you.
Oh, okay. You know what? I may may be better off shooting this from the other side, because my big body is going to be in the way. I think we'll be okay. Sounds like two chainsaws.
Yeah, they're going to town out there. All right, I'll be right back.
All right, chat. We're just trying to get camera configured here. Yeah. Okay. Just bear with me a moment while I get the camera set up for all you guys. What we're going to do is we have some holy floor that we need to patch up. And I am no professional welder by any means, but not too bad. Welding sheet metal is not easy. Of course, the thinner of the material that you're welding, the more careful you gotta be. Ooh. Because if you get it too hot, you'll put holes in it, which kind of defeats the purpose of welding in the first place. We are going to be using a flux core welder that you can pick up at your local Harbor Freight. There's many different types of welders out there. I personally use a gas-fed MIG welder at home. All right, let's see here. Let's get switched over here. Nope. Yeah, hold on. I think I gotta fix the plug. Oh, where's that? The wrong one. Front cam. There's the one. Okay, so you could see there, we got a bit of a hole. Apparently, the Massachusetts DMV does not like holes in the floor. Is that plugged in? Okay. Chad, is that good? Is that a good shot for you? It's going to be tough to get in there, but we're going to try the best we can. I've never used this welder before, so may have to dial it in a little bit. We're also going to have to sand off any paint that is in the area where we're going to weld, because you don't want any foreign material between what you're welding. good grounding spot as well. Okay, so I've got the welder in place. Let's get the metal here. I'm gonna have to make a, actually, you know what, we're gonna use some cardboard, I think. Let me make a little template, just so we can see what we got here. This side is, it's just the floor. The driver's side, there's a little bit on the upper portion as well. So I'm thinking I'm going to try and run a bead right along this edge here. And we're just going to come up to the top up here where it creases, come down and around. But I'm going to get this cleaned up a little bit here. Oh, it stinks that we didn't charge the light up. Let's see if we can get this on the charger a little bit and get some juice out of it. Ooh, those are all USB-Cs. Okay. I don't know where the specific charger is that he has for his light, so that's just gonna have to wait. We're just gonna have to deal with it. Okay. I need what I need. All right, let's see here. Loose debris out of here. What is that? Looks like some sealant. Try and get that out of there. Let's grab a chisel. So let's get a tape measure. Let's say 6. By 4.5. Okay. And I'm just going to switch back up here for right now. So, what do we got here? Hey, 6, right on the money. So we only got to make 1 cut. That's good. And I apologize for being kind of all over the place here. I'm trying to find stuff as we're going. I need a marker. Where's his marker? There it is. Okay, and I'm going to need some sort of straight edge. I guess we could just use this other piece. Okay. So again, actually that is a little bit more than 6. This ends right on 6. So we're going to flip this around. We need 4.5. Hello, thank you for the resub. Look at me. I'm the EJ Show now. No, please, God, no, I'm not. Okay, so 4.5. Basically, I'm just cutting a piece of metal here that we can patch. We can put over the hole in the floor. So the DMV says that's okay. All right, and he doesn't. I don't know if he has tin snips, and this is pretty thick, so we're probably just going to use the angle grinder with a cutoff wheel. I'm going to move the master list here so I have something to work on. Put that over here for right now. EJ is out picking up a new bolt and nut because one of the two failed on the other side whenever he was torquing it down. We're not sure if it was the nut or the threads on the nut or the bolt. One of the two. So he's out running, grabbing that, and was trusting enough to leave me in charge. I don't know why. Are we going to cut away the rust or just weld over it? I think we're just going to weld over it right now. If he needs to, fix that from the bottom side, he can do that later. This is just like, we just need to patch the holes in it so the powers that be are cool with it. And so Bremo doesn't fall through the floor. Okay, now, all right. Grinder. And, oh, they're on my head. Easiest place to lose your safety glasses is on your head. Okay, does he have any sort of other clamp? No, the table will clamp, but it clamps in the wrong direction. Let's see. Need like a C clamp or some sort of carpentry clamp. Don't see it. Again, guys, I apologize. Like I said, I don't know what EJ has or where it is, so vice grips will work. Okay. And I apologize for not having the other camera over here. I just don't want to drag it back over here. We're just cutting a piece of sheet metal. So it should take like 30 seconds here. All right. Prepare for loud noises. I'm just going to clean up the edge here a little bit. Okay. All right. Careful of the rug. Yeah, we're okay. All right. So we got our patch here. Just make sure it's gonna fit. Yep, that looks good. That should do. Okay, so now we're going to use a sanding disc. And I actually brought one with me from home because I wasn't sure if EJ had one. And it's just sandpaper that's attached like little flaps on like a grinding wheel for sanding off paint, and you can actually clean up metal with it as well. So we're going to do that to clean up the area that we're going to be welding to. Like I said, you want to get as much of the foreign debris out of there. Paint, rust, grease, anything of that nature to get that out of the way. So, all right, I need now I gotta find the tool to take the disc off. I thought I saw it in a drawer. Yep. I guess it's it. Yes, it is. Okay. So we're slowly learning where things are. Okay. When you do this, unplug it first whenever you're changing wheels, because this one actually has a safety on it. There's a little D10 type trigger you have to push in, but some of them just have a flat paddle. I have an old grinder that just has a flat paddle that you can just like lay your hand on to push the switch in, and it's very easy to put a grinder down on its face, which you should never do. Always put it on its back. And it's very easy to bump against your, well, I have extra in the front here, so it's easy to bump and turn on while your hands are close to the spinny bit. And you don't want that to come on at the wrong time. I've had unfortunate accidents while grinding. I used to work in a foundry, and just accidents happen, sometimes. And thankfully I wasn't using a cutting wheel, but like a big grinding stone. I used to grind castings in a foundry, and I had a hoodie on because the building had no heat in it, and it was the middle of winter, and it came on at the wrong time and got caught up in my hoodie, and luckily it just got wrapped around it and jammed. I didn't get hurt or anything, but that can definitely happen easily. So if you don't want your bits to come off, that's a good thing to do. Just unplug it. All right. And I have a feeling that this tool is for a different grinder. Sometimes these tools that you have, they have little pins on them that fit into the holes on the nut here that keep the disc in place. And depending on the manufacturer, if you get one from a different one, the pins do not line up. So I believe this one may be from a different grinder because it does not want to fit. Won't fit. Alright, so let's see if we can find the right one. I have another trick that I can use if need be. You can do it sometimes with a pair of needle nose if you get stuck. Don't see it here. Air tools. Hey, there was another straight edge. And there was C-clamps. I don't see what I need. Alright, so let's try and use the needle nose method. There's a little button on the back. You turn the wheel until it locks into place, and that locks the assembly so you can get it loose. There we go. Basically, I just use needle nose and put them in the holes and then twist. Alright. So, put the sanding disc on. Then you basically just do everything in the opposite direction. Okay, that's pretty tight. All right. Yeah, Doom, you want to unplug when you're doing that, because it could end up in a bad time. All right. Squints. Yeah, the meaty bits, you want to keep the meaty bits in place. Hold lock and hit the disc on the table if you can't get it off. Yeah, that can break things though. Let's see here. Just checking chat here real quick. Yeah, EJ has got a lot more room here than the old garage at his parents' place. Welding hand shoes. Hey, Ewok. Yeah, I'm not welding yet. I'm just cleaning up the area before the welding. So, all right. So let me get switched back over here. Okay. And again, I apologize for not having a great angle on this, but it's kind of hard to shoot it. So, all right, let's clean this area up. Headphone users, be prepared for loud noises. Actually, let me, just going to trace this out on here so I know where I need to go. well, it's kind of tough to get into the tight areas there, but you may just have to make it work. I don't know if he has a wire brush. I didn't see one of those. Here. Shop vac. It's not really loose material. It's just rusty, and I'm trying to get into the corner with a big round disc is not the easiest thing to do, but we'll get it figured out here. It's not terrible. Just like to try and get it as clean as I can. That way I get a good weld. And the welding we may have to actually rivet it instead of welding it, depending on how the welding goes. There's a little brass. I'm not gonna do a whole lot, but it may do something. Well, we'll try and get the best we can. It's not bad. Okay, this is going to be a little different than I'm used to. My helmet is a little different. Oop. And I don't have a light. So hopefully I'll be able to see okay. And if you're wondering where EJ is, he will return shortly. He had to run to the store to get an extra bolt. Okay, well, you can see decently. I would love to have a light. I don't know if he has any other lights. Even a, like a plug-in light I would be fine with. I don't really want to use my phone. Again, like I said, I apologize for not really doing a whole lot here. I'm just trying to find what I need while EJ is gone. I am obviously not as entertaining as EJ is. We all know that. No. Oh wait, he's got a Milwaukee kit. I wonder if his Milwaukee kit came with a flashlight. That's a saw. Dang it. Dang it, Bobby. Alright, well, he might be just stuck. Yeah, I don't see one. And unfortunately, we left the one that we were using yesterday on when we left. I was extremely tired and loopy because I didn't get much sleep. So I forgot to shut it off. So that's my bad. Alright, well, I don't see anything. We're just going to have to do what we got to do. Alright, let's get the welder set up here. And let's find a ground. Probably use a door bolt. That should work. Let's get this out of here. Hello. Thank you for the sub. Alright, let's take a look at the welder here. Alright. So, this basically has a speed control, which gives you the speed of the wire that comes out. And it has a high and low current switch. There is no fine adjustment switch with the amount of current. You just have, or a dial. Usually welders have a dial that you can adjust to turn your current up and down for heat purposes. But this one is just like a little hobby welder, so it just has a switch. So we're going to start off on low current. And we're going to go like 3/4 maybe on the wire speed and see how we go. I may do a little bit of a test on this piece of metal that we have out here, just so I can kind of get a feel for it. I think the man's back.
Smells like welding here.
Smells like grinding. He's back.
Got a whole nother set just in case.
Cool.
The
Do you have another light besides the one that we did not turn off yesterday?
Yeah, I'm sure we can find something in here.
I got the patch cut here, and I got the area cleaned out.
All right, man.
Just getting ready to do the weld. I wanted to do a little bit of a test with the welder here just to see how because this doesn't have a amp dial on it. It just has a low and high. So
Get my mic back on.
yeah, I'll switch this back over here.
All right. Is my mic coming in okay? Are we coming in loud? There we go. All right. Cool. So, we were in luck. The hardware store that we went to yesterday, that was a lot closer,
Yeah.
but was closed yesterday. Yeah, they have a huge selection.
Cool.
So, yeah.
That's good for future knowledge.
Yep, absolutely. So I have 5. I bought 5, so I have a whole nother set of them just in case.
Right.
I'm like super paranoid about that now. They weren't that expensive, so scored a whole nother set of these bad mama jammas. All right, so what do you have done here, Mandinga?
Like I said, I got the patch cut. I got the area cleaned there.
Take a
so
look.
it's pretty much ready to weld. I'm just going to do a little bit of a...
Yeah, it's about... Yeah, I got
It's hard to get in there in
Yeah.
the very corner. And I found a little brass wire brush. I didn't know if you had anything else to try and get in that corner.
Yeah, let me see if I have 1 or 2 things. I should have something lying around.
All right. So I'm going to get a little bit of wire out here. Cut the end off.
You welding?
Not yet.
Oh, okay.
I will let you know before.
Yeah, okay. I was gonna say, don't
Yep.
please safety. Let me know so I can safety squint.
Yes. When I weld, I usually only use one glove because I use my right hand on the gun and my left hand I use as a pivot to try and hold it steady if I can.
Yep.
And my left hand obviously will be closer to what you're welding, so you want protection. Don't use regular gloves unless you know what you're doing and your hand is far away from what you're welding, because they'll melt. They're made out of nylon or something. You're gonna get burned. Use a welding glove. My right hand is further away, so I'm not as worried about it. The reason why I don't use 2 gloves is because welding gloves are thick, and I like to have better motion and better feel with the hand that I'm using to weld with. So that's why I only use 1.
So funny story, dude. I was on the way to the hardware store. I saw a 56 F100 on the way there.
Nice.
And then on the way back, I got stuck behind a 97 F250, which is just, that's, dude,
Meant to be.
that's the universe. If that's not the universe telling you something, I don't know what is. Now, what is it telling me? I have no freaking idea.
Yeah.
But that's a little strange.
Yeah. Yeah, you and is that trim? Zim? You should be wearing long sleeves. I'm not doing that much welding, so I'm not too concerned. If you are doing a lot of welding, you should cover up your arms because you can get like sunburn. I do not claim to do things the right way constantly. It's just the way that I do them. So do not take me as an expert by any means.
I don't know where my other wire brushes are, but
I kind of looked around and I couldn't find any, but like I
problem.
said, I found that little brass one. So
yeah, it'll work.
yeah, do as I say, not as I do. Exactly, Razzle. Leather-based gloves are good if you're TIG welding. Leather gloves, like a heavy leather welding glove, is okay. Because with TIG welding, you really need to have that dexterity. This is MIG welding, flux core MIG welding. So you can use the thicker gloves when doing this. Leather gloves are okay, but they're not as heat resistant as the thicker ones. So if you're close to what you're welding, your hands can get hot. So I normally see only people using leather when they're TIGging. So, all right, so we're just going to do a little bit of test welding on this end of this piece of scrap here, just so I can kind of try and dial in the welder, so we can get a good amperage, so we're not blowing through the metal, and to get a good wire speed, so we can get or try and get a nice bead if we can. So, are you okay for me to start welding?
Go ahead, my good man.
All right, so you guys don't need to wear glasses because, well, you're on that side of the camera.
But yeah, if you're with your buddy,
yeah,
safety squints.
If you are in the same room, don't look at the weld. If you are not wearing a welding shield or welding type glasses, not just sunglasses, but some sort of goggles that are rated for welding, don't look at the light because it can give you welder's flash, and
it's like looking into the sun.
yeah, it can hurt your eyes.
Yeah, it'll burn your retinas. It's like staring into an eclipse.
At the potato. That's correct.
Yep. You don't want to do that, chat.
Here we go.
Good luck. Really want it to sound like sizzling bacon. That's how you know that's the noise you want right there.
Okay, not too bad. You want a little bit more wire speed here.
You welding up? You still weld? Okay, yeah, cool. I'll be over here. I'll piss off for a little while.
Let's see what this thing does on high current.
Oh, she really going now.
Yep, see? You burned. Oh, crap. Guess I shouldn't have done this over the carpet.
You burnt my carpet.
I burnt your carpet. I'll buy you a new carpet.
Oh,
Sorry.
how's it coming?
Well, that's
Yeah.
why you don't want to use high current.
Yeah, it blew
Or you
through.
want to just go little by little.
Give me 1 sec. Actually, I can use
Let's move this table over. Let's turn this off. Let's move the explosive gas out of here.
Yeah, it blew through and sparks went down onto my rug. Here, close the door and bring it out over here or something.
We should be okay over here. I think it's just because it blew through there.
Yeah, all good, all
That's
good.
good.
I got found one.
Oh, cool.
It's good enough.
Yeah, so I can show the camera here.
Yeah, I got water, and then I got my let me get the fire extinguisher just in case.
So when I turned on to the high current, you can see there is a hole through it now. That's the trick welding sheet metal. If you're using high heat, you have to go little by little, because if it gets too hot, it'll just blow right through. But if you use low heat, sometimes you can't get the weld to bead the way you want it to. So that's why I'm doing this on the scrap piece rather than on the regular piece. I'm going to turn this darken a little bit more. I am getting a little flashed here.
Yeah, you can adjust that. It's all adjustable.
All right, so let's turn this back down to low.
So low seemed to be doing okay. That wasn't too bad. It laid bead.
Let's turn that to there.
That's the low, right?
Yeah, that's just kind of on and off.
Here.
Yeah.
What's the thickness of the sheet? Also, you can weld by dots. That way you don't get so much heat in the metal. This is like, what do you think? That's really, really thin. That's thin sheet metal.
If it's not an eighth, you know, it's probably less than an eighth of an inch.
I'd say like 1/16, dude.
And something in there, in that range. I don't have a gauge. It's not paper thin, but it's not super thick. All right, here we go again. Ground helps. All right, I think we got it now.
All right, you good?
Yeah, I think so.
Am I good to...
That looks good. Yeah, you're good. All right.
Your European, yeah, 1/16 of an inch is, so take
Like
12.7 and divide it by 4.
3 mil maybe?
Yeah, can't be any more than that. Oh yeah, nice puddle.
Yeah, that's not so bad.
No, yeah, that's for a non-gas welder. I mean, dude, yeah, so this is why, we got to zoom in on that. I got to show them this. This is why you use gas. You guys will see, the cameras.
Can show them inside here.
Here, let me go to this camera. I'll show them with the portable. So, check this out, dudes. This is why we weld. I mean, I don't have a gas welder, not yet at least. That's on my list of things to do. But look, see all this crap? It looks like it has like a coat of like powder on it. That's why you use gas. What this is contaminants in the atmosphere. There's oxygen in the atmosphere, and it's oxidizing the weld. See that? It's all kinds of crap.
Yeah, between that and the welding wire and a flux core, that's why it's called flux core, because it's got an agent that's built in coating the wire that will shield as you're welding. It'll shield the oxygen from getting at the weld. Flux core welders are primarily like a hobby welder. You know, it's not something that you want to use in a high, super high strength type of area. But for the most part, if you clean it up afterwards, it's not too bad.
Yeah, it's okay.
But I wouldn't use it if I was welding something that
structural.
Yeah, something structural. It's just not meant for that.
Yeah, see, you can tell from all the little chunks around that there was spatter and stuff.
Fortunately, unless you're a professional, you're going to get that regardless.
What year is the truck that you guys are working on? It's a 59 F100, dude.
Whew, getting warm.
Yeah, I mean, that didn't come out too bad.
I'm going to step outside for a minute.
Yeah, go ahead, man, go ahead. That's what the grinder is for. Yep. Here, I can show you it from the high cam right there. Yeah, that didn't come out too bad. I mean, it looks okay. This is hard to get feed and everything right with the dang welder. You would decrease the wire just a little bit. Yeah, tease him. I'll talk to Geek. I'm not a welding expert, guys. I know about gases reacting, and that's what all that crap was, but you cleaned it off, but we cleaned it all off. Well, yeah, the flux does help, but yeah, that's why you have the gas. Came out better than the mower deck you welded the other day. Yep. It should help with the spatters. Okay. Yeah, we'll tell Geek when he comes back in. He's just getting some fresh air. So, yeah, cool. I'm sure Geek gave you guys like the spiel and everything, but what we're doing is there are some holes in the floor. We're just patching them up. But yeah, dudes, on the way out to get more bolts, because we had that fiasco with the grade 8s. I saw a 56 F100 drive by me, And then I saw I saw a 97 on the way back, which is weird. I own a 59 and a 97, which is, yeah, that was strange. Very weird seeing those trucks like right next to each other, but yeah. Yeah, I got some holes in the carpet. Is there such thing as an aerospace optimized welder? Aerospace welding is, they use TIG mostly. TIG welding to control the heat, because aerospace grade metals that you use for rockets and stuff is made out of they're exotic metals. Like, I know aluminum isn't exotic, right? But you have all kinds of weird stuff. So they use TIG welding and stir welding and stuff. So, I mean, that's mostly aerospace grade. Yeah, they do use different types of welds for different applications. It really depends. So, like, rocket parts, right? Like on a rocket motor, those will be TIG welded by machine most of the time. Sometimes sometimes you hand TIG them. Rocket barrels, so the barrel segments on rockets that form the aluminum skin that's the outside of the rocket, that's a stir weld. So yeah, it's basically where they have a friction head, right, and it spins over the seam between the two sheets of aluminum, and it stirs them together through friction. Basically, it's pushing into the two seams. So like you have two plates like this, and you push them together, and then a stir head goes through, and it's basically just spinning but also pushing, and it basically mixes the aluminum sheets together. It's not bad after I cleaned it up, dude. It's T-Zim was saying if we increase the wire speed, it'll help with spattering.
You
Decrease.
With a flux core, I mean, you're gonna get spatter. I get spatter with my gas welder, so
okay.
It's not terrible.
You said just decrease just like a smidge, and it should be good.
Yeah, because it's always the balance of heat to wire speed. Because if you don't have enough heat when you're welding, the wire it's hitting the material, and it like jams and doesn't melt like you want it. So it's kind of that balance. So you got to get the right heat for the material that you're welding, and then dial the speed into it as well. So it's not bad. For what it's going to be, I think we'll get by. So, all right, I'm gonna start cleaning this up and do that. If you wanna.
Cool. I'll get the bolts.
Your bolt again, and
yeah. I'll
You're more than welcome to.
Okay. I
take
switched
the camera or whatever.
All right.
If you wanna do that? It's up to you.
No, I mean,
what I'm doing isn't that exciting.
Okay, cool. I'll work on packing those bearings then. Your mic, Geek, is it on?
There we go. We should be back on.
Cool. Alucard, what's going on?
Is it possible that we have any other type of flashlight besides my phone? Even if it's a wired light.
Yeah, I got something.
That's because it's a little dark in there.
Yep. I have a little handheld metal guy. It should be around here somewhere.
Like a trouble light or something. Yeah, that'll even work.
Not much. Burgers and EJ Strim. How's truck life? We're getting there. And actually, what I'll do in the meantime is I'll put this light back on its charger.
Yeah, I didn't know which charger it was, so
yeah, all good, man.
Sure.
There. All right, guys. I'm gonna move the camera back over to the left front hub, and we will get her done there. Try to get this stupid bolt torqued down. I'm pretty freaking pumped that the other store had the The store that was closed when we went to it yesterday had those bolts. Okay. All right. Have you guys worked on or heard of a 69 Dodge Power Wagon? Yeah.
Yeah,
A
power wagons are cool.
69 Power Wagon, it's got like big fender flares on it, right? Yeah. Power Wagons are these big heavy duty pickup trucks that Dodge made. Yeah. They're cool, man. I mean, Tiger Tank, we're both car nuts, dude. So, yeah, I mean, there's Power Wagon, and then the Ram Charger came after that, right? Like, and then there's the D100, there's the W250, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah. All right, so I'm gonna switch this back over to the front cam. I'll get on the other side over here while Geek's cleaning that up. I'll bring my phone with me so I can read chat. Your family has a 69 Power Wagon? Dude, Power Wagons are money. There's a guy down the street, Tiger Tank, from me that has an M35. World War II spec M35, which is kind of like a Power Wagon, but a smaller version.
All right, just assume I'm welding.
Okie dokie. I brought Chad over here, and I will, yeah, I'll just put them right there. Good luck, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Chad, I'm just going to ping Chad on my phone and make sure that it's working. T-Zim, your father also likes Ford, so he stored a 1915 T. Nice. Oh, no. What's up, man? That's awesome, T-Zim. Yeah, I'm a Ford guy, dude. I like Fords. Cool, man. All right. I like Fords and Dodges. I mean, to be honest with you, I like anything. I don't really care. I tend to go towards Fords. I like Fords, but I will wrench on anything, dude. I don't really care. As long as it's cool and it goes fast, it doesn't, I mean, one or the other. You don't need to necessarily go fast to be cool, but.
I don't know if this.
And then you have the El Camino, that's right.
Crap.
Like to get the family truckster for vacation. Cool, man. Yeah.
EJ, you don't happen to have another helmet or like a regular welding helmet? I don't think this is switching.
The batteries might be dead in it.
Yeah.
No, I don't have another helmet.
Okay.
I got sunglasses, but that's not really gonna.
Yeah.
It's not going through.
Let me see what I can do.
I'm just gonna do this by hand. I got it through enough to catch the thread. And I'm gonna do this by hand because now I'm like super paranoid about breaking those. You're doing nice work by being a profane. My dad is retired now, but he used to be a car body maker. Thanks, man. Ah, cool. So that's an auto dimmer helmet, Junie. And if it doesn't auto dim, it's designed to basically tint itself when it gets in the sunlight. Actually, that one might be solar powered. I'd have to go look. It usually picks up off the weld and charges itself. So if you let it sit out in the sun for a second, it should charge. That's why, I mean, but then again, it could just be the batteries. I'm not 100% sure. Is this thing threading? Yeah. Yep, she's threading. Good. Good, 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 good. Good, good, good. So what I'm working on here are the bolt that I'm tightening down is the bolt that is attached to this custom bracket that's kind of like brass. It's not brass, but this bracket is to mount the brakes. This truck did have drum brakes up in the front, but it has a disc brake conversion kit on it. So it's using a little bit more modern brakes that will actually stop you. So I noticed that the bolts on this, when I took this apart to fix the leaf springs, which are these pieces back here, I noticed that the bolts on these things weren't, they were too short. They weren't going all the way through. Wasn't even enough to catch the lock on the nylock, nut. So these nuts, got them. These things right here have a nylon collar inside of them right here that's pressed in. And that nylon will pinch against the bolt. You can just barely see it in there. And that's why they call them nylocks. And those are basically used in applications where you don't want the bolt to come backing itself out. Good. Does that helmet have a solar panel on it?
Yeah.
So did you put it out in the sun?
The solar panel it doesn't charge it. It's what makes it switch.
Oh.
When it detects so many lumens, it tells the screen to switch to the dark mode.
Oh, okay. I thought it charged it too. I'm stupid.
It's all right.
Don't mind me. Oh, I lost the bolt for a second. So let me just make sure before we go any further. I'm just going to make sure we have this set to... It's set to 119. Just going to set the torque wrench here. How much is that in Newton meters? Well, it's on the back. That is...
Yeah, that's not going to do it.
16? 16.8 Newton meters.
Crapola.
Is it blowing through?
No, I tried to use my sunglasses with the helmet, and I'm still getting flashed.
Oh, I'm sorry, man.
It's not dark enough.
Okay.
So
Helmet with safety squints, maybe, or you don't want to do that?
Well, I was just using my dark sunglasses inside the helmet, and it's just not dark enough. So either we'll have to wait till tomorrow to weld, or I'll have to run to the store and find a battery or another helmet.
Dude, I'm afraid to push this any further. That thing is super freaking tight.
If it's as tight as you think it needs to be, then
I think that's good.
Don't go crazy with it.
Yeah,
You don't want to blow it through it again.
Yeah, I think that's fine. It ain't going nowhere.
Plus, it's a nylock, so
yeah, I'm good with it.
It's not like it's gonna rattle loose.
All right, so I'll get to packing those bearings. Let me see the helmet. What
Right there.
kind of batteries this sucker use?
You gotta take it apart.
Thanks for the sub, dudes.
That's just the outside shield. I think you gotta take it inside. Take the inside off. There's probably a way to get. It's probably up in here somewhere.
Yeah. Okay, let me get a screwdriver. We'll do that here. Yeah, I don't want you to. I don't need you
I've
to.
done it before where I've flashed my eyes and it's not good for a couple days. It's no fun.
Did you? Okay, I have an
Yeah,
idiot
I tried
question.
the adjustment. This is for a darkness, usually a darkness setting, or the setting that it starts to darken. You can adjust that, but I think it's the darkness variable.
Yeah, no, I see what you're saying.
Because there's a slow fast switch inside for how quick it switches.
Yeah, here, let me undo this. Let's see if we have a battery lying around. I mean, the hardware store down the street.
A real man's welding helmet. Yeah, like the old school, they didn't switch, but they were also super hard to see because you had to keep lifting them up because you couldn't see through it.
Let me see how this thing comes apart.
It's got to be on the inside.
Yeah, it's probably. I mean, there's a little tab
Yeah, I
right
see
there.
that.
I'm just trying to figure out how that.
How it comes apart, yeah. Do you have a Harbor Freight that's close?
Yeah. Yes, I do. Yeah, the old school helmets, they don't dim.
Yeah, they're just dark.
It's Chicago Electric. Okay.
So we need a new helmet.
That's broken. Okay, that's good. We'll just put that over there. Yeah, I tried to undo the bracket and it snapped off, guys. Yeah, the bracket to undo it to get it to unmount, it snapped it completely off. So it's cheap plastic. What do you want? I mean, I probably paid like $5 for that helmet anyway. There's a hardware store down the street, dude. Now the wires came undone, Alucard. Yeah, the wires came undone, dude. It's kaput. Yeah, okay. If you wanna, here, just jump down to the hardware store. The one that's really close.
Okay.
You know what I'm talking about? They'll have welding helmets here.
Okay.
Let me give you my wallet's in the house. Crap.
Is any of this close?
That one's the closest, but the hardware store down the street is going to be way closer, and they're going to have helmets.
You think it's going to be cheaper?
Probably not. Probably not.
I mean, I got GPS. I can go anywhere.
Yeah. I mean, if you want to go to that one, yeah, that's fine. But yeah, that other place is super close. I mean, I'll buy it, dude. Don't worry about it.
I'm not worried about that.
Yeah.
I just want to get it so we can get it done. That's all.
Yeah, that's why I just say go close. Go to the close place. Yeah. If you, my wallet's down in the house, so.
You can get me back.
Okay, cool. I'll spot it for you.
I just need. I'm gonna need the address for it.
Literally.
So I know where I'm going.
Yeah. Here, let me show you. Let me show you a map. Give me 1 second, dudes. All right. So, literally, go out from my house. Take a right. There's the fork in the road.
Mm-hmm.
Go down here, and then just go straight. Go straight across. That's it.
Okay.
You see it? You see it right there?
Like right in here? Oh gosh. Okay.
There you go.
Yeah. I need keys.
Take the 97. Don't break it. Watch third gear. The synchros in it are going.
Okay. All right, hold on. Let me get this microphone off.
All right, so Geek is going to be back in a second. Hey, Ma, what's going on? Get in. We're taking over the galaxy. I didn't give the distance in smoots. What do you want it in? Leagues?
Killohectors.
Yeah. Make sure you... Here. Let me shut the mic for a second. Guys, give me one moment. Geek will be right back. He's going to go grab a welding helmet. Oh, he's back. Welcome back.
Not that fast.
Oh, all right. We only accept kilofeet and bananas for scale. Yep. How much would that weight in stone? Yes. All right, so in the meantime, I'm going to put this all back together. I'll put this hub back together. We have the right bolts. And I have chat up. There we go. You can make the run in less than 12 parsecs. Cotter key info from Navy time. With few exceptions, the round side of the cotter key should fit snug against the bolt and only just fit in the cancellation. If you can snug it against the bolt, the hole in line with a bolt, it's probably too small. Then you mostly have it right. But the short leg should be long enough to lay it mostly against the flat of the nut, but not long enough to mar in the nut. Yeah, okay, I got you. Yeah, I hear you. Okay, let's get back to doing this. So what I'm going to do here is get this all figured out here. I'm just going to clean the rest of the FOD off of this thing. FUD. You don't want crap in the threads here. That's really important. Crap in the threads is crap. There's just little bits of paper towel in there that it's stuck in some grease. There we go. Got it. All right, cool. So we have that tightened down. This has brake dust on it, and just clean it. Not that matters, it's just gonna get more brake dust on it in a second. So once again, just make sure that this spindle is all clean. Foreign axle debris? Sure, Synerd, yeah. All right, so you're back.
Is there a trick to start this thing?
Did it zap? Pop the hood, jiggle the negative terminal around.
Okay. Because it went and then I went to start it and then didn't do nothing and now there's no power.
Yep. Yeah, the negative terminal when it gets too cold, it starts to do weird stuff.
All right.
Just got to tighten the stupid battery terminal down on that thing. Geek was like, why wasn't it starting? Yeah. Just jiggle the handle a little bit. Okay, cool. Brake clean takes off the brake dust, you know? Oh, like that? Now, the 97, like I said, sometimes the negative terminal it probably needs the battery terminals recrimped. The cable leads need to be recrimped. But it's just because it's old. But other than that, guys, yeah, I daily that truck around now that the roads aren't too messed up. I daily that thing. Just drive it. I drive it everywhere. We drove it this morning. My family does own an F-150, but it has XLT. What does XLT mean? It's the trim level, Tiger. It's the trim level on the truck. Depending on the year, there's just an F-150, there's XL, there's XLT, there's Platinum. Depending on other years, there's Eddie Bauer edition. There's Titanium edition. There's an FX4 edition. It's just trim levels on the truck. Depending on, oh, there we go. I can hear it. The truck started up. Extra luxury trim. Cool. Cool. Okay, so Geek helped me out by cleaning these bearings, and they are very clean. Very nice. These are just regular old roller bearings. And we have the castle nut and the retaining washer, the castle nut. Just to make sure the threads are pretty clean on this, I'm just gonna put the castle nut through to make sure there's no crap in there. This will clean out the threads. If you can just see, if you can do this, you can just push this thing right through like that, you know the threads are clean. Yeah, see, it did get some crap out. There's just little bits of paper towel and whatnot. You don't want any crap in here. No metal shavings or dirt or whatever, because that'll get into the bearings. And if there's like a tiny little rock or a tiny little metal shaving in here, it could get caught in the roller bearing. And if it gets caught in here, you're not going to do too well. Geek's still out there with the damn truck. I don't know if you guys can hear the truck, the 97 running, because it's basically straight piped. I think it's a 78. Yeah, 78 had XLT. In 78 there was XL, so there's base model, XL, XLT, and Ranger. Ranger was the high trim. You can't find reverse? I don't know, man. Probably. I heard the door close. Here comes the next question. Where's the e-brake? Watch. He's gonna come through the door. Give it a second. I heard the driver's door open and close. Waiting for it. Oh no, man, no, maybe he's. Oh yeah, no, it's backing up. Yep, no, he's good. He got it. All right, so now what I have to do is pack the wheel bearings. So I have my good old greasiness right here. Just closing the hood probably. Yeah, like I said, the negative terminal is old, so the wire's kind of crusty. There's the ground on the negative, and then there's the negative terminal. And sometimes if it gets too cold, they kind of crimp up and it shorts out on it. It happens all the time. We're palm methoding this signer. That's what I did before. We can I'm just gonna do the palming. He's palming it. We're basically gonna do that. So let me get some grease out. Oh, he opened up the F-250. I heard it. I can still hear it. Man, that truck's loud. So you get a good gob. I mean, that's actually not enough. We need more. Because we want to get, the whole point is to get this axle grease in the bearing. You have to get it inside of the roller bearing. So how do you do that? How do you get it in here without taking it apart? Well, you do this. Ready? Basically you want to basically use the outer edge of the roller bearing housing to scoop up the grease. And you want to get it to the point where it comes out the top of the bearing. See right up there? You want to get it to come out the top right there. You basically got to go around the horn and the entire bearing just to make sure it's completely full. Looks like cooling paste. Kind of. There we go. See how it's coming up right there? As opposed here, let me clean off the inside grease. So the grease gets inside of the race, and that's fine, that's okay. But you see that right there? See where it's coming up through? Kind of right there. It's coming up through the center, through that crack. That's what we want. We need to, right there is how you know that it's packed. It'll just come up in kind of spurts where it went through where the rollers are. So now you just, now that you got it there, you just turn it a little bit and do the same thing. It's kind of tough because the grease gets in the center of the bearing. It gets inside, like the center, the hole in the center. So you gotta just kind of be patient with this. It's it takes a second to get it right. You get the hand motions correct. There we go. You kind of just have to clock it, go in the center, and then, or just start at one side and then kind of work your way around. This takes time, and if you have an itch, you're basically screwed. Don't touch your face after you freaking do this. It'll look like someone dookied on you. This does, I mean, hey Chucko, that doesn't smell like mud. Oh man, that's cold. I'm a maniac, maniac on the floor. Just got to turn it a little bit more. Yeah, you really just want the grease to come up through the damn thing. I would zoom the camera in to show you guys, but yeah, hands are kind of, you know. You can also buy a tool for this if you want. I mean, either way will work. And then just, that's pretty good. I'm not the best at doing this, but that, I would say, is definitely packed. That thing is full of grease. So like, it's a motion to this, dude. What you got to do, you put the grease down on your hand, or you know, if you have a glove on, and then you kind of see this kind of little edge right there. You got to kind of scoop the edge. So you got to get a bunch of grease in front, and then you got to press it down. So like, scoop and then press, scoop and then press, and that should get enough grease in there. I think this one's pretty well packed. Here, let me clean it off for you guys to see. That's pretty packed. What say you? Yeah, you gotta scoop the grease and then press. Like, you scoop it up and then press. It takes a second to get the motion down, but once you do, yeah, it's really easy to pack this. Like, I don't do this very often, so it takes me a moment. Because if you just do this, you're just going to scoop all the grease up and it's just going to go in the center of the race. You don't necessarily want that. All right, so this one is good. We're gonna throw this into its home right there. And then take the extra grease and just wipe it on the axle. You don't need to load this damn thing up with grease. You don't need to. Like some guys just load this damn thing up and call it a day. You don't necessarily need to do that. I don't know why I'm cleaning my hands. I gotta pack the other bearing, but it's all right. There we go. Just get your hands clean enough. Okay, so yeah, some guys like packing the spin. So this is the spindle right here, like just plopping grease on there. You don't need to plop grease on there because the grease that's in the center here is not going to do anything. You need to grease the bearings, not the spindle. The bearings are the ones that need the grease. This part needs the grease. Yeah, you can load it up if you want. I mean, that doesn't really make a difference. Like, I don't see why you just waste grease by packing the thing in. But then again, I suppose if you wanted to be like super safe and stuff or something, you know, you can do that. But some of the things that I've seen, just some of the pack jobs that I've seen are just kind of absurd. So what I'm doing is I'm just cleaning excess grease out of this the old grease. You don't really want to mix new and old grease, and I'm trying to touch the rotor as little as I can, because you don't want to touch these together. There we go. All right, cool. So this is going to go on here like that, and we're just going to leave it there for a second. Stay. Well, that's just chilling. We're going to pack the small bearing. So same deal. Grab a good amount. Just kind of spread around like you're buttering bread. And then grab the bearing and then just scoop and press. Scoop and press. Scoop and press, and scoop and press, and scoop and press, and scoop and press, and scoop and press. Boots and cats, and scoop and press, and boots and cats, and scoop and press. What? It's funny, all right? Jeez. Come on, you. You basically know that it's packed when it's gushing out the sides like that. This one is almost there. It's close. This one's a little bit easier. It's smaller. Easy to get the stuff in there. Oh, that's the stuff. That's the yummy stuff right there. Okay. Easy peasy. Now I'm just gonna put the outside, but just cake this thing with frickin' grease. You know, like I said, some people grease up the axle. I prefer just, once the bearing's packed, just caking the damn thing. So now this one goes right back in here like this. And then we're going to need our retaining washer here that retains things. Of course, I can't find the tab on the retaining washer. Why would it want to cooperate with me? Drop the bearing, but that's why I put the grease down there, so it just fell right into the grease pool. There we go. That's literally why I put the grease down, because if this fell on the floor, guys, if it fell on the floor, clean it, pack it again. Because if it fell on the floor, it's gonna, if there's any dust or crap on the floor, it's just gonna, it'll just grab that, the grease will pick it right up. Okay, so this thing is called a castle nut. The reason why it's called a castle nut is that if you look at it from the side, it looks like a castle. And we already know that this thing goes onto the threads. And we just gotta make sure. There we go. We already checked the threads for FUD. So, cool. Now we really shouldn't have to touch more grease. You know, some people say touch grass. I say touch grease. You know? Not at the same time as grass, though. That's probably not good for the grass. STX, I already did. So the rear axle is self-lubricating. We do not need to pack that. We don't need to pack those bearings. I do need to change the gear oil on the rear end probably at some point. That shouldn't be too hard. Yeah, that's not too hard. That diff actually has a drain plug on it. It's an old school diff. Has a nice drain plug, so you don't need to siphon it out. You've got a greasy pizza right now. Does that count? Oh, sure, yeah, absolutely. I'm just gonna get the hand cleaner out. How do you think Geek's making out, guys? Yeah, packing wheel bearings gets dirty real quick. But now I know that thing's good. I gotta torque the castle nut. Not torque the castle nut, we gotta tighten it so we don't bind everything up. And then loosen it so we can put our cotter pin in. I'll get more into what cotter pins are and what they do in a second here. Once again, so fellas, if you've tuned in and you see a lot of, hey farm, what's going on? Farm, what's going on, buddy? You might want to get a parts washer. Yeah. I just hope the truck doesn't break or something. The truck should be fine. I drive it every day. But you never know with that thing, man. I don't make out with Geek. You're gonna be on. You don't need to lie to us, all right? Okay, so now what I'm gonna do. You don't need to go crazy with this, okay? So I'm gonna take an impact socket. This is just the one that we had that was big enough. We're just gonna tighten this down just a little bit. We don't need to go nuts. So you really just, this thing, you know it's packed right if it just does one rotation after a good throw like that. That's perfect. All right. Good. So let me just move it. Okay, cool. I'm just gonna move this now into a position where we can put a castle nut through it. And I'm gonna go grab, or not a castle nut, we can put a cotter pin through it. And now I'm gonna grab my cotter pins because I put them over here like a moron. And we are gonna put the cotter pin through. So a cotter pin is a little lock. The reason why this castle nut here, let me zoom in on it. The reason why that, yeah, come on you. Can you guys see that all right? Yeah, okay. So the reason why this is a castle nut, the reason why it has all these ridges in it is so you can put a cotter pin through it. There's a hole in the spindle that's drilled this way, right? And that hole will allow you to take your cotter pin and put it through. See? This cotter pin basically prevents the castle nut from moving around because this thing spins. And if you pack the bearings right, you should, with a good throw, let me zoom out a little bit. With a good throw like this, it should only do one rotation. That's how you know it's good. If it can do more than one rotation, you didn't do it right. You got to go back and you got to pack more grease in there. So I need to cut and move the cotter pin into the right spot. We need to get some needle nose. Where are my needle nose? I think I may have brought them over there. There's the angle pliers. All right. Hang on, fellas. I gotta check chat. I don't know where my needle nose are. They should be around here. Knowing me, I probably picked them up and then put them down somewhere where they don't belong. You know, knowing me. That would be par for the course for you, boy. Yeah, I did. They're on my workbench over here. Meg, I took care of it. Probably be fine like that, but the goal on an opposing tapered wheel bearing like that is 0 preload, just a heads up. Better to stay loose than tight. Yep. Yeah, Geek used them. Oh, okay, so I didn't just put it randomly in some random spot. So DSM, you want me to back this out? We can back it out instead of tightening it. That's not really that big of a deal. I'll just go. Good, that's fine. All right, so now we put the cotter pin back in like that, and the cotter pin, the head of the pin will basically go into the ridge on the castle nut there. And then what I do is we go in here like this, and you grab a pair of needle nose and you bend it around. Now everybody, like I said when we did the other one, everybody has their own way of doing this. There's no wrong way as long as it prevents the castle nut from moving. It does not matter. Everybody has a way of doing it. This is the way I like doing it. There we go. The freaking needle nose clippers are better. There we go. There. Cool. All right, that one's good to go. Let me get the cover. First of all, I'm just gonna clean off the lip here clean off the lip here. There. Now we have the grease cover right here. I'm just gonna give this a quick clean on the outside here, because you know this part, you can put this on here. This basically just slides back into position right here, but the metal is etched, so it'll retain in there. The interesting thing is that the grease cover is literally on the outside of the wheel. So the rim of the tire is going to be like right here. So you're going to see this. So what I like to do is just tap it with a rubber mallet so you don't dent it. Somebody has been in here before and they hit it with a hammer, and see how it's dented? You just want to go around the horn like that and just make sure it's nice and on there. But somebody went at this thing with a hammer, and when they did, it dented the thing. And that always looks like crap, especially if you have a rim that doesn't have a hubcap on it. It looks terrible because it looks like you hammered the outside of your car, because that's basically what happened. So now we're going to do is I'm going to take the towels that I had down here like this, and I am going to degrease that rotor. It was my uncle. I asked him about the backed out nuts today. I was like, why did you put that in there, and why were they like caught by one thread? He's like, well, doesn't matter. They didn't come off, did they? They didn't come off. I'm like, yeah, but they could have. If you brake too hard, they would snap right off. Yeah, but they didn't. And then I proceeded to get an old timer spiel about how I have no idea what I'm doing after that. But the thing is like, you know, that's partially the truth. Partially. Oh, Electron, he's like, I don't remember doing that. I gave him crap about the rear brakes already, don't worry. He's like, you know, I did that truck in the driveway. I didn't have a shop, blah, 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 blah. I got the standard old timer stuff. You know exactly what I mean. All right. So, look, there's grease all over this rotor now. Now, you want grease inside. You don't want it on the outside. This is gonna get clamped here. This gets clamped by the caliper. That's how the car stops. You don't want that surface lubricated, so I'm going to spray brake clean on here. Brake clean is like it's a spray that basically, not degreaser per se, but and there's an ant down there. Here, have some brake clean. I didn't invite you in here, you damn ant. That is a big freaking ant. I don't know if you guys can see that thing. What a monster. What a dead monster now. I'm gonna get another thing of brake clean. That one's out too. This one got some juice left. Jeez, man, I go through a lot of brake clean. Brake clean's really good. It gets grease off of pretty much everything. But I have a whole case of it. There we go. Now we're cooking with gas or brake clean. So I don't want any grease on any of this. So I'm also going to give the rotor a spin and hit the back surface. There we go. Don't be afraid to go crazy with it, to be honest with you. Now, I'm just going to clean these off. I'll use that towel for later. I need to find a nice clean towel, and I'm going to go through it. Now, brake clean does evaporate, but just in case there's any residue or anything, I'm just going to get rid of that. Now, this rotor hasn't been used in a little while. You can tell it hasn't been used because it's rusty. This clamping thing needs to, I mean, you could tell it's shiny, right? This needs to be like chrome almost, like it needs to be super freaking shiny, and it's not, but that's just because this hasn't been used in a little bit. So what we're going to do now is put the caliper back on. The caliper is the hydraulic cylinder that gives me the clamping force that we need. So I have the caliper hanging from some drop sealing wire here. And yeah, I'm just going to get that off there. There we we go. Now the reason why you want to hang them is because it's attached by that hose right there. I got to zoom out for you guys to see it. Give me 1 second. Let me undo the wire. Yeah, if you cook with brake cleans, probably not going to be good for you. So the reason why you hang them is because of this wire, this tube. This is a high pressure tube. You do not want that thing stretching. If it stretches and it cracks, you could blow a brake line. So you always hang the calipers, always. So how does a caliper work? Well, hydraulic fluid comes through this tube here, and see this? This is a hydraulic piston. It pushes 2 brake pads and it clamps the rotor. Pretty straightforward stuff. Disc brakes are basically the norm for brakes for any car nowadays. So what I need to do is I need to put the pads, the brake pads. These brake pads are pretty new. They still got plenty of life on them. They still got plenty of action. So what I'm going to do is just load these up. This one goes into the cylinder, and note when I press the cylinder, it shoots brake fluid out. I got to clean that up. It because we don't have any brake lines on the front right now. It shot brake fluid out of the caliper and all over my fresh paint job. You got to be careful with brake fluid. Brake fluid will melt paint completely off. It is a great paint stripper. So you got to make sure. Because, if the paint comes off on this, well, I painted it so it wouldn't rust. And if the paint comes off, it's just going to rust again. So now we have the left caliper. We put that in there like this. And now let me just... Now, if the brake lines were hooked up, we'd need a caliper compression tool that would basically force the piston closed. But we don't need that here because we don't have any brake lines hooked up. Now, once again, just like the other side, there is a bleeder on this thing. There's a bleeder on the caliper. And that bleeder is how you get air out. That's why it's called a bleeder, because the brakes will start bleeding fluid everywhere. The bleeder needs to be facing up. The reason why is because you're trying to get air out, not a cylinder, or not liquid out of the brake cylinder, right? So to make sure that the caliper's on right, you make sure your bleeder's up. Now, my bleeder is up. It's kind of hard to see it, but it is facing upwards. The reason why is because what? Well, gas versus liquid. Gas goes up, liquid goes down because of gravity. Pretty straightforward stuff. So now I caught the thread up top with the 2 caliper bolts. Now what I'm going to do is just give these a nice paint of anti-seize. So anti-seize is a type of lubricant that basically gives a protective film on the threads, right? And this is basically like aluminum paste. It's aluminum that's been ground up and mixed with oil into a pasty form. And you basically put this on the threads, and it provides a medium between the metals because aluminum doesn't rust. It corrodes differences. So, but it's the way that aluminum corrodes is different than the way that something rusts. So if you put it on bolts, right, the bolts won't rust together if there's some anti-seize in between them. They won't rust together. So you're much more likely... SRB fuel. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you could use that as SRB fuel. That dang ant, I crushed it and it's still alive. Here, have fun with some grease. Okay, so now I just got to catch the threads here. Okay, we caught the threads with one. Oh. Yep, Geek's back. I heard the truck come in. Hey, Geek Bob's back. Geek Nation was is a buddy of mine, a fellow streamer that was nice enough to come out here and help my sorry hide get this thing figured out. Yeah, Farm Geek's good people, man. He's good at working with the metal. He's better at working with the metal than I am. Hey! How much do I owe you? Oh, shut up. All right, whatever.
I got us some other presents as well.
What'd you get?
I got a light that you can plug in.
Oh!
And a welder's wire brush.
Nice.
And some dew.
Excellent, man. Perfect.
All I had.
Ah, it's Lincoln. It's not crap. This other bolt doesn't want to find its way in.
That truck's fun to drive.
You like it? Isn't that cool? Geek just drove around the F2 shitty. Dude, yeah, no, bang shifting through the gears with that thing is actually really fun. Most excellent, my guy. Excellent, man. Perfect. Sweet. All right, yeah. Just I will reimburse you. So I'm basically just using the wrench to kind of jimmy this bolt into position here.
You like a dew?
What?
Mountain Dew?
Yeah, not right now. I'm good. I'm still nursing that Red Bull. There we go. That's one. Now you just gotta get the other one in there. Cool. All right. Now they caught these things should catch the threads here.
How you doing?
I'm good, man. Everything is. How you doing?
You having trouble with the pins again?
No.
No?
This one didn't give me as much trouble, but you know, like this time around, I kind of know what I'm doing. So.
Right. Yeah, after you do the first one.
Yep, there we go.
I get it now.
Yeah, we packed up the bearings. Everything should be good. Yeah, that one. Son of a crap thread, why don't you just go home? That's your home. Are you too good for your home? Answer me! It's not stripped, dudes. No. It just takes a second to locate it, that's all. Sometimes you just gotta nurse it into place. See, it's trying to get through this second area here, the second slot. And if you don't line it up right, it doesn't want to do it. It will bottom out before it catches the thread.
really hoping that they were going to have a helmet that had freedom on it, but I guess flames will have to do.
There you go.
There is an extra outer protective lens in the box too.
Cool.
In case this one gets messed up.
Excellent, man. Why is this thing such a pain in the butt to get at? Dude, come on, man.
Like I always used to tell my buddy whenever we would have problems like that, if it was easy, somebody else would be doing it.
Yeah, that's right, man. You just gotta kind of guide it through. Oh. Oh, I had it and then it belted out of the thread. Ah! Oh, gonna make it.
Gonna cry?
Gonna cry? Tighten a bolt, maybe? All right, let me loosen the other side, give it a little bit more play.
Yeah, you usually run into a trick whenever you're tightening stuff like that or trying to get stuff if it just won't go. Don't tighten the one side down before you get the other side started.
Yep.
Because that can be a pain.
Yep, always. You'd think I would know by now. I'm just too much of a moron.
Do you have another extension cord?
There should be one behind the bench seat.
Bench seat.
Cousin! Oh!
Hello,
He is
cousin.
here. Your cousin is here. That's nice.
Do not see one.
Is there anyone on the floor?
Not on the floor.
What?
Yeah. I got the orange one plugged into the welder. You got the yellow one for the camera.
Oh, maybe I'm out. Huh. All right, let me finish this up, and then we'll change the configuration around. Gonna be welding? Yep.
Hopefully soon.
You know what? I'm stupid. When we did this before, we did the bottom caliper first. Or we did the bottom bracket first, and that seemed to be what got this to work. I think I just literally made the same mistake twice. But it's me. Wouldn't be me if I didn't have to learn the hard way. Brand new leaf spring. That's right. pull this out. And then let me get the bottom one in line first, and then we'll see what it does. Oh, look, it went right in. Ah. Funny how that works. All right, now let's get at the top one.
Make this work.
There we go. It's always the bottom one first. You guys know what the definition of insanity is? Doing the same thing every day, hoping that stuff is going to change. That is crazy. Okay. Hub is finished. I wonder what Derek Beery's up to today.
Hey, there.
I wonder what Derek Beery's up to today.
That'll work much better. Okay.
You know, my dad always told me, Geek, why don't you turn on the lights so you can see what the hell you're doing? You know, pretty good advice.
As long as the light is charged, you can do that. But when you're an idiot like me and forget to shut it off and it's battery powered,
It's brake
unless
cleaner?
it's got a really big battery, it's
Yeah.
not going to last.
This is brake cleaner, not hand cleaner? What?
Same difference.
Oh, I can't read. Oops. So, yeah, final what I'm going to do is just give this one more hit, and we're good. And then just take the wrench and just go around a couple of times. See if we can clean some of the grot off of this. Yeah, dude. Cool. Good. Ah, I sprayed hand cleaner on the brake by no, that's brake cleaner. Okay. Geek, can you switch us back over to the high cam, please?
Yes, sir.
Cousin is doing too much standing around. Oh no. All right, so I am going to get the Sharpie out, and
Are you going to cross something off?
we're going to cross something off the list, man.
Holy moly.
We're going to cross.
Crossing it off.
Wait, where is it? Oh, it's on the other cardboard. The one that's under a bunch of stuff.
Sorry, I was using the work table to do work on.
What? Hey, thanks, Grave. Lovely truck. So, front brakes, done. Front wheel bearings, done skis. Excellent.
Wait, was that two things you crossed off?
Dude, I crossed off two things.
Two things at the same time? That's
tell you-
craziness.
Tell you what I do, man. Knock off two steps at the same time, man.
That's the way to do it.
Damn straight, always wanted to do that. Figure I could hook that up. You know, chat digs dudes with trucks. Yeah, you don't need $1 million to do nothing. Take a look at my cousin. He's broke, don't do shit.
All right, so
Front brake lines, motor mount welds, and then so
we're getting to the welding. So there's a couple things on there that I'm working on. Do you want to start the brake lines?
Yeah, I'll start using the wire to mock it up.
Getting that figured out.
Yep.
And then as you need help, I can jump over and give you a hand.
Yep.
We're getting there, man.
Yeah,
We're getting there.
Hey, Pace, watch out for your cornhole, bud. We are getting there.
All right. Now I got what I need. Hopefully this will go a little easier. Let me just make sure this is cleaned up.
All right. So we're not gonna put this thing back down on the wheels just yet, dudes. We're not gonna put it back down on the wheels just yet. We have to. I actually have to torque the bolts down on this side, the U-bolts. I didn't do that. I got to torque the U-bolts down on this side, so I'm gonna do that. And sorry, it was premature ejaculation or something. How's the chassis looking? Grave, it's pretty solid, man. Yeah, you could just see the top of it there. Let's see cousin lay some beads.
Oh, you don't want to see that.
You don't want to see that, I guess.
All right, going into welding mode.
All right, man. Enjoy.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
She's darkening.
Yep. All right, so what I'm going to do now while he's doing that is I need to torque the U-bolts down to 119. Or no, 125 on the U-bolts, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Cool. The U-bolts are down here. Oh, not the right socket. That's 3/4. We need 7/8. Let me just make sure this is set to tighten, not loosen. And while Geek's welding, I'm gonna go over here and just give these things a good torquing. And Geek is zapping in the passenger side floor, fixing up a couple holes in the floor.
Holes in the floorboard, boy. I'll tell you what, just fixing up a couple damn holes over there.
Hey, that don't look too bad.
Okay, that's one. So this wrench is designed to stretch to just the right amount if you have it, depending on where you have it set. And it'll make a nice click noise when you do this right. Like that. Cool. Shouldn't take too much to. There we go. Oh, I think I got it. Hold on. Okay, cool. Now I'm just going to go through each one and just make sure. Sometimes the bolts stretch a little bit, so just go through it again. There we go. Yep. Good. This hub is finished. This hub is clear. Now I can't go on the other side there, so we're just gonna kind of have to sit here while till Geek's done.
So.
Do you need something?
Yeah, I'm gonna grab my phone real quick. My phone and the Red Bull.
Yeah, I could stop for a minute.
I need my phone and the Red Bull, boy. All right, I got the phone so I can see it. You know.
Take a look, see, sir. What you think?
I think that will work. It ain't the prettiest, dude, but we ain't going for that. We're going for working, you know,
Yeah.
like not trying to say that you did a bad job. That's fine. I couldn't do any better.
Yeah, that'll do her.
All right. So here, before you start doing that again, I'm just gonna switch us over to the high cam so they can see. Hey, Play, thanks for the raid, buddy. There you go, geekers. Here, let me set up the camera to check on you. You starting to weld?
I'm good.
Okay.
Wait for you.
Okay.
Do what you gotta do.
I think I can get a good, decent enough shot from over here. So guys, once again, we are not going for like a show quality thing here. This is just good enough to pass inspection and good enough so you don't have free air conditioning through the floor. It's a flux, it's a 125 amp flux welder. It's no gas because don't have enough money for that. There you go. All right, Geek,
Good.
You're on the main camera, my dude. Once again, fellas, this is not supposed to look pretty. It's supposed to work. Safety squints, guys. There we go. That's looking good. Fire! Fire! Boom! Fire! That's not bad, man. Farm, it's a flex welder. It's a piece of junk. What do you expect? Yeah, it's 120 all systems. Like I said, this is not. There we go. Can't be great for the camera sensor. Well, I can't go near it now. We will in a second, Aqualux, yeah.
All right, that's one side.
Let me see. Bring her around town. Hey, dude, that ain't bad.
Mm-mm.
That's not bad at all. For what we have, that's fine.
Functional.
Yeah.
You ain't gonna wait. You ain't gonna, you know, lay dimes down. At least I ain't.
Yep.
You know, with what we're working with here.
Yep, yep. Here, I'm gonna open the door real quick, get us some air. There's nothing a grinder can't fix. That's right. Grinder and paint makes the makes the welder you ain't. Yeah, something like that. That one not stick over there, man?
It was. I was just
Yeah.
trying to tack it there, and it didn't stick. That's fine.
Wild Round, do I have a Discord? Exclamation point Discord in chat.
Okay.
You gonna weld again?
Yep.
Right. I'm gonna put on the broken helmet, but I'm gonna sit here and look at chat.
Okay. As long as you're not looking at the light, you should be right.
Yep. Yep, yep.
Here we go.
Send it. Fire! 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 Now do some KSB in this helmet? Nah. Yeah, Dom, I agree. You'll blow through body panels, but the body panels on this truck are actually pretty thick. Damn, boy. They thick, boy. Ewok, I think we're okay. Geek, did you prime the metal underneath that, dude?
No, I figured you want to do it from the underneath.
Oh, okay. Yeah, all right.
If I'd have sprayed it with something, it would have just smoked off.
Yeah,
from the heat.
I gotta get some steel it or something. The light's kind of in. I have a Mustang, yeah, 2008 Mustang GT. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we removed the rust. Yep, yep. I'll hit it from the bottom, guys. It's not a big deal. I have the rust converter. I'll just cake it down there. That's pretty much correct, Sup. This is this patch, dudes, is for the summer, and then we'll cut the whole floorboard out and I'll put new ones in at some point. I mean, we do need to work on the Cornet, and we need to work on the 97 as well. This is just good enough to get it to pass inspection, dudes. Like it is. This is good enough. It's good enough for this point in time. Honestly, it's fine. No, Creeper, we'll get back to it. There's video evidence here on the internet of the patch panel that we put in, so yeah, I'm gonna have to. It's good enough for the girls we date? Yeah, exactly. What does it need, sub? I can do most mechanical things, but I can paint. Painting is what I'm good at. Transmission needs to be rebuilt. Currently only goes in reverse. Oh. Have you flushed it? Flush the transmission and change the filter, sup. When you flush the transmission, see if there's metal shavings in the transmission fluid that you drained. Well, yeah, actually, yeah, Mutter, you're right. Is it auto or manual? Rhino. I would say nice, but hey, enjoy your 4.6 liter 2 valve, dude. That's all I'm saying. I'll take my 3 valves and be on my merry way. Rhino, I got a Tremec 36, whatever it is. It's a 3630, I think, behind it. It's 5-speed, man. And it's a 08 that only has 70,000 on it, man. It just passed, I think it's actually 74K. I baby that car. I don't drive it in the winter at all. It's nice, dude, but yeah, that 463 valve does leave something to be desired.
Hey, EJ.
Yeah, sure. What's up, man?
In my opinion,
yeah,
along the outside here,
yeah,
I would just put sealant.
Okay.
Instead of trying to weld that, because I don't know how thick this is.
Yeah, we could seal it. It's no problem.
Because, I mean, it ain't going nowhere.
No, that's
But I would just
fine.
run a bead of sealant there, because you're going to be putting dynamite or whatever down anyway.
Yeah.
You ain't going to see any of this anywhere.
Nope, it's just there so air doesn't come up through the damn floor.
But I just don't want to blow through this.
Yeah, that's fine.
And I think that's perfectly fine.
All right, yeah, hit it with the...
They ain't going to say nothing.
No.
As far as inspection goes, that's just as good as anybody else.
Yeah, dude, that's totally okay. Can you shift the light towards the back of the truck a little bit? It's kind of in the way. Let me see. Yeah, man, that ain't going nowhere. Yeah, easy peasy.
That's good.
We don't want Fred Flintstone here. All systems. You know what I mean? We don't want to put our feet through the floor. Yeah, that's fine.
I think just running a seal, bead of sealant along the edge there.
Yeah. Easy peasy.
Will do you.
Cool. Yeah.
It looks worse on camera because I'm looking at that going, oh man, that looks like crap. It looks worse on camera than it is.
Yeah, dudes, that really is not bad. And especially once you grind that sucker down, it'll be fine. You did good, dude. For that piece of junk welder, that's fine. I mean, that welder is not...
And I don't claim to be a pro by any means.
Yep.
I weld race cars, and we don't care how pretty it is, as long as it stays together when you go end over end. That's all we care about.
Yeah, and that thing is definitely not doing that. Hey, Metric, 63 months, dude. It's a C4 automatic. I'd rather just rebuild it and have it be good for another 58 years. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, dude, C4s are everywhere. I have a C4 in this truck, man. Like, they're everywhere. You could just buy another one on Facebook for like $100. If, like, one that works. If, like, you don't want to take it to a transmission shop, it's going to take a second to rebuild that thing. But yeah, I mean, with a C4, flush the thing. Flush the transmission. Get a new transmission filter. Flush the transmission. If there's any metal shavings in the transmission, then you might have a problem. If there's no metal shavings in it, change the filter, swap the fluid, it'll be fine. Other than that, transmissions are black magic to me.
That's one thing that I've never done is rebuild a transmission.
No, me neither. Never done that. Got a 5-speed manual with only 50,000 miles. You baby it too. Had it since 07 and put catback flamethrowers on it. Nice. Yeah, dude, mine's pretty much stock except for the radio. So we're gonna grind that thing down. We're gonna hit it with the flap disc, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
We can do that.
Cool. Yeah, dude, that doesn't look bad at all. It's fine. Ain't going nowhere.
Gonna fit.
Ain't gonna fit like that.
I think that's gonna fit.
That is gonna. Yeah, no, that is. We made it fit.
I think it fits.
Perfect. Sweet.
I mean, like, you could have cut, out from underneath it.
Yeah.
But honestly, who cares?
Truck ain't gonna get driven in the winter, man.
And if you're gonna coat it from underneath, it ain't gonna do anything anyway.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm not, dude. I ain't worried. Ewok here. 2019 Fusion has 83,000 miles on it. Yeah.
Yeah, she bought it. I think it had 15 on it. That was like,
wow,
2 or 3 years ago.
Jeez.
That's how much she drives.
Well, hey, it's a nice car. It'll last. Just make sure you change that oil. Can you believe Ford calls for 10,000 miles before they change the oil on those Fusions? It's like,
yeah, a lot of newer
All right.
cars, they say 5 or 10,000.
yeah.
I don't know if I would go 10,000. Maybe like 6, probably at the most. I think I would want to go.
Yeah, dude, I'm kind of there with you.
But the thing that kills me is these manufacturers that they put these transmissions that are forever. They're forever transmissions. They're sealed transmissions. You don't ever have to give them maintenance. You don't have to do anything to them.
But they'll croak.
Except, they call for transmission flushes, every 50,000 miles. Or, you don't need a dipstick. You don't need to add fluid to it. Nothing. But yet they put drain and fill ports on the transmission itself because they know that you actually have to do that. The problem is the way that it works with the automatic cars is to get the right amount of fluid in it, you have to jack up the car or put the car on a lift, fill it up with transmission fluid to whatever you think it is, and then start the car and lift the car. And then while the car is running, you have to take the drain plug out, and whatever drains out was the overflow. Like, that's the only way that you can accurately get the right amount of fluid in the transmission. It's like, man, I love getting under cars while they're running.
Yeah, I don't want to do that.
Yeah, I had to do it in my truck.
What?
And the Fusion's the same way. It's
a little
so dumb.
A little weird. So, guys, I'm just putting the shocks back in because we're done on both front hubs. Putting the shock absorbers back.
Yeah, buddy. Well, we're a third of the way through the welding process.
Yep.
I'm just going to clean up that weld a little bit, and then we could move on to the other side.
Yeah, dude, if you want to just get some of that grot off around the sides too, I'll hit it with some chassis paint after this.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Cool. You okay?
Yeah. It's getting old.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
All right, headphone users, warning, loud noises coming.
Interesting, not So while he's doing that, guys, I'm going to put the other socket bit back in on the other head. How you feeling there, Mac?
Ugh. That looks a little better.
Yeah?
Good for the girl I go with.
I think both of our significant others are definitely in chat watching.
What's that?
Both of our significant others are definitely in chat going, what? Wait.
Primo says beautiful.
Beautiful. I'm just going to use my chemo ratchet here to just get these things a little bit tighter. There we go.
Ewok, I didn't need my right eardrum. Hey, I gave you fair warning.
Good.
Get you an N95 for that grinder dust? Yeah, probably would have been a good idea, but I've ingested enough stuff at the job that I had whenever I was working in a foundry that I don't think it's going to make any difference at this point.
Did you know if you have died as the result of working in a foundry, you might be eligible for compensation? If you've died.
Yeah.
If you have died in a foundry, you might be eligible for compensation. Call the law offices of Schlongberg and Sachs.
Yeah. Funny story about the foundry that I used to work in. They did not have the best safety concerns there, obviously.
Spit.
And the the ingots that they were using to melt down the one day, they left outside, and it was wintertime and it snowed. So instead of taking the 55-gallon barrel of, I think it was iron, inside, dumping it out, letting it thaw out, dry out, they put some in. It was an electric furnace. And as it was heating up, they slowly started to add more and more ingots to fill it up to the amount that they needed. Well, I guess it was getting close to the bottom or whatever, so they decided to just pick it up and kind of dump it in, and then a big chunk of ice went into molten iron. And what happens when you go from ice to very, very high temperatures? It turns instantly to steam. And what happens when you get steam in an electric furnace that's full of molten iron? It goes all over the place. So luckily, the guy who was running the furnace was able to get out of the way, but we then ran around with fire extinguishers, putting all the fires out, because it lit the wall on fire and it lit this on fire and this, and yeah, it's not a good place. Glad that I don't do that job anymore. But honestly, I think the place still is in business. I just think that someone else owns it now. And Ewok actually had worked there too, in the office.
Jeez, man.
Not the best place. Yeah, this is fine. That is actually, that should have been like the disclaimer of what that happened, because that's kind of what it looked like. I was on the other side of the foundry. It was just a big open metal building, and the furnaces were over in one corner. I was on the other side of the building with my back to the furnaces, and I had ear protection on, and I'm running a grinder. And I just heard kaboom behind me. And I turn around, and the other half of the building is full of smoke, and there's fire everywhere. So,
jeez, man.
Not the best. Did they at least pay good? No, they didn't. It was okay, but it was nowhere near what the risk that you were taking there, what you should have been getting.
And that's why you got the freak out. Get the frick out.
Yeah.
Dun, 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 dun.
So good times. But, all right, so I think this side is good.
Cool, man.
Like I said, not pretty, but honestly, I think if any inspection person, even if they would see it and look at it right now in its bare form, would say that is perfectly fine. It is completely structural. There's, nothing that's
Cool.
I don't know where the hammer is. What do I do with the hammer? But it's.
It ain't going nowhere.
You ain't going through that at all. So, okay, so the other side is worse than this side, and it's not just on the bottom.
Yeah, it's kind of going up
This
into the
one's
A
going
pillar.
to be a little bit more tricky, but I wanted to do the easier side first. That way we could kind of get everything dialed in before we have to do the tricky part. Because this one is probably going to have some bends in it, and a flange on one side. So that one's going to be a little bit more tricky.
Cool. We got good enough ventilation. I'm going to shut the door. So we're not washing out the camera. Did it look like this? Time stamped.
Kinda, not that big. The furnace was not a very it was not a very big furnace.
Oh,
But yeah, that, but probably scaled down maybe 20 times. The furnace that we had that they were using was the diameter of it was no bigger than this work table, so it wasn't like a huge thing, but similar to the action of that. Yeah, that's pretty much what happened.
Jeez. Jeez. Hey, Jensen, 55 months. Thanks, buddy. Yeah, Poison. Even a fraction of that size, that's still a lot of nope.
Yeah, flying molten steel is.
Yeah.
It's not the, you don't want that on you.
No, I don't. Yeah, no, I agree. That probably is not something you would.
It's not something you really want to get on your skin, because then there's no skin left.
Not something you want on your anything, dude.
Yeah, pretty much.
All right. All right. Wait a minute. Does that mean we could cross something off the list? Passenger side floor.
I don't know. Was passenger side floor specifically on the list?
Yeah.
Is there a driver's side floor?
Passenger side floor. Bye-bye. And driver line door, passenger cab corner. I was probably going around the horn, so the driver's side's probably on list 2. I didn't put, oh yeah, no, driver door, window, vent. Huh. Passenger door alignment, passenger fender alignment, hood alignment, driver door, driver fender, front clip, cab corner. I didn't put it on here. Huh. Well, whatever.
That's okay. We'll say that it's half crossed off, and we'll just call it floor.
Yep.
Floor holes.
Floor holes, indeed.
All right. So
which car of yours is the most efficient overall? I don't know. Here, we gotta clean up the other side. The other side has a bunch of crap. I don't know if you guys can hear it. I have left over the extra pieces from the exhaust. From the exhaust kit that I didn't use over here. Just trying to get them out of the way so Geek has some space to work. All right, so we're just between jobs, guys, so we're kind of just cleaning and moving stuff around here for a second. Cool. I'll move the camera up and out of the way here. You can just kind of move that crap off to the side. Give us a second to change up the scene here, dudes. So, Geek, because this one is a little bit crazier, do you think we should cut out some of that crap? Or do you want to do just the same thing and just get at it from the bottom?
I don't know.
Cut it out, grind it, and send it.
I mean, really, cutting it out, I don't really see, a whole lot of reason why to cut it out.
All right.
You're just removing more material. This side's going to be a little bit different because there's a mount right there.
Yeah, the cab mount.
Right here.
Yeah. Here, let me switch the camera so chat can see, guys. Guys, it's tough. It's the reason why we're not doing that is because there's a cab mount bracket underneath that. You don't want to cut structure out of the cab mount bracket. So basically, Geek's just kind of sanding it down and.
Because I mean, we're going further than what is rusted out here. So we're welding it to good structural metal.
Yeah.
It's not like we're welding it to the rusting stuff. We're welding it to the hard full strength metal.
Mm-hmm.
We're just basically covering it. These patches they're not even needed for structure, because they're just it's basically just to keep outdoor elements from getting in, water, air coming through. You're not going to stand on it, even though you probably could. I mean, I think they're strong enough even for that.
So basically, guys, that whole the reason why chat said, "Oh, do that," is because they're worried about stuff getting up underneath it from the bottom. Guys, what we're trying to tell you is that there's a cab mount under there, and that doesn't go directly to daylight. That goes to inside of the cab mount, so it's not going to rust. Where the rust comes in is, believe it or not, like through the A pillar on the left side. So, and I already have that blocked off for where my crappy welding job is. So no more crap's going to get in there, and I'll seal the cab mount from the bottom or make sure that it's sealed up from the bottom. That is actually not going out to the ground.
Yeah, if you would want to completely seal it, you would have to cut out everything where the patch is going and only leave yourself, like a 1/4 inch of room that you're going to be welding to, to save from getting up underneath it.
Yep.
If you would want to do it really 100% the right way,
You just get
you
new
would
sheet
have to
metal.
weld it from underneath.
Yeah.
You know,
Don't worry about it.
to really do it.
We don't. Guys, and I know people are going to crucify me for this, but we don't have the time. We don't have the time to do it. We just got to patch the hole in the floor. I just want it to be good enough for now. This cab is in pretty good condition, but it is going to need. They do make factory reproductions of the floor, that basically the pillar and everything. And dude, when the time is right, I will. When I'm a little bit more experienced with welding and metal, I will go in here and we'll do it right. We'll take the whole cab apart and stuff. Hopefully I have a lift by then so we can lift the cab up off the frame.
Yeah, that would definitely make things easier.
But there's a nice big structural cab mount. That's not going to daylight, dude, so it's not a big deal. And plus, this is the, it's not like we have a good gas welder to do it right anyway either. So I'm just getting it good enough to work, and we're gonna roll from there, dudes. Geek is inspecting the weld right now.
I'm just trying to see how we're gonna go about it. That's all.
Bend up an L piece.
Yeah, I mean we're gonna have to come up.
You can always seam seal the bent up part like we did on the other, like what we do on the other side.
Like I said, that's pretty thin.
Yep.
I mean, if nothing else, I'd say we bend it up here, and then this piece rivet.
Yeah.
You know.
So
because it's thin.
Yeah. See where the spot welds are on either side? You could just tack 2 at the top there and call it a day, and we'll seam seal the rest, man. You know what I'm saying? See where the spot welds are? Left, each side.
Here?
There's one where where your fingers are, but also there's another set where your thumb was, right there. Yeah.
Oh,
see 'em?
right here.
So that's probably thick enough to
Yeah.
just put a tack in there and just zap it on either side, and then we'll seam seal in the center, dude. Just hammer it up against it. That's all. Easy peasy.
Yeah.
That'll work. Just be careful because there's some pre-existing seam sealer where your feet go. See it on the crease right there?
Right
yeah,
here.
we might need to grind some of that
we're
out.
gonna have to chip that off.
Yep. Is mayonnaise a weld? Right on, Rhino. Yeah, this is a quickie, guys. I swear we'll come back and you guys can hold me to this. And now that if I say it, it's out on the internet and I can't take it back. I'll get back to this either with somebody like with the right patch parts and everything. Like I'll either pay a shop to do it or have somebody here, or if maybe in some future that I know what I'm doing with welding, I'll go back and fix it. And that's not a temporary solution either. I will go back and fix this. Can you push the light back towards the gas pedal just a little bit, dude? It's just barely in the shot. Here, let me. There we go. All right, cool. We got a nice. Bingo. It's a temporary permanent solution. We'll get Mick to do it. Yeah. I'll send this geek up. You'll send geek up with a welder in the fall. Yeah. I'll get the right patch panels and we'll go from there. So what he's doing is getting all the extra crap out of there. I know it's kind of a wrist cam, but you got to get all the crap. You got to get all the rot out of there.
Right now, as I'm just getting the there's some leftover sealant in here.
Yep.
I'm just trying to get that, chisel that out, because
interim.
We're gonna have to sand this down. And that stuff.
Mercs, it's in the summertime, dude.
See, this floor is actually a 2-piece. There's a lip that goes over the top here.
Yep.
It actually goes the whole way around.
Yep.
And then it's just spot welded together.
Yep.
You know, so I mean, if they sell this floor piece, you could probably, drill out those spot welds and just put a whole brand new floor in if you wanted.
That's exactly what they do, dude. I can find every piece, even the piece that you're worried about blowing through, where the door mount is. EMS Automotive, you can buy. They laser scan original trucks and they make reproduction pieces based off of the laser scan.
Yeah,
I absolutely can replace all of this.
That's
no problem.
Cool.
Like maybe if we go like this cab probably needs about $1,000 worth of parts. worth of patches. You got to do the cab. All 4 cab corners basically need to be redone. But,
I mean, to do this, 100% right, you want like an auto body
Yeah,
place,
absolutely. Yeah.
because they know exactly what to do, how to do it, the
Yeah.
materials that they need, they have, and they've done it, that's what they do.
Yep. Hey, Roadrunners.
This is to
Get it right.
get it
running
going
next
for now.
Yeah.
Get it through wedding time. Probably could drive it all summer without any, I mean, it's not going to hurt anything. What we're doing is not going to hurt anything regardless. So I don't think there's going to be any issue. And if you spray some sealant on it from underneath, you ain't going to get nothing up in there anyway. So, all right, let's try and get some of this dust.
All right, man. Get her done. Hey, Roadrunners. How you doing, buddy? We're just putting in some interim patches here on the truck. Cab corner, or the floor is getting a little rusty right there. Chaos EMS, Echo Mike Sierra. Oh, Mountain Dew, my guy. EMS Automotive out of Detroit, Michigan. Yeah, see all the rot? Oh, that's no good. I do have rust converters, Chief. We'll hit it with rust converter after we're done. That was me. Hey, Rhino, I see the car on Discord. Very nice. Yeah, Bree, I'm a little geek. You hungry? You hungry?
I'm not terribly hungry.
All right, we'll go. We'll finish this up. We'll go a little bit longer, Bree. We're good for now.
All right. You have the tape measure. All right. So this side, how far hot are we gonna have to go? Let's say 2 inches to be safe. Let's say 3.5 there. So that's 5.5 wide. And then say 6 plus 3, so 9 with a bend at 6.
Electron, I haven't gone to the PO box in a little bit.
I need to write this down.
What are you looking for?
Marker.
It's on the couch. Oh, bench sheet. What Cardboard template time. Want the knife? Or you just-
I need to write it down. So, okay, so we got.
How much have we checked off the list today? We did the passenger side floor. We did the front brakes, repacked the wheel bearings, torqued the U-bolts in the front. Yeah, we got a good amount of stuff. I think 4 or 5 things. Okay, Electron. Yep.
Okay.
Did you refill the blinker fluid? Yeah. Of course. Here. Let me show you on the other camera. Yeah. Got plenty of blinker fluid, dude. We're good.
We'll just go 6. Make it easier.
I got quality horn oil here. It's good for 10,000 honks. Good stuff, man. Always keep a little bit on the shelf.
Excuse me.
Yep. Geek has seen those, yeah.
Yeah, I love that.
What about the AC recharge kit? Air conditioning. What?
This has a 265 AC in it, doesn't it?
A what AC?
A 265.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
2 windows at 65 miles an hour.
Yep. Indeed it does. Blinker fluid is illegal in California. Well, yeah, you gotta. That one doesn't have the warning on it. Blinker fluid can cause cancer.
They wouldn't know how to use it anyway. Oh wait, that's turn signals.
Jinx, Aqualux. Jinx.
All right. So just cutting a piece 9 inches long. This is basically my drawing here. We need 6 inches, and then we're going to have a bend to bend up on the where the floor bends up in the front, and then this side is going to have our flange, so it'll be 4 inches wide, and then there'll be a 2-inch flange, 90 flange that bends up for the side. So, but that's just my rough drawing here. So this is 6 inches wide already, so I'm just going to cut this at 9 long, and then I can put it in the vise and mess with it.
Won't you need to cut this out?
Yeah, once we get to that point, we can do that. This actually, what we're going to do here is we're not going to cut this corner out because there's some spots here, some holes. So we're just going to bend. We're just going to basically bend the whole piece, the whole 9 inches, at 2 inches on the end. We're going to bend that up.
Yep.
And then we can just put a slice in here.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, you put a slice in there. So
yeah,
when you
we're gonna conform it to the corner.
Cool.
We'll get it to that point.
Cool beans. So you're gonna cut on that line, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Do you have a angle grinder wrench
Yeah.
for that?
Yeah.
I found one, but I think it was for a different angle grinder because it didn't fit.
Yeah, it was for the
Won't
angle.
fit?
Angle and fit. It was for the grinder that shot sparks out the back.
Oh, probably came from Harbor Freight.
Yep, that's exactly where it came from.
Yeah, I just used the old needle nose trick earlier while you were gone.
I wonder if I, put it back where it belongs. Holy shnikes, I did. All right.
And like I said, once again, make sure you are unplugged whenever you're doing this.
Mm-hmm.
This is also very strange for me because I'm not used to using a cutting wheel that has a safety guard on it.
Oh, you go death wheel style.
Yeah. It gets in the way.
No doubt.
And this one, this one doesn't move either. Sometimes they have them so they have like a little lock that you can twist them around.
Clock the thing, yeah.
Yeah, that makes it a little easier. But for what we're doing here, it's not that big of a deal.
Where are those safety squints?
Yeah, I'll grab them. I gotta get the extension cord too.
Oh yeah, that splitter came in handy, huh?
Yeah, I found it on the floor. I'm like, that'll work. All right.
I am going to look away for this. Godspeed, sir.
All right. Headphone users warning. Loud noises are coming in. Flip this over.
Some of the disc delaminated at the end there.
Yeah, I saw the smoke. I'm just gonna clean off the edge a little bit here.
He's just getting a burr off there. Got a file, you want it?
No, it's okay. It's good enough. Just hit this corner real quick. Okay, so we have our piece now. We have to get it in there and start figuring our bends. Now, I don't think you have a sheet metal bender. Is that correct?
I have the vise.
A vise, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So we're going to use a vise to do our bends.
I have a
which
hammer
is
dolly
okay.
from the body kit that's underneath the right hub.
You have a body kit? Body hammer kit?
Yeah, it's right there.
Oh, cool. Well, that will help a little bit. I didn't know you had one of those.
I see it down there.
I saw the case. I didn't read it or before. I thought it was a brake, something for your brakes. Okay. All right. So tape measure. Yeah. So I need 2 inches on this end. And this may not, well, I can tell you right now it's not perfectly square, but it don't matter. It's not, it don't have to be perfect. All right, that's going to be that flange, and then we need inch side.
It's fine, Bree.
Oh, Jesus. A real square? You
Yeah.
spoil me. I don't know how to use this damn thing. I'm used to using like a piece of cardboard or something. Yeah, like I said, this thing isn't completely square, which is okay. All right. So this portion is going to be the main floor, and then this is going to be the bend that goes up the side. This section on this end will be the port part that comes up, you know, where the pedal section is, and this will be a combination of both.
Ewok says there's a square in her electrical tools that she does not use anymore.
No, I'm sure I probably have a square somewhere. I just can never find it when I need it. And instead of spending 10 minutes looking for it, I just grab something that I think is straight. So, okay, so it's going to be in there. That's going to bend up.
You want to cut that piece out?
Yeah, I'm thinking...
So this piece right here, guys, we're going to have to cut out eventually.
Just trying to think how I want to do that. So I think I just want to bend this end. I got to put it in there so I can see what I'm seeing.
Butter says slit it so it overlaps.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with it. I just have to kind of visualize it.
I know the camera went out, guys. Give me 1 second. There we go.
Okay, so that's going to come up. This piece is, like I said, because we got a couple bends in it, so we're going to kind of have to finesse it as we go here.
Yep.
Just trying to see how I want to do that. Okay, so that's going to have to be 90. So we're definitely going to have to cut that. Okay.
What you looking for?
Did you take the that clamp?
Nope.
Where'd it go?
It's on, dude.
Oh,
It's right in front of you.
it bit me. That's where I usually lose stuff, right in front of me. Don't get old, kids. All right, loud noise coming in.
I'm looking away, guys. Very nice.
Very nice. Okay.
We fixed the starter motor. That's coming later.
Right. So now we go to the vise. I'm not going to bend it crazy. I'm just going to... Oh, boy. Well, that makes things a little more difficult. The
Need a vice cam.
the throat, I'll just try and describe it. The depth of where the jaws are to where the center of the vise comes down
Let me see.
is about 1/4 of an inch too short to get it exactly to the line where I want to bend it.
We don't have enough depth in the vise.
Yeah. Trying to think.
Clamp it to the table. Clamp to the workbench over here, and then use the body kit.
Yeah, that's what we're gonna have to do. Yep.
Grab that.
Now I'll kind of switch it to this other.
Switch it to the me cam, and yeah, I'll take care of it, dude.
The vise only goes to about here, so I can't get the full depth to the edge of the jaw to get onto the bend line. So we're just going to clamp it in the table, and it doesn't have to bend very far, maybe, I don't know, 30 degrees maybe, just to bring it up a little bit. I'm going to tweak it once it's in there anyway, but that's what I was trying to explain over there.
So, what do we got? What do we got here?
So we're just going to put it in this fancy schmancy clamping table.
I know, isn't this thing awesome?
My dad had one of these forever ago. So basically we're just going to put it in here at the line, a little above it, give us some room to...
It's a Workmate 425, guys. I don't know if you could tell. You could tell it's a Workmate because of the way it is.
Okay. And we want to bend it up, so basically this side is going to come forward. So actually we can probably just give her a little... Oh man, I don't know if this thing is going to clamp tight enough. That kind of pressure. Oh yeah.
Yeah, it'll do, man.
All right, let's see what that looks like.
And this is anytime you're doing custom work, this is how you got to do it. You got to bend a little bit, go a little more, bend a little bit, go a little more. This takes a second to get
Let's
it right.
see how close I was. No, a little bit more. It was a little bit more than I expected.
A little farther, a little farther, a little farther. Mutter says he would have done the 90 first. Yeah, I see.
Well,
why.
we're only gonna do the 90 on the bottom half, so that's okay. And that section should be good enough to do in the vise, so that shouldn't be a big deal. Okay. That's real close. Yeah, that should do.
Yeah, that looks pretty good, man.
Should do. Okay, so now we'll have to trim this section here. Can you toss me a Sharpie?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Okay, so we're about here.
So this is where, if you're doing metal fab, you gotta just measure it again, check it, measure it again, check it, measure it again, and again, and again, and again, and again. The more time you take to do this, the better the piece is gonna come out.
Yeah, that looks good.
So you're saying I should measure it? Yes. Yes. Warning.
Almost did it again.
What do you...
I got to trim this section off because where the wall is on the truck side, it actually bends in. It comes in a little bit.
Yeah, let me see.
So we're just going to trim off this corner so it will slide right in up against it. Am I thinking about that right?
I think this is the section that we need to cut off, so this should be right there.
Yeah, that's what I was just gonna say.
Yeah, we gotta take this measurement and just move it over here and go.
Yeah.
This is why you measure.
You're right.
So I want to zip that other piece out.
Yes. Yeah. I'm glad you said that. I
Yes, sir.
just wasn't thinking of it correctly.
That's, you know what, man? That's what makes having both of us here useful.
Yep. Okay.
I plugged the light back in.
It's all right.
Two brains is gooder than one good brainer. Okay. Safety glasses on, always.
Yep. Here we go. Loud noise.
Headphone users. Yeah, Eddie. That's pretty much what I was trying to say. 2 brains is gooder than 1. Metal fatigue. What he was doing there, guys, is called deburring. It's where you just basically clean up all the extra crap that comes on that thing. You could usually do it with a file, or you could do it with a grinder.
You can see it. Usually it's on the back edge.
Yeah.
Whenever you use an angle grinder. I know that looks crooked and crappy. That's kind of what you get when you have an angle grinder with a safety guard on it. You can't really get in there sometimes because you only have this amount of blade to work with. And as your blade wears down, it gets smaller and smaller.
As long as you know how to use the file. Yeah.
So that just cleans it up good.
Yeah, it's fine.
All right, so let me take a look at this again. Let me do the 90 bend on
Okay.
the vise.
You want the body hammer to do it?
It may help.
That's what I always do, dude. I always just bend it with one hand and hit it with the hammer a bunch of times another so you don't spring the metal.
Yeah, just want to get this straight. Okay. Oh,
I'm right here.
I didn't see it there.
Can't really get a good angle. I'm out of slack with the camera. Hey, very nice.
Okay.
Give me that hammer back, please, so I can put it back where it belongs. Thank you, sir.
Mm-hmm. All right, now we're looking like something. So now we got to mark that corner off again. Okay,
Who's
screwed up
Mark?
The first time. Oh, hi, Mark.
Oh, hi, Mark. What's new with you? How's your Mark life?
Hi, doggy.
Oh, hi, doggy. You're my favorite customer.
I'm just kind of doing this by eye, so
Dude, that's...
may have to trim it a little bit.
So what are y'all working on today? Right now, we're patching up that hole in the floor, drummer.
Usually I lose them on my head. What the hell they do with them? Probably carried them over here.
I think I...
Yep, I carried them over here.
You got him?
Yeah.
Safety third, guys.
All right. Now see, this one's... It'll be a little tricky because we got
very
that
end.
bend in there now.
Yeah.
So we may have to cut it on an angle and then just smooth it.
Yeah, that's fine.
So, all right. Loud noises coming in.
Good, man.
All right, so we got something. Trying to get that corner figured out.
Safety glasses are right there.
Hey, that don't look too damn bad.
Let me see. Get over there. I must see. Oh yeah. Oh, dude, that's really not bad. Yeah. Okay.
Not terrible, huh?
No,
Not
no.
terrible.
It's almost like we know what we're doing.
Well, I wouldn't go too far.
Yeah. Okay, that's fair. Almost. Like butter. So, yeah, drummer, what have we gotten done? We've gotten a lot of stuff done. What we're doing right now is patching the floors. We're making that piece to kind of go over everything here. This isn't the most professional way to do it. I'll be 100% honest with you. This is the way that's going to get it to pass basically the Massachusetts equivalent drummer of MOT. We have state vehicle inspection. You can't have holes in the floor. Too bad there isn't a piece to fold up into that triangle. No.
Yeah, I mean, I can always cut a piece to put in there.
Yeah.
But that's not too bad.
No.
I need to trim a little bit of the length off here.
You want to use a file? Or you're going to get the grinder.
Nah, it's going to be too much for a file, I
Yep.
think. Maybe like a, I don't know, eighth maybe. Just so it fits in there a little better. Alright, you can tell I'm doing something that I have to think because I'm sweating.
Overheating the process?
Yeah, it's kind of how it works for me. All right, so we're just gonna trim this edge off a little bit so we get a little bit better of a fit. Cause it ain't gonna fit.
Ain't gonna fit like that.
All right, loud noise incoming. Get a good angle on it.
RB says, so you're like Patrick from SpongeBob?
Yeah.
You take the safety guard off so fast? Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I like that better.
Did you flap wheel in that yet? In there?
Not yet. Nope.
You want me to switch it over now?
I'm trying to think. Weld that.
Talk to me, Goose.
Just trying to think on the upper section here if I should trim off like a 1/4 inch here so we can tack it here.
I would do that.
And then
Yeah.
we can, honestly, like I said, I think you can, if you would just drill and then pop rivet this side, I think you'd be okay there.
Mm-hmm.
The rest we can weld without really any issue. This corner is not the best. As far as in its shape. So we may need to try and make something to put in there.
Like that triangular pot?
Like in here,
Yeah.
this section. I don't like the way that looks.
You can always just lay in a lot of weld in there, you know?
Well,
You might blow through.
yeah, that's the problem.
Yep.
You know, the more you try and blast it in there, the hotter it gets.
Yep.
You know, if this was all super thick and, you know, I wouldn't be concerned. I would blast it right in there. But,
Yeah, Domsky, that's what we're worried about. Yeah, Roadrunners, that's what we were thinking. Seam seal.
I mean, yeah, we may just be able to just do what we can, get it the best we can get it, and then just goop the rest of it.
Yep.
That's really,
Oh, hey, Bree.
in this kind of
Got a
situation.
grindy metal smell in here.
Yeah.
And your mic's ready to die.
Isn't that great? Isn't it a wonderful aroma?
It's great. I love it.
I don't suggest wearing it for the wedding.
How you doing, Bree?
I'm good. I just came out here to check on you guys. See how it's going.
We got some stuff crossed off.
Yay!
Yeah, here, I'll show you. So, that
I just didn't interrupt everything.
No, you're good. I'm just
that's all.
thinking.
This is all back together. Everything is right on both sides.
Cool.
Everything is nice and tidy in here. We just got to do those brake lines. Brake lines is the first thing we set out to do, and we're going to end up doing them last.
It really is. We
Yeah.
did start with that.
Yeah, we did start with it, and then we realized that we needed a brake line.
You don't have brake line?
No, we bought it.
Oh.
But, yeah, we didn't have the line cutting tool, so, yeah, we had to just basically started knocking everything else out.
Do that tomorrow or something, or later tonight?
No, we're going to do the brake lines tonight.
Cool.
Yeah. Geek is working on welding up the floors right here. Come on around here. Look,
Yeah.
no holes. No holes on that side.
Nice.
And we're working on the, if you look on the monitor, we're working on the panel on the other one.
What are those two?
Oh, that's kind of where we're at. We're trying to think what we want to do with that,
Could you just make another little strip?
pretty much.
Okay.
I hope that section is getting cleaned up before you start welding. Yeah, we haven't flap disked it yet.
Okay. All right, EJ. I think we're good for. We can switch it over to
Okay.
the.
Well, I'm here. Tessa said you guys could use an extra pair of hands, so
How so?
I don't know. You just said that. So I assumed I should come out here and see what
Okay.
kind of help you needed, but if you're saying we don't,
I mean, you are more than welcome to sit here and look pretty.
okay. say?
What?
My boat.
My boat. Kind of boat.
1 second, I'll show you. It's just a small one.
My small boat. Like, sir.
Yep.
All right. Loud noise is coming
It's
in.
like 12 feet. It's got an electric motor.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, nothing over 150.
We're working on it, LB. I'm gonna open up the garage door. RB, yeah, we know about using the square, and I opened up the garage so we could get ventilation. There you go. Must be the air. This rot came from this truck being an Iowa farm truck. That's what it was before, in its past life, before my family got a hold of it farm. My uncle bought it probably, I don't know, 30 years ago. And then 10 years ago, well, no, 2009. So 14 years ago, he sold it to me.
Do you have tin snips?
Yeah.
Instead of trying to switch that back over. Cut that smoke strip off.
Those are the angled ones. Where are my straight ones? Maybe they're down here. No. Bingo. There you go.
Gonna make a fit. Okay.
This is not a long-term repair job, Mozart. This is get it good enough to go. This is an example of don't get it right, get it running. Dude, they make cab corner replacements for this. I don't have the budget, nor do I have the time. I want this truck up and running.
Don't get it right, get it to the wedding.
Yeah, that's right. I want this truck up and running so I can drive it away for my wedding, but it won't pass inspection if it's got holes in the floor. So we just gotta make it look nice. That's it. I mean, yeah, no visible holes. You can't have visible rust in the floor. So we just gotta. This is an interim thing. I'll fix this later. And now that I said it on the internet, I can't really take that back.
All right, loud noise incoming.
Yep. It's in the summertime, Hillness. That's not exactly when, but yeah, it's in the summertime. Like, dude, we know good and well what's gonna happen if we drove 3 or 4 summers. We drove 3 or 4 summers with that like that. I know exactly what's gonna happen, and I'm sure anybody that knows a little bit about rust repair knows exactly what's gonna happen too. This is just good enough basically for this summer. We'll get this right when the trucks, after the trucks drove around for a summer. I haven't driven the truck in 10 years. It's been off the road for a little while.
All right, that looks good enough for Ewok.
Is it good enough for Bremo though?
I don't know. She said the other side was beautiful, so.
Yep.
Sure, it's great.
Bremo says, I'm sure it's great.
You know what? There's gonna be a carpet over it, and I'm not gonna see it.
She's got a point.
As long as the air ain't coming up through the floor, we are good. Hey, Stuart, what's going on?
Okay. I think we're good to prepare for welding.
Very nice.
Okay.
I wonder if I have any weld-through primer that'll flash. So we can flash the damn thing. I don't think I have any. I have sandable primer. I have filler primer. I don't know if any of these are weldable.
Yeah, you would have to have something high temp.
Yep.
Honestly, like I said, this is just a get it kind of through type of fix.
Yep.
From the underneath side, whatever is exposed, clean it up with a wire wheel, get some sealant, goop some sealant in there,
Yep.
and you won't have nothing to worry about.
Yep. Yep.
You hit it with some primer paint from underneath, and then goop some weatherproof sealant in there, and call it a day. If this was a show truck or something, it'd be a different story.
Yep. Yeah, for sure.
What are you looking at?
Just looking at how we can just cover this up so it doesn't. Yeah, I'm basically looking at what Geek just said how we're gonna do that.
Three-person stream, unprecedented.
Yep. Excuse me.
EJ, can you bring that splitter thing in here to plug this in? The electric cord?
Yeah.
Guys, the getaway car, so honestly, I'm not that, you know.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I can't.
We'll take fancy pictures at the church and then go to the reception, and if I've got some car stuff on me, then it's just a story. And as Pastor can edit it out.
Hey, you know what? A story for a wedding is awesome.
Yeah.
And I can tell you something about mine. 2 weeks before I got married, I broke my left leg.
Oh, Jesus.
Going into a hospital. At which I worked at. Yeah.
Impressive.
I was more worried about calling Ewok than I was about getting my foot fixed. Everyone claims that I just did it because I wanted to wear shorts at my wedding. This was not the case, but I did wind up wearing shorts. And I had one of those little knee walker things, so I can roll around on that. My little cousin loved it because he got to, when I wasn't using it, he got to sit on it and roll around like it was a big wheel. But yeah, so
Awesome.
you know, they say break a leg. I just did it beforehand. You know. Yeah, I mean, you know, it definitely made for a memorable story for my wedding. So yeah, when they say break a leg, just don't do it literally.
Fair.
Especially whenever your wife is involved with something that is very important to her. But yeah, like honestly, I'm not joking. When it happened, as I hit the ground, first thing I thought of was, man, what just happened? Second of all was, I don't think my foot should be going that direction. The third thought that entered my mind very quickly was, oh no, I have to call my wife. Or soon to be wife.
Yeah.
Is
So.
that leg longer now than the non-broken one?
It's not longer, it's just held together better. So that was interesting. So always make your wedding memorable.
Ewok was very good about it. No bridezilla.
Yeah, no, she was very very understanding. So I have to give her much credit for that.
Yeah. When my sister got married, there was a thunderstorm during the ceremony. Then it was sunny for pictures. It stormed again during the reception. The photographer rushed my sister and her husband outside because there was a triple rainbow outside.
Oh,
All
wow.
right.
Nice.
Yeah, I don't know why we decided for whatever reason to do our pictures actually before the wedding. Because it was very nice out, and then like when we were going to have the wedding, we were actually going to have it outside at a like a pavilion.
Yeah.
And it actually started to get dark, and it actually rained during our wedding, but we did the pictures beforehand, so they were all nice and like no one knew any different, you know.
I've heard that it's a good idea to do that just because you get the time, but
Yeah, well, and one thing that like I didn't know about, but Ewok had said, people had actually said to her, because we kind of went right from the receiving line when you first come in, right to like having hors d'oeuvres, and then having food.
yeah.
You know, so it's like you didn't have to get married and then wait 2 hours, you know, for people to go get pictures and then come back and then have the reception. You know, it was just like, you know, got it all done. And they say, oh, it's bad to see the bride beforehand and everything. It was great. I thought we got everything done. We had plenty of time to do it beforehand. We weren't rushing around. You know, it just worked out perfectly.
I
So
will be honest, if I was not like very superstitious, and I've gotten more superstitious since COVID, I wouldn't do that. But I'm just like, if something goes wrong after we're married, it will forever
you're gonna think
be-
about that.
Yeah.
It's gonna be like, that was the reason. That did it. So
No, nothing else.
it was because he saw me.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, so it definitely made for a memorable story and made for very memorable wedding pictures. The photographer was great because actually on some of them she like angled us where I could like stand on one foot and have the other one behind her dress, so you couldn't even see it.
That's
you know.
perfect.
So yeah, it worked out.
Yeah. It's all about the angles. I'm bringing our wedding book on the next trip. Please do. I want to see it now, Ewok.
All right.
Elope in Vegas. Yeah. No. I have heard that if I eloped, I was going to have a party anyway, so I'm like, we'll just do the whole thing. Geek, you ever drive a truck like EJ did across the U.S.?
No, because I am not that brave. We were talking about that earlier today. I was like, man, like the truck is nice. Don't get me wrong. Truck is nice. It drives good. It runs good, you know.
Yeah.
But I'm like, dude, you bought this truck after what you saw happen to it. First of all, you put your soon-to-be wife in it. Then you decided to drive it almost as far across the country as you can go. You lost a wheel during the way and you still kept driving it. So I'm like, dude, you got way more guts than I do, for sure. For sure. I'd be afraid to do it alone in like a truck that's in much better shape that did not have wooden wheels that did burnouts.
I will tell you, the fact that we had the stream following us made me feel better.
Oh yeah, because you had somebody watching you at least, you
had
know.
somebody watching you, something went wrong, and we immediately had somebody who was like, hey,
right.
stay at our house, which was like amazing. I still
Yeah, you got people like all across the country that's watching you, you know, it's like you got to be close to somebody, you know, or within like driving distance that somebody could come get you if needed be. So that's actually a good point.
Yeah, that was a major saver. I mean, in Oklahoma, I think we might have had somebody, but that time it was like, you're not going to get the truck with you.
Yeah.
Like, that was the big thing there.
Yeah.
That was like the craziest thing to me, because it was middle of nowhere, had to tow the truck 40 minutes to get to this little shop in backwoods Oklahoma. And like, I still don't know. The guy, so we said to the guy, you know, we have to stay overnight. Like, where do you want to stay? He's like, well, they just opened a Motel 8 down the road. That's really nice. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not feeling that one.
No. I got a great hotel story too. But go ahead.
No, go ahead.
We back in my past, I used to own and participate in a professional wrestling company. Me and my buddy Jack, I have a real ring and everything, and we were with another friend of ours that had a show about, I would say it was probably about 2.5 to 3 hours from where I live, and me, my buddy Jack, my buddy who was wrestling on the show, and his wife were all going to this show, and it was like a weekend thing. So we had one show on Friday and one show on Saturday. So we went to the Friday show, and then from there to the other show it was like 2 hours. So after the show, it was late. We drove for like halfway, and then we got a room. We didn't have a room prepared or anything because we weren't sure where we were going to stop. Yeah. So we were going, and we come across this place. One place, it was like a chain hotel. I can't think of which one it was. But we went in, they had no rooms. Like, okay, they're like, if you go up the road a couple miles, there's another, and that, you know, not picking on anybody, but that's how they talked, you know. If y'all go up the road a couple miles, there's a place up there, they should have some rooms, you know. I'm like, okay, here we go, you know. So we go to this place, and there's a sign. It's just, it was like out of a movie. Okay, there's a sign. It's super dark. It's like 2 o'clock in the morning. They have a sign with a light shining on the sign. It's foggy. Like, I'm telling you, it's like out of a movie. And the name of the place was called the Edinburgh Inn.
Oh God.
And we're like, okay, here we go. So hopefully they have a place to sleep, because that's all we need to do. We just needed a room with 2 beds in it to sleep. So we go and we start. It has this like real long driveway. It was like kind of up on a crest, is where the building sat. So we're going up this driveway, and it's like, we might as well have been driving through the woods, because we're bouncing, like there's giant potholes in the road and everything. We finally get up there. We go inside. There's this girl, and I keep referring it to like a movie because that's what I keep thinking of. But we go up to the desk, and this girl that was working at the desk, I swear she was a child. She couldn't have been more than 13 years old, but she was completely out of place for the setting, You think of like a horror movie, and then you have, like a girl who's like a cheerleader, and she's bright and happy and cheery, It was just one of those things that was completely out of place. So thankfully they had a room. So we got the room. There's a guy sitting, they have like a lounge, and it was just like a couch. It was just a couch with like an old big screen TV that had to have been 20 years old. An old rear projection TV. This guy's just sitting there. He's not saying anything. He's not moving. He's just sitting in the middle of the couch watching, I don't know even what was on the television. So we get the room. We're getting loopy at this point. We're exhausted. We're in the room. And we're cracking jokes and talking about the day that we had and just the whole situation that we were in. Finally, we're just laughed out at this point. It gets quiet, and I was just like, this pillow stinks. And just everybody loses it again, and we laugh for another 10 minutes. We swear that at one point during the night, we heard what sounded like somebody getting murdered in another room down the hall. I'm telling a story about a hotel stay. We were talking about the 154 trip that you guys had.
Okay.
But yeah, it sounded like someone had gotten murdered down the hall. There was like dirty handprints on the wall in the room. It looked like in the corner somebody had set a fire at some point. So we get through the night, everything's fine. We go to leave, and there is a construction crew that is cutting the carpet and removing it from a room down the hall.
Oh my God.
So we're hoping that was just planned and on purpose and wasn't doing it because it really needed it after something had happened. But yeah, and then the rest of the trip continued from there. So
Oh my God.
yeah,
you spent a night in a Stephen King horror novel.
yeah. That's kind of where it came out. So like I could understand being a little creeped out about staying in a random hotel, in the middle of nowhere. But that was probably the closest that I've ever been to living in a horror movie. That again comes out to be a great story later on, that I get to talk about in front of tons of people on the internet.
That is a great story.
So, all right, I'm ready to weld. So I'm going into welding mode.
Okay.
Oh, evidently, Chat knows about Edinburgh. Oh, and you forgot about the bathtub, Ewok says.
The bathtub. Oh, apparently, yeah, I was gross, of course, because it was in the middle of summer. So I went to get a shower before I went to bed. And apparently they said it sounded like I was like yelled or something when I was in the showers. They were afraid like something came out of the drain and got me. Because they all come, I get out of the shower and everybody's like, "Are you okay?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm fine," They're like, "Dude, you yelled." I'm like, I didn't yell. I was taking a shower. But like, dude, it sounded like you like yelled from the bathroom. I was like, no, you're hearing something else probably from down the hall.
Okay. All right.
Good stories, though.
Well,
Good
welding,
times.
welding time.
Good times. All right, so going into welding mode,
All right.
do not look at the light.
Okay.
Don't look. Yeah, don't go towards the light.
I'll
just
watch the video
just watch
then,
the
'cause I am
camera.
curious how this
You
works.
can look it through the camera.
Yeah. Yeah, so if the camera lens burns out, we can replace
UV
that.
doesn't go through cameras, I don't think.
Nope.
That place was haunted, yes.
For real, dude.
No, I was telling him how the guy at the shop in Oklahoma was like, oh yeah, there's like a Motel 8 down the road that
Oh,
just
yeah.
opened, and we were like, no.
Don't look into the trap, Panta. Yeah, we went and found a Hilton or something.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. And he's just gonna zap a bit in there. Yep, that's it. So what it's doing, Bree, is there's a wire that feeds out of that nozzle, and when the wire makes contact, so you ground the welder out on the truck, and when the wire makes contact, it creates an electrical short circuit,
Oh,
and that melts the metal.
interesting.
It melts that metal wire.
That's in. I did not know that that's how that worked. That's like one way. What way of welding is this?
This is flux welding.
Okay.
So the metal is like there's metal, and then it has flux, what's called flux around it, and when it arcs, the flux protects the metal.
Ah.
That's a flux welder. So there's stick welders where you just have a stick of metal and you do literally the same thing. You connect it and it melts the stick. That's stick welding or arc welding. So remember how I said that wire is flux? It has like a shield of metal around a center core of metal. There's MIG welding. With MIG welding, you don't have that flux around the wire, but that nozzle would be shooting out gas. It'd be shooting out argon, so it sheaths the weld with inert gas. Because what happens with a flux welder is that when you weld, the atmosphere, the oxygen in the atmosphere, can contaminate the weld and cause it to rust. So that's why you want to use gas. We need to get a gas welder a little bit later. Yeah, MIG is metal inert gas. And then there's TIG welding. TIG welding is when you have a tungsten rod, right? And you ground out the welder and you make an electrical arc between the tungsten rod and what you're trying to weld, and then you take feed rod and you just kind of move the feed rod into the arc and melt metal over the pool.
Okay.
TIG welding is used for stainless, it's used for aluminum, it's used for metals that don't take heat very well. MIG weld's used for steel because
Okay.
steel can absorb the heat.
So yeah, no, I didn't know you were using like electric current to your advantage here. That's,
Yeah, you're creating an intentional short circuit. That's what you're doing. It's shorting out. So see, he's using his left hand to guide it.
Yeah.
Like if you were drawing, you'd use your hand to guide. He's using his left hand to guide, and he's using his right hand to pull the trigger to feed the wire.
I did notice like he did dots first. And I was like, oh, so now he can connect the dots with the.
Yep. The whole name of the game with welding is controlling the heat. You introduce too much heat into the weld, you're just going to melt the metal.
Oh.
Right? The electrical arc will just melt the metal. The key is to find the medium so you can create a kind of a line, and that line of metal will seal it back together. Yeah, no, Hellfish Geek knows what he's doing. He knows, like, trust me, guys, if that weld looks like crap, it's the welder. It's my welder, it's not him.
Yeah.
EJ,
Yeah, see, that's
can I have a
TIG.
body hammer with an edge on it?
Yeah, coming at you. Yeah, Aqualux, I showed Bremo that. That's what TIG welding is. You basically put the feed metal through the, do you want a conic tip or a straight tip?
Let me see here. Right hand. Thank you.
Yep. I'm gonna open up the garage door here for some ventilation. It's getting a little froggy in here. All right, chat. I'm gonna restart OBS. Geek, give me about 15 seconds.
Yep.
Stand by for loss of signal as expected.
It's not as fun when you can see me.
Okay, Geek, you're good to go.
All right. What I'm doing is I'm just trying to bend the edge of the metal as close to what you're welding it to.
Yep.
You don't want a gap. So I'm just trying to get as close as I can.
Schlag. Go back to the golf course and work on your putts. It does, caveman, yes. Oh, yep. There's also spot welding. Yeah, spot welds are. See those holes right there? Those are spot welds.
I thought, okay.
Yeah, see. It just basically heats up a spot real quick. That's what a spot welder does. The auto industry uses spot welders left and right to put bodies together. They basically just.
Yeah.
That's like, you know, you see the assembly line, you see the robots going down the assembly line and those little arms that go in and they're spot welding. That's what they do.
I didn't. Oh.
Does MIG always produce oxidized dimes? No, MIG's pumping gas through the nozzle of the welder, Flykin, and that actually shields it so you don't get contamination. They figured out in the 30s and the 40s that if you flow inert gas over the weld and protect the arc that you're making with inert gas, non-reactive gas like argon or krypton or something, you can get a nice strong weld. You won't get a weld that's contaminated. If you're doing what we're doing right now, oxygen can react with the ionized gas from the weld, and that can contaminate the weld. It'll rust the weld.
Oxygen baffled metal.
Yeah, if you look inside this tip here, inside of here there is, with a gas welder, when you hit the trigger, it triggers a solenoid in the welder that opens a valve, and you could hear psh psh that comes, and it's actually a gas that blows the oxygen away from the weld.
Yep.
With this is called a flux core MIG welder, and it uses a special kind of wire. With a gas welder, you can just use plain welding wire. With a flux core wire, you need flux core welding wire, and just by the name of it, the core of the weld has a material in it that whenever the weld starts, and you can see like a white on here, it vaporizes and creates that shielding gas for the weld. So it's better to have a regular gas-fed welder because you can usually get cleaner welds, and you don't get as much crap. But for doing small jobs, hobby jobs, things that aren't like really structural, I wouldn't weld a building together with one, but for doing things like this, they're okay. They just take a little bit more finesse to get them dialed in.
So what was the first type of welding that we came up with? Was it this like electric welding?
Arc welding. So that's stick welding that I was telling you about. Basically, arc welding is as simple as you can get. You take a battery, you attach two jumper cables to it, you have one cable on a metal rod that you're going to sacrifice, and then the other one on the thing that you're trying to weld to, and just connect them together.
Oh, you just melt the metal.
And you melt the metal. It's creating a short on purpose, and it melts the metal.
Yeah, an arc or stick weld basically is a similar process of a flux core welding.
Yep.
Instead of having a little wire that constantly feeds, you have one thicker rod that gradually wears away as you weld it down. As you lose the material, it gets shorter and shorter, and then but it's a similar thing. It doesn't have gas, The welding rod has a material that vaporizes as the arc strikes, and that's what keeps the oxygen out.
Yep. Sort of like industrial style soldering. So Flykin, TIG welding is like soldering, dude. TIG welds. Because with the TIG, you're creating an arc between the thing you want to weld and the tungsten rod, and then you feed the welding wire through the arc, and it melts into place.
Yeah.
Basically, TIG welding is great for keeping the heat off the metal, because you're instead of like putting the rod right to the metal and grounding right on the metal and heating it up, you're putting it through an arc. So as long as you can control, like with the TIG welder, you control the arc, and then you just feed the wire into the arc, and you can really control the heat with a TIG weld, because you adjust your arc with your, you can adjust it with your foot, actually.
There's some people out there that they are amazing TIG welders on YouTube. Like they're so good, they make it an art. If you ever heard the term laying dimes, it basically looks like if you took dimes and
stacked them on top of each other,
spread them out, so they overlapped. That's what they look like, and they are so good at controlling the temperature that they can actually make rainbows with the temperature variation that they use in the metal. So it looks like a metal rainbow within the weld. It's pretty ridiculous.
So you'd want, when he means rolling dimes, that's what he's talking about. Your weld should look like a bunch of coins stacked on top of each other, or a bunch of dimes. I mean, obviously there's 2 quarters, a nickel, and 2 dimes, 2 pennies there, but it should look. That's the idea. That's the shape that you want.
How much is that in bits?
How much is that in bits? This is 57 bits.
All right, here we go.
Okay. Yeah, we know about friction welding, dude. Yeah, friction welding, and then there's friction stir welding, where you literally just push them against each other, they generate enough heat, and they melt. And then there's a stir weld, too. Stir welding is... Yeah, see, that's the spot welding. 57 bits from Rezel. So with stir welding, right, they butt the 2 pieces of aluminum together, and then they have like a head, right, that's made out of something strong, and they push it in, and then they just spin it, and what it does is literally stir the aluminum together. So the friction of it will melt the aluminum just enough to get it to be nice and stirrable, and then it'll meld the 2 pieces of aluminum together. The reason I know a lot about stir welding, and Chat knows a lot about stir welding, because rockets, aluminum tanks are welded together. The reason why you want to use stir welding is because you don't change the molecular composition of the metal, so you get a nice uniform surface. Basically, you weld a bunch of pieces together to make a barrel segment. It is one continuous molecular structure all the way around. So when you go to pressurize it, it pushes out evenly at all points.
Interesting.
You make aluminum tubes. That's right, notice.
Tubes. You know what you could do with an aluminum tube?
Aluminum! Did you know that you can stir weld steel? Yeah, I don't see why you couldn't. Yeah, see, there's a stir head right there. And it's gonna, watch. See? It's literally just a head that's just spinning the metal together. That literally...
And that's just friction.
Yeah, think about like a cake batter mixer.
Like, is that head heated up?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Okay.
It's not heated by like electrical or anything. It's heated just from friction, just from spinning.
Okay.
Yep. I understand that welders make a half circle or an arc in their welds, but why? What do you mean? Watching the stream while I unclog my direct drive printer head. Oh boy. It's to get that laying dime shape, Flykin. See how
But why do you want the laying tines? Is it just because?
Well, that has to do with weld penetration and stuff, and it has to do with basically making sure you coat what you're trying to weld to whatever else you're trying to weld. In this case, the plate to the floor. You want to do that to make sure that you get a nice, you coat it evenly, basically. Think about like spray painting, dude. You want to spray paint it, and you want to make sure the paint covers everything. You want to make sure the weld covers everything. You want to make sure it bridges the metal correctly. Did you just weld my floor?
No. I didn't weld it. The welder welded it.
Yeah, no. I saw it. Yeah, we saw it. Yeah, no. There's all different kinds of ways to melt them together. So now he's wiping the flux off right there. See that?
Yeah.
Gets all the spatter away. And that's good. That's good enough. Now what you'll do on top of that is you'll hit it with a flap disc and you'll grind it all nice and smooth. Yep.
Yeah, I'm happy with their progress. I mean, I don't know how long this would have taken EJ to do by himself, but
I would not have gotten this done.
that's what I thought. So,
Nope.
any progress they made is good on me.
We basically have to fix that starter motor thing and get the brake lines are more important than the starter motor. But yeah.
No, I was gonna say you could be looking at the starter motor while he's doing this, but you don't want to look at the.
Yeah, I gotta be careful.
Shit.
What's wrong?
You missed?
No, there was a little crack beside it that's thin, and I tried to
You tried to zap it? Did it blow
put
through?
a little weld, and yeah, it's real thin there.
Well, seam seal it, dude. Here, don't weld. I'm coming around.
All right.
Let me see. Oh, yeah. Okay, it blew through a little bit, dude.
It's just must be thin there.
Yeah, I mean, it's rusted through. What do you want? Dude, honestly, I'll seam seal it. I don't care.
Okay.
It is, guys, it's maybe like a 2 to 3 millimeter thick hole.
It's tiny.
Yeah, it's not a big deal. I mean, if you want to try to get at it again, you can.
I don't think I'm going to be able to weld it itself.
Yeah,
unless I go pretty far past it and try and weld a bead over it.
Yeah. You'd have to layer it in, dude. Yeah, don't worry about it. Yeah, it blew through. Guys, this is the problem with this fucking flex welder. Excuse me. Sorry. That's the problem with the flex welder. It's really hard to control it, and it's really hard. Like we can't control the temperature here, the temperature of the arc, and because of that, we're basically on a fixed thing. You have to be careful not to blow through stuff, because you can make an arc that's big enough to basically just obliterate the metal and go right through it.
Yeah, this welder has a high and low setting. There's no adjustment to it as far as temperature-wise goes. And if you have a real thin whatever, even if it was brand new metal, if it's thin enough,
it'll just blow right
heat
through.
it up, because a MIG welder has to push the wire into the metal for it to arc.
Yep.
You know, between the heat and the force of the wire pushing into it, if it's thin enough, it can just blow right through.
Chad's saying use a quarter to cover it.
Use a quarter to cover it. Well, we have a plate we could put over. We have a small plate, but
yeah, I mean, there's a piece of metal that I could weld over it. You know,
or we can just fill it with seam sealer, man.
You know, I mean, the thing is like it's rusty in here, so I don't know if this is the same as that.
Yeah.
You know,
just get the plate in there. We'll worry about that later, dude.
All right. Yeah, the weld don't look too bad. It's
it's fine for the flux welder, man. It's better than what I could do with that damn thing. I'd blow right through it.
Once I hit it with the flap wheel, it'll look a little better like that side.
Yeah,
you know
man.
what else? Once you put a carpet over it, it'll look awesome.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, I mean, if you're gonna use that rubber stuff, that'll go over top of it, and then carpet over that. I mean, you'll never see it unless you would. Well, is that rubber Dynamite sticky?
No, it's not sticky. It's the rubber. It's a rubber
just
liner.
a rubber liner.
Yep.
Yeah.
I bought the rubber stuff on purpose because sticking to this is stupid, because we're going to take it apart sooner rather than later.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. So yeah, I mean, you're never going to see it, and like I said, I feel like these patches would be good enough structurally to step on.
Yeah.
But they're not going to be stepped on. They're just, it's just the corner of the floor. So.
Yeah, dude, don't worry about it. Just chip it off with a body hammer and keep going. I'll just seam seal it up. I
don't want to hit it. So I'm just gonna sand it when I hit it with the disc.
That's fine.
I'll just sand it off.
Do your thing, man. Thank you for all your help, dude.
Hey.
This would have taken me weeks to figure this crap out. Even
ain't
with
no
Chad
thing.
looking over my shoulder.
Ain't no thing but a chicken wang on a string.
My guy.
Wild Rhino says it's all good, Geek. You're doing great.
Thanks,
dude.
Rhino.
Yeah, if
Appreciate you.
there you go. If you know the crap tools that we're dealing with right now, guys, yeah, that is fine.
There's always a saying. If it's wrong, blame the tools.
Yeah, there you go.
That's what I say about my code too.
They did friction stir welding on the external tank back in the day. Yeah, the LW actually, Novus, that goes back to the 90s. Yeah, the LWT tank design and the SWLT tank in the 2000s. Yeah, with the stir welding, they cut probably about 1,000 pounds worth of weld by stir welding the external tank on the space shuttle. It's literally about 1,000 pounds of weld.
Wow.
Yeah.
Friction welding is awesome.
Yeah, friction welding is really cool. Yep. Yeah, the space shuttle was the first one to do it. The external tank was the first application of friction welding with rocketry. That was the first one to do it. Atlas V used it after that. Delta IV used it after that. Falcon 9 uses it.
You just put one tank on top of the other and
If you could rub two pieces of metal together fast enough, they'll weld together.
Yep. So basically they take a flat piece of aluminum, right? And they put it through a brake and they bend it so it's kind of a 90 degrees, right? And then you take 4 of those things, you stir weld 2 of them together, then you stir weld 2 more of them together, and you make a barrel segment. And then you take that barrel segment and you put it down, and then you put another barrel segment on top, and then you stir weld around it. Yep. Here.
Does Geek need to stay the weekend? He can't. Otherwise, I'd say yes, Ewok.
We're getting there.
So the cool thing is, in here, Geek, are you going to go back to welding?
Yeah, you do your thing. I'm good.
All right, cool. So
just
the cool
more of the
thing
same.
Is if we look at a picture of Booster 1067 right there, see these lines? SpaceX is inspecting the welds. They x-ray the welds and you can see the aluminum sheets. See what I mean? You can see where the barrel segments are. And the cool thing is, so check this out. Think of it like stacking fuel tanks on top of each other in Kerbal, only they're just straight barrel segments. That one right there has a cap, a hemisphere on it, because that's the RP1 tank down the bottom, and that's the oxidizer tank. Now, cool things to note. The RP1 tank is 2 barrel segments, and the oxygen tank is 3 barrel segments. And the upper stage, 1 barrel segment. They standardized the tooling for Falcon 9, so their assembly line can make first or second stages. They can just go back and forth. And the bulkheads on the second stage match the bulkheads on the top and bottom of the RP1 and LOX tanks. They used all the same tooling. And the reason why Falcon 9 is so tall and skiddy is because they used all the same tooling and all the same sheets of aluminum so they could move that stuff by truck instead of by boat. That's part of the stuff that makes Falcon 9 so damn good. The same assembly line can make the first, second, side boosters, whatever. Can make everything.
That's pretty neat.
All you need is one machine that makes the barrel segments and one machine that makes the dome segments, and you're good to go. No hammering next to the microphone, please. Got it. Nice, Flacken. There you go. Yeah, if you know that smell, the smell of metal being burnt together, yeah, you know exactly what that smell is like. Yeah. Novus has an example. Yep, there's the jigs, and there's the barrel machine. Let me move it over here so
I'm just still trying to figure out how you rub those pieces together.
Basically, it's a hydraulic ram that's spinning, and you just literally take that spinning head and hit the seam of the plates. That's it.
Okay.
It is that simple, right? So that's the vertical friction stir welder right there. There's basically a stir welder that goes up and down and up and down and up and down, and it welds the barrel segments together. And then over there you have a dome jig to make the tops. These are the tops of the fuel tanks. Those are the sides of the fuel tanks.
Okay, I see.
It's very, very, very straightforward stuff. What's the tip of the welder head made of? I'm not sure. Novus, do you know?
I think they're like a copper.
On a stir welder geek.
Oh, on a steel. Oh, I don't know.
I have no idea, dude. Yeah. Yeah, see? It literally just.
Oh, it just runs up and down it.
Yep.
Okay, I see.
Yeah, just.
I see. Neat. That's pretty neat.
Tungsten carbide meat wood. Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
This is how NASA welds their equipment.
Yep.
And it may be the best way of welding. They use rotating hot metallic rod, which creates frictional heat. And this process helps to mix and interlock surface of metal, which didn't leave any gap between welded metal parts.
That's really cool.
Yeah, stir welding is nuts. Yeah, NASA was the first. They were the first ones to do it with the space shuttle.
Way to go, NASA.
And like I said, now you see how this is depositing all that crap, all the weld in there. Stir welding, as opposed to doing that,
It uses what's already there. You're not adding or subtracting any mass.
You
which
got it.
means
You got it. That's it.
Yep.
He made the tank way lighter. Way lighter.
That's crazy.
Like 1,000 pounds of weld. Easily. I mean, I'm pulling 1,000 pounds out of my tail, guys, but I'm pretty sure it was somewhere up there. I mean, that's 1,000 pounds of something else. That's another crew member, on the shuttle.
Today's stream brought to you by MiG TIG and the number 57.
Nodders. So guys, the reason why I'm not working on other things is because
There's fire.
I don't want to be working on the truck and then accidentally see the welding arc through like a hole in the firewall or something.
I kind of want to see you weld one of these, but
No.
no. Okay.
No, I'm not.
Not
I'm not. No,
not
I am
risking
not.
it?
No, I will. Maybe later I'll take some of my scrap metal and I'll try to weld a box or something together.
What's up, geek?
Just looking. There's some thin spots.
Yeah, he's worried about blowing through.
Yeah, like I can see some more forming, and I don't want to go overboard and
Let me see.
make it worse. Like, look in the upper left-hand corner
Let me see.
and that bottom right-hand corner. As
Oh
well.
yeah,
You
yeah,
know,
I see it, dude. We'll
I mean, it's
You guys were
it's
blowing
not going to
through.
hurt anything the way that it is.
we're blowing through right there.
That little bit is not a big deal structure-wise.
Yeah.
My suggestion would be
Seems
clean it up, seal it up the best that we can.
Yep.
And like I said, the part that goes up the wall, pop rivet that,
Yep.
and call it a day. Because you can continue to try and fix and fix and fix and
And
fix
then-
and
yeah, no,
chase
it's-
and chase and chase.
Screw that.
And by
Yeah.
the time you're done, you could weld for, a month trying to chase something
Yeah. It's
that just keeps.
right here, right here,
forming.
and right here, dudes. See, dude, you did this better than I would. I would have blown through over here. This is why I brought you here, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, dude, we could even just hammer that up against that and call it a day, dude, if we want, or pop rivet it. I don't care.
I'm gonna hold it up and I'm gonna retack it. But I would.
Yeah, that
I
doesn't.
would definitely put a couple rivets in it just to hold it up against. So it doesn't vibrate or anything.
Yep.
But yeah, I don't want to keep chasing cracks coming in.
Yeah, I
I'd
see
rather just like I said, for what it for the place that it is, it's, you know, welding it completely solid is not necessary. If we can just seal, you know, that should be more than
Yeah, man.
what they, you know, are looking for.
Yeah, dude, we'll seam seal the rest of this, and yeah, just do that pop riveting. Then you know, when we're done with that, we'll grind it down, clean it up, paint it, and then we'll work on the brake lines.
Okay.
All right, Sam Carr, 48 months, new badge moment. Thanks again for all the years, man. You make most nights awesome, entertaining, and interesting. Always cool learning here.
Yeah.
Thanks for all those months, Sam Carr. That's like 4 years or something.
Sammy. Yep.
Let's see. Is this the new Yankee truck shop?
Yep. That's
Can I be Norm?
I'm Steve Thomas, and I'm Norb Abrams for this old truck.
Hi, Audrey.
Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
No, you would have to be Norm because I can't grow a beard.
All right, that's fine.
Damn it.
Now that EJ has a break, good time for a sandwich. You want a sandwich?
I'm not really hungry. I'm good.
Okay.
I will eat later.
Okay.
Been following for 9 years this December. Practically grow up with this channel. Geek, you need help? You want me to safety squint?
It's just an odd angle. I have to try and hold this in and then tack it. And let me see if I'm not good to.
Here.
I'm like doing it backwards with my other hand, and
Geek, you think this will do? Actually, you know what?
don't think there's anything. Well, wait, yeah. Let me see that C clamp.
Hang on. I got
Because there
something
might
better.
be an edge here that I can clamp it to.
How's this?
Yeah, maybe.
Might be too big, sweetheart.
Yeah. I still remember Fred Lore when you were going to Crown Vic it. Yep. I still have the Crown Vic front end, Sam, to be honest with you.
Yeah, this will work. I just got to
Sweet.
get it right.
Audrey, all you got to do is click on your name.
I might go in and get my water. Are you sure you guys aren't hungry?
Yeah, I'm good.
I'm okay.
Just we're in thrash mode. We're just get this stuff done.
All right.
Okay, that's good.
Audrey, it says you've been following since September 22nd, 2022. I know for a fact that it's way longer than that, but Coltec, Mr. Dirk Diggler, 2014. It says you've been following since March 26, 2018. See last for a better pick of the dome jig. Who's a good picture of the dome jig? Let me see. Oh, dude, that's cool, man. Oh, dude, the precision tooling. It's so freaking good. Would you be interested in a copy of Stellaris? I'll buy it, dude. Stuart, yeah, I want to play Stellaris at some point, dude, but I don't. I'll buy it, brother. It's all good. My memory's always sharp, Coltec. I don't screw around with that, do that. Yeah, that metal brake Aqualux, isn't that thing freaking cool? There's a lot more to how many barrel segments it is erudite than just, oh, it's 3 here and 2 there. You have to take into account fuel density, what type of fuels you're using, what type of material you're using. Any way to slow down the wire feed? Yeah, we could slow the wire feed, sure. You think it's too quick, Referral? I mean, we ain't professional welders here, you know what I mean? Geek's just better than me at it.
It's I was just tacking it in there. So that's good. I think we're just gonna clean it up now.
Sweet. All right, let's back that camera out, dude. Excellent. Flappy disc.
I need my glasses. Did I set them down somewhere? I'm sure I did. They're not on the workbench over there?
Let me take a look. Nope. I have sunglasses.
No. That's usually what takes the longest is finding the tools that you just set down.
Yeah, story of my life, homie.
What the heck did I do? Oh, here they are.
You got them?
Yeah. Set them down somewhere else.
Usually less panels is better, but that's limited usually by the logistics of handling pieces of metal that large. Yep. So now Geek's gonna grind all that spatter off. You just gotta get all the crappy parts of the weld off. We're gonna use a flap disc to do that. See all the spattery pieces? The flap disc will make short work of that.
Yeah, it's basically just pieces of weld that didn't penetrate and just kind of sparked off. You get a lot more spatter with flux core wire because, like I said, that material is vaporizing, so it pops a lot. With gas welding, you don't get quite as much of that. Still a little bit, but not as much. But all right, loud noise is incoming.
All right, headphone users. Okay, we are back. There we go.
And I could grind, I could grind it so it looks real nice, but the more you grind, the more material you take off. I'd rather it be strong than look good. So,
Yup.
it's cleaned up. I think it's a pretty decent job.
All right, dude. So
For what we're dealing with.
Yep.
Hey, babe.
Yeah. What's up?
I don't think you need seatbelts.
What? What? I
mean, you should still do them, but they actually put their stuff online.
Who put the Massachusetts state
Yeah.
state inspection?
Safety belts, lap belts, and shoulder restraints were originally installed in motor vehicles manufactured after July 1966.
That's when they've. Yeah. I mean, we're gonna put.
Still do them. I'm just.
We're gonna put them in there. I mean, they're in there. There are plastic ones in there, so we could just use those. It's not a big deal. All right. When actually, I'm gonna get the acetone and I'll clean this up so we can hit it with some spray. Hit it with some chassis paint. And then I'll hit the bottom with chassis paint. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. I'll do this side here because this side is cooler. But dude, that's all right. Cool. I'm crossing that one off. Well, it was already crossed off, but yeah.
We theoretically finished crossing it off.
Yep. There you go. So let me get the acetone out. What I'm gonna do, guys, is acetone is going to basically clean up all the crap, any dust or anything that's still on that. I'm gonna do that so we can. It gives it. You have something to paint. Basically, see, there's a little bit of dust there on that bare metal. We're just gonna clean that up. Clean that up, make it look good. And then I can hit it with some VHT. Make it look nice. Make it do.
Sorry, I can read chat instead of this manual, but they didn't have it a year ago, so.
Yeah, right?
Somebody made them put it online!
Yeah. Yeah, I gotta get a nice welder. That flux welder is a piece of flux.
Honestly, I mean, a gas welder, I got mine on Facebook Marketplace for like $200 maybe.
Oh wow. All right.
It was
Around here, I'm sure it's just.
it was and it's a Lincoln, or is it Lincoln? Yeah, it's a Lincoln welder. But it don't gotta be anything super fancy. As long as it has a gas hookup on it, you go to your local gas welding supply store and buy a bottle.
Yep.
And you're good to go.
Okay.
But I mean, you also need to be a welder too, not something that like me.
Yeah, but the start to being good at that is having the right tool.
And practicing, doing it a lot. Like body welding, sheet metal welding is my least favorite type of welding to do because you really gotta be careful. It's real easy to blow through metal if you're not, paying attention to what you're doing. It's a lot more finicky. Anytime you're trying to weld something that has meat to it, it's thick, that you can really blast the weld into. It's so much more peace of mind that you know that you're not going to heat it up so much that it's going to go through.
I'm not watching a 9-minute video. Oh, ramen noodles. I don't think that'll pass inspection.
I've seen people use dry noodles and they like cover it in epoxy and then sand it smooth. It's like, man, you're going through a whole lot just to use those noodles. You could use the right thing and it would go so much easier.
Yeah, what? Right? That's the Reddit thread.
Mm-hmm.
Smells like bubble gum.
Yeah, it's the chassis paint.
Yeah. It doesn't match.
You want to paint it red?
I don't know.
You ain't gonna see it anyway.
I know. So I don't care.
That is really.
That's why I said I didn't want to keep.
No, that's the right call.
I didn't want to keep pushing it.
I didn't think that was that bad, but that's okay. I mean, that's fine. It's gonna hold it together. It'll be all right. I'll cake the thing in seam sealer on the outside and in, dude, and we'll call it a day.
Yeah.
Is this some rag over here? Yes, it is. Oh, that's usually a no-no.
What is it?
There's some rag caught on the paint. Let's see if I can just grab it with the wire brush. There we go. That spilled a lot of crap on the paint, but once again, it's okay. It's fine.
Once it's done,
Yeah,
how many miles
that's
do you
why-
drive it before you
that's
feel
why I
100%
stopped
of the
here.
15?
Yep.
And then because I didn't want it to turn into something else.
Yeah. How many miles? Oh, I don't know. We'll take it on shakedown cruises, guys. Yeah, I mean, you want to get progressively further and further as you go. So, when we start it up, the first one is going to go around the block. You know what I mean? It's going to go around the block. Just drive it short distance, down the street and back, right?
Why does chat think we're getting married on a 15?
Yeah, crazy people, they like buy untested vehicles and then drive them across the country.
Looks good. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Who would do that?
You
right?
would think that you would get an untested vehicle and drive it around the block, not almost as far as you could possibly drive in the continental United States.
So yeah, progressively further and further with this truck.
So, Geek, if you don't think I had plane tickets Googled until we were like, all right, it's going to go.
Yeah, that's like I was telling him. I'm like, dude, there's some remote places out west
Dude.
where there is nothing.
We were driving at nighttime through New Mexico, and I fell asleep because I was so scared we were gonna crash. I was like, I physically could not be awake for this.
Right.
Like, just get me where I'm going.
That's crazy.
Yeah, you're liable to lose a wheel. Yep. Does Massachusetts require vehicles older than a certain year to have antiques? No. Creeper, that's a nice Delta 4 with Atlas 5 boosters on the SRBs on those. What? Let me see. Oh,
You can only drive antiques with
get out.
on weekends and holidays.
Certain plate, like there's a classic plate. Well, at least for Pennsylvania, I don't know if it's everywhere.
Yeah,
but there's a
collection, yeah.
classic plate and a antique plate. If you have a classic plate, you still have to get your vehicle inspected every year. It still has to pass, normal inspections. It's got to have, all the whatever they require. An antique plate, you pay for one time, you get it inspected one time, and then that's it. But you can't drive it at night, and you can't unless you're going like to or from a car show. But I think any other time you're okay.
So it's theoretically a way to make it less of a pain in the butt when you have an old car.
Right, like my dad's Falcon, he put antique plates on it because he didn't want to have to go through getting inspection every year and making sure that was for a car that he's going to drive 5 times a year.
Right.
The expense of doing that. And I think the reason why they don't want you driving at night is because most cars that you put antique plates on either don't have headlights or turn signals, very old cars that don't have that kind of stuff, or they're not up to whatever the spec is for lumens for, old style headlights that they didn't care what the lumens were back then, But honestly, like my dad's car, it's a 65 Ford Falcon, and it like the headlights are fine. They're just as bright as an 80s car, but he decided he wanted to put antiques on it, just so he didn't have the hassle of it.
Right, exactly. No, that makes sense to me. Like, it would be nice if we could do that with this car. I don't think this car, or I think that's an option mass, and I don't think this car is old enough for antique plates.
Mm-hmm. I don't think. I mean, I think it had to be like. And I'm just guessing here. It was like 30. It had to be at least 30 years old, I think, to be able to put an antique plate on it in Pennsylvania, at least.
Yeah.
We could put it on this truck. This truck can take antiques.
No, it says 49, I thought, when I was on the...
Oh, maybe.
I mean, now I gotta Google it, chat. We're gonna learn about Massachusetts antique plates.
Okay.
Antique motor car is any vehicle over 25 years old maintained solely for use in exhibitions, club activities, parades, and other functions of public interest.
So it's just 25 years.
Yeah, but it sounds like it's the same thing.
Yeah, similar type of,
Yeah.
restrictions on it. And honestly, if you're out, you go for a ride, it gets dark. If a cop pulls you over and be like, you have antique plates,
Yeah.
you shouldn't be driving at night, be like, I'm coming from a show. Like, I'm coming from a car show. If it gives you trouble, then he's looking for trouble.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, like, and I'm from Western Pennsylvania, and yes, it's like an 8 or 9 hour drive. It was an hour and 30-minute flight, I think.
Yeah. That's fun. That's about the amount of flight from Detroit, though. It's like an hour and 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Like, and then we get the tailwind all the time too coming this way. That was always early.
Yeah. The coming up, it was a shorter flight time than what it said is going south.
Yeah.
So it must be the jet stream or whatever. It makes you, go faster.
I'm just vacuuming up, guys. Vacuuming up everything out of the cab. Hey, Geek.
Yes, sir.
See if you can move the camera so they can see the satisfaction.
See you vacuuming?
Oh, yeah. Gotta
See?
just zoom in on
EJ can be a housewife. No, I'm sorry. I guess I shouldn't have said that. Well, see, on my stream, I wouldn't care. And don't take that as it's a woman thing, because I vacuum at home. I do dishes and laundry and vacuum and everything that, used to be a woman's job, and, I do all of that stuff, so I don't want to hear your crap. Yeah, I'm a house husband. I really am, because I'm the one that I work from home. My wife leaves, so. But no, we share the responsibilities, just like you should do.
Yeah, exactly. Ewok doesn't vacuum pizza. To be honest, Ewok doesn't vacuum, Apollo does.
Yeah, Ewok, she hates vacuuming, so. Which, I mean, I know it's a weird thing. I don't mind, because it's like, 10 minutes, you're done. But just one of them things she doesn't like doing. So I'm like, I'll do that. You can definitely do other things.
Actually, one of our flowers I got, I don't know where you can hear me through the microphone. I got a Dyson cordless vacuum that I love, because I don't have to take it out and plug it in. I used it the other day to vacuum the couch, because it's just so easy to lift up. It's the best. Dyson sponsorship win, please.
I tried to get him a Milwaukee sponsorship earlier.
I heard that.
Yeah, hey, you know what? I'm old. He doesn't want to do it. I will shill for EJ. I have no problem with that.
I do it, because he won't. That's exactly why I'm still like, oh, Bremo's a shill. No, this guy won't do anything.
That's right. I let my actions speak for themselves.
Your actions don't call Milwaukee.
What if I call Milwaukee?
Milwaukee.
Then your
Milwaukee.
actions would be speaking for themselves.
Actually, it's pronounced Milwaukee, which is Algonquin for the good land.
That's right.
I don't want you to have Milwaukee tools just so I don't have to hear that every time.
Yeah, that's fair.
Mother, you need to watch that movie again? Yes.
Wayne's World is so good. Gotta love that movie.
Yeah.
You bought me a gun rack.
It's never not going to be funny, man. A gun rack? A gun rack? Gee-ha, hooray. I don't even own a gun, let alone many guns that would necessitate an entire rack. What am I going to do with a gun rack?
Why don't you deep clean your hardwood floors once a month, champ?
That's, all right.
Like, I'm not trying to be, but like, that's very excessive. We've never deep cleaned our hardwood floors.
You know, some people say, it's clean enough to eat off of. Maybe it does.
Maybe,
You know?
what? You're right.
It takes different strokes to move the world, so no judging.
So I'm going to hit this with the paint first, and then we'll seam seal after the paint.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the
Yep.
right way to do that.
Don't vacuum up the weld.
I'm not going to
Hey,
vacuum
my
up.
welds aren't that bad.
Like, I don't think that's a thing. Once a month house cleaning, how we spring cleaned 5 years ago, then again this is Pennsylvania, we don't have, yeah. Nope, I know that life. I've been trying to clean the house up for the wedding, it's getting...
Yeah, if like in Pennsylvania, you need summer and winter clothes in the same day sometimes. You wake up and you need to wear, a heavy coat, and then by lunchtime you need shorts on because you're sweating to death. So yeah, there was a great meme picture that I saw, and the caption was summers or spring in Pennsylvania, and the guy, there's like a fence and there's like a shadow on the ground in his yard, and he's laying and his upper half is in the shade, and he has a coat on and shorts on that was in the sunshine, and it's like that is so accurate.
It was 80 yesterday in Pennsylvania. You got a frost advisory today.
Yeah.
Wow. Ewok, we have those seasons in Michigan too. Winter, summer, and construction.
Orange barrels everywhere I see. Orange barrels looking back at me. That's an actual song, by the way.
What are you looking at, Rudolph?
Just watching paint dry.
Yeah.
I guess.
Just wondering what we're going to do about down there, but we can figure that out. I'm not worried. Yeah, it's fine. Be all right. That's good. Good, man. Dude, it looks fine.
Yeah.
That's
I think
good
it
enough.
looks okay. I mean, like I said, it's no professional body job, but it's functional, and I think it will take care of the restrictions that you need for inspections wise, and it's not terrible.
No, it's fine.
And I'm never one to compliment myself on anything, so I think it's pretty. Yeah, I think it's not so bad.
All right, so now we just got to get the bond adhesive out here. Cheese whiz.
Don't put it on your crackers.
Yeah, right. How's this?
Pia is very nice though, especially in the fall. Yeah, the 1 week that you have whenever the trees are changing colors, because usually it's like, oh look, the trees, the leaves are changing colors. It's so pretty, and then the winter wind comes in and there's no leaves left, and it's just bare sticks, trees everywhere. Did mock up the brake lines? Not yet. Cooking.
I have the wire here
Yeah.
ready for mock.
We're gonna work off of the driver's side caliper because we have a decent bend from what he had done previously. We're gonna use that, and then we're just gonna he has some drop ceiling wire we're gonna use to mock up the lengths and the bends, and then we can go from there.
Geek is here until, well, he leaves Friday, but he won't be on stream.
Yeah, so we got one more stream to get everything done.
Goat.
2-month resub, thank you.
My goat.
My goat. All right. Cool.
Did
Let's.
you figure out how that works yet?
No. You know what? Let's let the paint dry before I put the seam sealer on. Let's just let the paint dry. All right. So put this down here.
Cool, Creeper. Yeah, we go down Baltimore way every once in a while.
All right.
No, never, Jackal. Never. Adamanta.
Oh God, not that guy. I mean, hi, dude. How you doing?
Not bad. Not bad. Audrey, you grew up in Beavery County. Yeah, that's more northeast from where I am.
Yeah, how does this work?
I don't know.
No,
We'll figure it out later.
northwest.
I don't know why I thought I could figure it out if you couldn't figure it out.
It's fine.
I believe Ewok went to school in Beavery County.
Beavery County, huh?
He misspelled beaver. We have a Beaver County.
Probably a lot of deer there and stuff.
Yeah.
Cool. Cool. I'm literally watching paint dry. We should probably do something.
Nodders.
Yeah, Flykin. I have friends that live in York area, and we go to Harrisburg.
Huh?
Were you gonna paint underneath?
Yeah, I did a little bit already. I did on this side at least.
Definitely been to Carlisle.
Okay.
All right, so
Unplug that camera, dude. We'll bring the camera around to the front and we will work on the bracks.
this camera.
Yeah, bring the camera up here.
Chat. I will assume my position on the couch. And read Twitch chat. Give me this.
Oh, jeez, here we go.
Restart your mic, Geek.
Okay.
Just step on it. Just step on all my stuff.
Test.
Test.
Thank you, Aqualux.
Yep. All right, guys, so we're going to work on doing brake lines now. And, yeah. Making good freaking progress, dudes. Actually, you know, dude, it might not be the worst idea to put the splitter up here, right? So we can mount the light.
Yeah, I was just untangling.
Yeah, I know.
You want to do it this way or this way?
Yeah, go down. Yeah, go
Top
down.
down?
Yeah.
Oh, Edison did it for 6,000 feet.
What?
That's $100, my dude.
Holy
Thanks.
shnikes.
Thanks, ARJ. Appreciate it, man. Dude, you see a base? Oh, yeah, you can see it over there, huh? Neat.
Chad, can you hear me if I'm talking? Like, how, like, 'cause I don't have a mic right now.
Do I have the carpet? It's on top of the truck, dude. So guys, we should have the microphones back, but there's a little bit of a feedback noise because the base station, I think, is out of batteries. We've been going for a good amount of time. What time is it? Yeah, we've been going for 7 hours. So we're still gonna do brake lines. We got to keep going. I told you this would be a longer stream today. But yeah, there's gonna be a little bit of audio feedback because the base station needs to be plugged in. It was operating off remote power. And yes, this is a bass guitar. It's a Fender Jaguar.
I don't want ad time.
Ad time from ARJ?
Yeah.
Okay, I can do that. Let me just clean up a little bit. Okay, we'll run an ad. And you saw the bass guitar. What you didn't see was this. Well, we're kind of switching gears for a second here. We'll test the microphones. Couldn't start an ad. Hold on one second, guys. Nice Strat, thank you. Geek Strums didn't fit in a carry bag. Yeah, geeks up front. We're getting ready to do the brake lines. We're just taking a second here. It's just the intermission right now, guys. It's the intermission, okay?
This intermission brought to you by ADHD.
I need a little Zamboni.
One more and then we'll get to the brake lines.
One of these days we're gonna jam.
Yeah, man.
I have a drumstick.
Oh, that's not how you play that. Good intermission, you had enough to make a quesadilla. Is the band name going to be Off Nominal? That's a good name, dude. Play the Vice Grip intro. I don't know how to play it. All right, back to work. Okay. All right, let's roll. The Z Fighters. Nice. Okay, I'm gonna switch this up to the front cam, dudes, and we will start working on the brake lines. That's a big one. Okay. So I'm sure you can see the Piggly Wiggly line that we have there. That's just to make sure we don't piss brake fluid everywhere. It's coming out of the bottom of the master cylinder, right here. So what we got to do, we need a brake line that goes from here, splits, and one goes to the right tire and one goes to the left tire. That's what we need to do. The brake lines that I had in there were okay, but they did foul on the exhaust because I made them before I put the exhaust headers in, which is, yeah, probably not a good thing. And you know what? Just for the sake of doing this, you know what we'll do? I will put the ignition wires back in. So we can see where everything ends up.
We got a mess with the wiring. Maybe something that's connected to the wrong things.
Yeah, it's probably me that screwed that up.
Well, like I said, I think it was wired. You wired it correctly when you wired it when you had the original starter.
Yeah, I did.
You know, so that I think that may be the issue that we were running into, but that shouldn't be, you know, much to fix.
Okay, so that's where everything lives here. At least I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I think that's right. Pretty sure. 154263778 on this engine. But is it out of batteries?
It's off, so probably.
Okay. Take it off for a second and I'll annotate what you're doing.
Yours is gonna die soon, sweetheart.
I know, we'll charge one while the other one is doing its thing.
And then blue snowball shouldn't be that was
The blue snowball hasn't been used today, I don't think.
Isn't it the white? It's on.
Yeah, but it's not keyed in.
Oh. So maybe it was just that mic picking up everything.
Yep.
That's all right. They don't need to hear me.
Yep. I can just say what you're doing, so. Or I can just stand next to you. That works too.
So I think the biggest issue here is to get the brake line to the passenger side.
Yep.
So to do that, I think we need to go across the firewall back here.
Okay.
And
So the thing is, I'm pointing the camera right at it. We got to be careful because that's the throttle lever right there. Yeah.
how far?
Here.
I mean, obviously it doesn't touch the firewall.
Let me pump the gas. There's no fuel in the carb, guys. It's not a big deal. That's the gas. That's the throttle, guys. You pull this back, that's stepping on the gas. Okay. I'm done doing that. We don't need to do that anymore. I mean, we kind of do, but also.
So you're gonna definitely have to be above that because it does get close.
The only thing I'm worried about, dude, is making sure that we don't want to go above the proportioning valve. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah. I mean, I just don't know unless you go underneath.
Yeah.
I just don't trowel to get it over.
The hardware to put T at the top of the line going across the firewall would make me easier.
Yeah.
Yeah, we do have a T.
Yep. So here, let me get the wire. Let me back this out. So it went down underneath, and the brake line that went to the passenger side was on the cross member. So what are you thinking? Like, so I don't know how well you guys can see the wire, but you're talking about going backwards like this?
Me?
No, the chat. Talking about, do we want a T like right here and then have this line go back and around? Where do we want to put the T? Except, you know, if not in the harbor.
At the top of the line going across the firewall.
Top of the line going across the firewall.
The only problem with that is getting to it,
Yeah.
because this truck has big fenders on it, and to get it put the T up against the firewall, you basically would have to wrench under the brake booster.
Yeah.
And you know, you're already stretching in there, so that's going to be kind of tough.
You guys should be able to hear us now. It's not going to be the best, but you'll hear us now. We after 7 hours, we lost batteries on the mics. We got to recharge them. So I'm just through. We're going through a plug-in mic right now, which wouldn't be the worst. But yeah, base station and both microphones ran out of power, but they did it after 7 hours.
Yeah.
That's pretty freaking good, man.
Yeah, for as small as they are,
Yeah,
that's pretty good.
that's pretty good,
Battery
man.
life.
So, Chad, if I'm over here, is the microphone picking anything up? Can you hear me at all if I'm talking from over here? Is it dinner time, Chad?
They can barely hear you.
Do you have a USB extension?
Yeah, of course.
We could always put the snowball.
Yeah, we can do that,
on the
yeah.
air cleaner.
I mean, yeah, we're going to be working mostly up there. That's not the worst thing to do.
Alright, well, I'm gonna go make the burgers because if I don't make them now, they're gonna go sundown. So,
Okay, you good with using the grill, sweetheart?
I should be. I did it once before.
Grill using grill?
Grill using grill. I should be asking you that question. You're the one who's never used it.
Brimo Grills, the new show on Discovery.
All right, guys. So we're gonna lose signal for a second, and I'm going to plug in the blue snowball to my USB extender.
All right, let me stand up here. Chat, let me know if you guys can hear me okay up here. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3.
They got you. Yeah, that'll work for now.
Okay.
You can hear it 10 by 10, 5 by 5. All right, cool.
Cool.
So take bets. Which one of us is going to trip on that cable first?
I'm going around the back of the truck from now on,
right.
so.
Okay. Sounds good. You guys can see the microphone over on the left. It's up on the top left corner. That's what we're using now. Our mic's ran out of batteries. So what we were talking about is making the brake line go up against the firewall and down, or going down underneath on the cross member. We could make it run underneath, like, could make the brake line go down underneath there, above the transmission. That could do it. Let me go under there and take a look.
You know what?
There's plenty of space. Excuse me.
Bless you, sir.
A little dusty down here. Yeah, dude, there's pretty good clearance. It's like right here where my hand is. We can make it go that way.
You know what? As I'm looking at it like this, I think we would be perfectly fine running it right along this tube.
Yeah.
You know, having basically it come down to the frame rail, so you're away from the heat.
Yep.
And then just going across and following the tube underneath, because then you can secure it right to that tube and get it right to the other side. You don't have to worry about it getting caught on something itself, because
Well, if that's the case.
I was in a fog again. I was in a fog yesterday, so I didn't really understand. I think that would be. I didn't want the line itself to be under there, you know.
Yeah.
That it could get caught on a root or something and rip it off. But with that cross member being in there, I think that would be perfectly fine.
And we already, so if we're gonna put it where it was before, we can just use this line. This line should not foul on the headers.
We just have to
Put it in.
keep it away from
And we can
the
always
header.
mess with the bends on this, and this will get us more than halfway there.
Yeah, that's not the old. That's not the.
This is the
stainless
old
steel.
one. This was in there when I took the truck apart.
But there's nothing wrong with it.
No,
No,
it works just fine.
hey, you know what? Let's make it easy on ourselves.
Yeah. All right. Well, yeah. If we're gonna do that,
You
yeah,
know,
that's exactly.
I
What
think
we're gonna do.
I think that's perfect.
And this is gonna go. This goes up over the frame rail,
Mm-hmm.
right? And it's designed to get into that T connection.
Yep. Yeah, I think that's perfectly fine.
Cool. All right, excellent. So I'm gonna go underneath, and I'm going to put. We're gonna put this under. This is basically gonna go underneath the motor, and then we can find a way to fasten it. But the motor mounts, motor mounts need to be welded. We don't want to have a brake line next to it when we're welding the motor mounts.
That's true.
Want to get under there and zap them real quick?
Yeah. How much? I mean, you want it welded the whole way around?
No. Just a tack. A tack would be fine. Just
Okay.
enough to keep it together, just in case the motor torques around. That's it.
What's this line here?
Transmission cooler.
Okay, so it's not a gas line.
Nope.
This is okay, just so I can make
Yeah,
sure
those
that's
are
out of the way.
Those are the AT cooler lines.
Okay. Yeah, I can get under there and do that. That ain't no big thing.
Cool.
I could probably just do like a half moon.
Yeah, that's fine.
Underneath it.
That is perfect.
I think that would be that'd be okay. Yeah, let me do that. Let me get the welder.
All right. So guys, what Geek is going to do now? My motor mounts are gravity is basically holding the motor in position. We're going to weld it so if the truck ever goes over a bump, the motor doesn't start bouncing around. That is actually a big thing that we need to fix. So we're going to do that now. I'm going to get the light on the hood latch here. Bring the light down under there for you. There's a piece of painter's tape on the cross member. You should be able to see it. And that's what the engine cross member is. Or that's where the engine cross member is. Let me just get all this crap out of the way. I'll take the papers. So yeah, that's guys. We gotta weld the motor mounts before we go and do the brake lines. But yeah,
we don't want to put brake lines right next to something that we have to weld.
yeah, it's probably not a good idea.
And these are pretty meaty, so not really concerned with any type of temperature problems. We can crank her up.
This is some thick boy metal. Damn boy, thick boy. I think you might have to hit it with the grinder.
Yeah, I need to take a look at it.
Yeah, sure, man.
Let's see what we need here. Okay. Grab me the stiff bristle brush, the wire brush. It's just paint. Maybe I would just get it off. So getting the grinder up in there ain't gonna be the funnest thing. Yeah, they were.
See where he and that's where we just gotta zap it in there. That tube flange is holding the motor mount in.
We're gonna go right along the inside of the edge, so it doesn't gotta go. We ain't gotta go crazy with the cleaning. Alright. Man, you picked my two favorite things to weld: upside down and sheet metal.
Yep. My bad. Oh, my bad.
It's all good. Welding upside down is a pain because, of course, gravity. You have a liquid and it wants to follow gravity.
Yeah.
So you have to make it stick.
What are you looking for?
How much here?
Let me get the camera out here. Gravity's always trying to keep you down. Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Need see my gloves? Grabbed them. I just don't.
Gloves. Standing man.
Need a left glove, please. Thank you. I don't have two of those.
Your left or my left?
Aren't they the same?
I don't know.
Does your left hand look different than mine?
I mean, if I point it backwards, sure. Upside down, time to feel the burn, yeah. So he's just welding up those motor mounts, guys. I can't look at it though.
Why is this thing not?
Then I'm making a connection.
No, it's making a connection. It's not darkening.
Oh.
The sensor's not seeing the arc.
You want to shut the light off?
I don't think so. Nope. Maybe if the thing got. Oh no, I got it. It got turned on to grind mode. There's a grind mode, and it doesn't darken on grind mode.
It doesn't darken on grind mode, chat. Oh, okay. From this camera angle, chat, from this camera angle, it looks like the acetone is right next to the sparks, and I freaked out for a second. I'm like, no.
Man, that well looks pretty good.
Oh, yeah? Alright.
Alright, I just gotta get at it from the other side.
Let's see.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah, okay. Alright, yeah.
It's kind of like rolling peanut shells. Maybe not dimes, but
Yeah, good enough, dude.
not too bad.
Not bad.
Alright, now I gotta get on the other side of it. It's the one thing when you welding upside down, you don't ever want to be directly under what you're welding. Because the spatter will fall on you.
Yeah.
Okay, other glove, please.
Probably should have done this before we put the leaves back in, huh?
What's that?
Probably should have done this before we put this all back together.
Nah, that ain't nothing.
Alright, hang on, guys. I want to see if I can get you guys a good camera angle. Yeah, that'll work. let these go off car strings. If you guys like it, let me know. Get out, Geek, and you walk out here more often.
All right, here we go.
All right, man. That last spark, though. Is a good way to burn your lens. It's a $5 website. Cool.
Okay, that side wasn't as pretty, but it is solid.
Yeah, Anastasia, this camera is like, it's probably like a, it's not a $5 camera, dude, but it's like a $20 camera off Amazon. It's not that big of a deal.
Yep, that ain't going nowhere.
All right, sweet, man. Gotta get at the other side and then we good.
Yeah.
Get up here, you. I'm the water boy. Water boy. He played great water boy. Everybody had the water. Who needed the water had water.
Gatorade.
H2O. Guys, we're moving tools around.
Can you give me a file?
File?
Yeah.
Flat file, round file.
Whatever.
We're doing the engine mounts right now, you want? Hey, Jim. What's going on, buddy? Right hand glove?
Left.
Yeah, man.
Gloves!
I'm staring man. Okay, tell me when you're good to go.
I need the left glove again.
I gave you the left glove.
You gave me the right one.
No. Am I, dude? That's how you know we gotta get this done. I'm starting to be like, I got a fork on.
That's the right glove.
No, your other left.
The other left. I got it here. It's under here with me.
You're welding in a sway bar. No, that's the motor mount. It's the engine mount cross member, Alamander. Yeah, the engine was just not sitting in there by gravity. We're just zapping that thing in.
Ow.
You alright? Guys, I don't. Ray, I'll be down in a sec. I don't wanna not be here when Geek's welding. I don't want to not be here when he's doing his thing.
I'll be done in like 2 minutes.
Yep. Is this Space Engineers? Space Truck Engineers. Me watching this news? You missed fish tacos yesterday. Yeah. Karma, after 7 hours, we ran out of microphone batteries, so we're on a stationary blue snowball that's mounted at the front of the truck. I'm pretty sure you can hear this, right?
Try and get on the other side a little bit.
glove?
No, I'm all right.
Okay. Yeah, we're on Snowball audio right now, dudes. We don't have the lapel mics ran out of batteries after about 7.5 hours, which is pretty damn good for them.
Good to me.
Sweet. All right, man. Bree needs help to make sure that the burgers are done. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Thank you.
Don't get old, chat. Don't get old. Too late, Mother? I know, right? Yeah, I'm good. Just a little smudgy. It's really it's tough. It's tough welding upside down because it doesn't want to. The weld just doesn't want to stick sometimes, and it just beads up and falls off. So it can be a little challenging. Upside down is not fun. Oops. I had it hanging there. That's my bad. Here I go.
Oh, it's all good. Yeah, just clean it off.
Dude, that is fine. Paint over that, it'll look good. Good. Good, 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 good. Excelente. All right, well, we can cross that fricker off the list. What do you want on your burger, dude?
Just ketchup is fine. Ketchup, mustard's fine. Mayo's fine. Whatever.
Free.
I'm good with it. Anything.
Free. All right.
Yeah, the only thing worse than welding sheet metal or welding upside down is welding sheet metal upside down.
Yeah. Yeah.
But there's some people out there, man. They are amazing welders. Like I said, my buddy Jack, he had I think it was his uncle. He was a welder for like 30 years or something like that.
Yeah.
He said that he could take an aluminum can, like a Coke can,
Yeah.
and weld it to a I-beam, and lay perfect welds. You know,
That's
it
cool.
was. He was amazing.
That's awesome.
You know.
Cool. Nice. Most excellent. Making some good progress, man. All right. Honestly, like, yeah, brake lines.
Yeah, I'd say let that cool a little bit, and then we're good to go. And like I said, if you like that one you have, if that follows along that cross member underneath,
Yep.
fix it right to that. I'd just zip it, just zip tie it right to that cross member,
Yep.
and just so it doesn't rattle.
And then that's.
And it ain't gonna, like I said, it ain't gonna catch on anything because that tube, that cross member is probably 2 inches in diameter. So that's gonna take the brunt of any type of,
Yep.
anything that would hit underneath. And honestly, the axle was probably 4 or 5 inches below that. So that's gonna get it before it even gets to that. So I wouldn't be concerned at all.
Cool beans. Oh, pretty small. Cool.
Welding aluminum can seems legit. Yeah, I mean he said he was just amazing. You know, he could literally weld any type of metal to any type of metal. You know,
We don't have condiments yet.
I can eat it plain too.
Okay.
I'm good.
Hey, Bree. Bree. We don't need condiments. We're good. We'll wait for Bree. And then we have burgers.
Meat good.
Meat good.
All right. Now, are we done with the welding?
I think that's yeah, no, I think we're good. We got all the welds good. I crossed off motor mount welding. That's all good to go.
Cross it off the list. Get this camera out of here. The mess. Get this welder out of here. So I'm not tripping over it.
You think this'll work good as a seam sealer?
Does it say it's weather waterproof?
All weather, paintable, fast grab, gap filling.
Good. Checks all my boxes.
Gorilla glue, room temperature, vulcanization. Does it start now? No. We gotta fix some starter wiring. So no, we think we got it figured out. And this isn't like, oh my god, I didn't know that. I had it wired up for a regular OE Ford starter motor, which basically needs one wire because there's no solenoid on it. Right? There's no solenoid on it. You don't need that. And I had to replace it because we put block hugger headers in there. Oh wait, you cannot hear me. I have an aftermarket starter in there, and the aftermarket is a mini starter. The mini starter has a solenoid on it because it's from like a Fox body Mustang. This was after they put starter solenoids. Like after basically Ford went away from the starter solenoid. So there's a solenoid on the starter and there's a solenoid on the truck. And we're going solenoid to solenoid. That's why it's not starting.
tailgate, chat. Here.
There you go.
I gotta go put stuff away, but
Do you need any help, sweetheart?
no, I'm good.
Okay.
All good.
All right.
We'll move this over here.
Okay. So we're gonna take a quick dinner lunch break here, dudes, and we'll go. I'm gonna get some of that hand cleaner before we do this.
What?
It's over here. Got fast orange. Still not enough for the whole class. You want a Brimo burger? Oh, shut up. Here.
You're a caveman. You should be able to get your own meat.
Get your own damn meat. I'm gonna wait for Bree.
You good? Beef.
It's what's for dinner. So, hope you guys have been enjoying the thrash. Once again, this is not my regular content. This is something, I mean, Geek was nice enough to, help my sorry hide fix this thing. So, we actually are making insanely good progress. You know what? I'm going to cross ignition wires off of that list. I think the ignition wires are fine.
Sir, this isn't an Arby's.
So,
Hey, it's Ian the Hurricane.
in the traffic light. Sweet, dude.
Oh, hey, Kuro, you know what? It's no problem. I had the time, and Ewok and Mama Geek were nice enough to get me a way up here, so
Yeah,
figured
appreciate it.
there's no problem. I love wrenching on stuff, and me and EJ talked about getting together plenty of times, to work on stuff. So this fulfills that and gets to help him out getting something closer to something that's going to be very special for both him and Bree. So it works out perfectly fine for me.
Hey, Ian, look what I got. I got it just for Geek. There you go, man.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Cheers, buddy.
Salute. Geek carried you with the work, not gonna lie. Why do you think I brought him here?
Not true. Not true.
We have a taste of home for Geek. We have the Ying. The Yingling. It's pretty damn refreshing after working. But yeah, we're still not done, guys. We got to get those brake lines done, but that shouldn't be too hard with that underside brake line.
Yeah,
man.
like I said, yesterday if you watch the stream, I was like running on caffeine, basically was keeping me going, and I just wasn't thinking straight. When I saw the line went underneath the motor, it just concerned me because I was afraid that I didn't want something, you never know. You could be going down the highway and there could be a plastic bag in the middle of the road that you don't see, you run it over. There's something in it, and I just had this feeling that it was going to catch on that brake line. Now seeing that it's actually a lot further from the ground, plus the cross member is there, and the axle is 6 inches below that, I'm not concerned. We'll be able to use the line that he had already made originally for that side, and that will make the T and the driver's side a whole lot easier. So I think literally it should be about I mean, no more than an hour to finish, get those brake lines finished off.
Okay, we got a little bit of a desync. We will be right back in 15 seconds. Chat, do we have acquisition of signal? Dude, you can eat out. Oh, Bree's coming back now.
Sorry.
Grab your food.
Watch your back.
Watch your back. Signal acquired.
This is a comfy seat.
Yeah, dude, I put a lot of padding in that thing.
Yeah, it's comfy. It's like a couch.
Yep. Eat up, Bree.
What do you think of the burgers?
They're good.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're really good.
Yeah.
Geek, what say you?
Meat good.
Okay.
No, we tried a new
They're
like
very
butcher.
good. They're very
so that's
good.
why I'm.
Yeah, we tried a new butcher. I'd say
Yeah.
we found a new butcher.
Very good. Very good. No complaints.
Oh boy. Bree's here too, Ian. Just saying.
What? What about Bree? I'm not seeing. I can't read chat.
He says just two men with their meat in the garage chilling.
Yeah. I didn't see them or anything. This is straight up like.
It's good.
Yeah, they're good.
All right, guys. Well, we're taking 5 here, grabbing some dinner. Remo was nice enough to slave over the grill and make us burgers. Thank you very much, sweetie.
Thank you, Brimo.
Anytime. This is my second time using the grill. I'm always excited.
Did a very good job.
McBrimo with cheese. What? It's just the brakes, dude. Everything else is just alignment. Easy peasy stuff.
Once we do the brake lines, this will cross off an entire column. And besides the cab corner, the alignments will cross off this whole sheet.
Cab corner is that?
I think we'll be okay with that because it's not structural.
I agree.
Brimo has the best laugh.
What?
You have the best laugh.
I don't know.
Geek's looking at our master checklist. Dude, we got a good amount of stuff done thus far.
Yeah, the other on the other list is mostly like wiring, electrical kind of stuff. You know, install the glove box, install the headliner.
That's easy.
Dude, that stuff I can do.
There's not much here besides, like I said, a little bit of wiring stuff or electrical, figuring stuff out. The seat belts, you already got that squared away, basically.
Yep.
The rubber insulation for the floor, that's just fitting, basically. You just gotta cut and fit that. So.
You gotta seam seal all those cracks, dude.
Yeah, but again, that's just squirting stuff in there, letting it dry.
Yep.
So.
I'm very proud.
Making good progress.
Very thankful too that you came out and helped out with this. Like,
big help. I
Yeah.
never would have gotten this done, dude.
No problem. I'm happy to help.
well, and it helps to have somebody who knows what he's doing. Like,
Well, let's not go
okay, but
too
you know
far.
what I mean is you know more than I do. And so when EJ needs you to go grab something, you're not like, oh, what?
That's okay.
I don't know, Ewok. So I think I heard you snoring when we were downstairs.
Really?
The
But-
neighbors probably heard me snoring.
I didn't hear
didn't
none of
hear it.
that. No.
Yeah, during Ted Lasso, I thought I did. But,
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
I know I snore, but I've never heard myself snore. So,
I know I do too, man.
I've been told I could suck the drapes off of the windows with my snoring. But I was so exhausted last night. I laid in bed. I watched like 2 episodes of Archer. Because I'm just the kind of person I have to watch TV or something before I can fall asleep.
We're the same way, dude.
And I was exhausted. But I'll tell you what, I put I use some Plex. And there's a sleep timer function. And I just put the sleep timer on. I put my AirPods in and put the sleep timer on. And I know when I close my eyes, it couldn't have been more than 30 seconds before I was out. Next thing I know, it was starting to get light outside. And then I went back to sleep.
It gets light too early here. It's like 5:30 a.m. and the light's up. And I'm like, what is this crap?
So, yeah, guys, we're taking a break here real quick. I'm going to grab some food.
Recharge
For a second, and then we'll start bashing stuff out on the rest of the list.
I still don't know how I feel about this.
The blue slushy hard cider.
Yeah. Sometimes it tastes like blue slushy, and sometimes it's like, no, why did I buy this?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Where does Geek sleep? In a bed? At least I hope.
on the moon.
In the bed of the truck.
so the benefit of a 3-bedroom house with
Yep.
one couple. See that couch he's sitting on?
Yeah. It's comfy. Telling you.
Dude, it's starting to get real with this thing, man. We're close.
Yeah.
You gonna help me bleed the brakes?
Honestly, after the brake lines and bleeding, once we get the starter thing, you could drive it.
Yeah, absolutely.
There'd be, well, I'd probably put the seat back in it. I don't, that's probably important.
Here's Ewok. We don't have a doghouse at home, but he could sleep in the duck pen.
We heard about that.
She treats the ducks better than me, chat.
Yeah, we heard about the duck situation, Ewok. You know that if you feed them and the owner feeds them, they're going to be fat ducks.
And my father feeds them. And the other neighbor feeds them.
This is fine.
Let's just say the ducks are so fat already that they don't fly. They try, but they get about half an inch off the ground. They more of power walk.
Low-flying ducks. Soon they will be tasty ducks. This is a tasty turducken.
That's I told my neighbor that owns the ducks, I said, these things are going to look like pterodactyls by the end of summer. The way they're getting fed.
Nice.
They're going to be terrorizing the neighborhood.
Nightmare on Duck Street.
How you unplugged my...
We needed it for the microphone.
I know.
Because we ran out of batteries.
I know. That's why I was giving you a hard time about it, because I knew.
Trying to sign language the stream, I don't think would have worked real well.
They might not have been into it.
Build It Yourself builds the world's first 8,000 RPM 4-valve Triton V10. Whoa. Dude.
Bet that thing screams. 8,000 V10. Wow.
It's a but that's a 4-valve Triton. So
yeah.
he must have figured out the like the SVT Cobra has 4 valves per cylinder.
Mm-hmm.
Took that because the Triton V10 is just a mod motor that's V10'd out. Just that's crazy, dude.
Well, my Mini is a 4-valve. It's a 4-valve per cylinder.
That's 40 freaking valves though in a V10, dude. That's 40 valves moving off.
Yeah.
That's nuts.
That's a lot of moving parts.
He cut and welded some SVT Cobra heads. Oh my goodness.
Wow. He must know what he's doing.
Dude, that probably sounds demonic.
Mm.
Like probably sounds like a pissed off duck.
Could be.
Alright, it's getting cooler in here. I'm gonna shut the door.
Yeah, it was almost too cold to grill burgers, but I...
We're in the home stretch, dudes. Just stopping for a second, getting something to eat. Your Dragon, your printer's up and running again. Nice. Donald Duck impression? Nah.
One day ours will be too.
What?
One day our printer will also be up and running again.
Yeah.
Those mics might be okay for a couple, like, I don't know.
Huh? Storm says, I'm surprised more geese weren't hit on the roads in Michigan when I was up there. They'd always run into the middle of the road if their Ryan Goslings were next to the road and you were driving past.
The Ryan Gosling?
Yeah. That's where the name comes from. You know, right? 700 plus horsepower. Where is Mr. Geek from? He comes from the land of the ice and snow, from the midnight sun, where the hot springs blow.
And the Amish.
And in the Amish, yeah. We've been making some great progress, yes. That was poetic, yep. Yeah, I know. Hammer of the gods. We drive our ships to new lands, fight the horde,
sing and cry, Valhalla, I am coming. You're not Amish, are you?
No.
That would
Do I have a beard? I can't even grow a beard. I tried to grow a beard. In November. You know, they say no shave November. I started in November. I went like 4 months. It was just like patchy hair. Like, it didn't resemble a beard in any way. And I'm like, you know what? This was my test. If I can't grow a beard by that point that looks, you know, like, you know, a 16-year-old, it's just never gonna happen. So no, I'm good.
Oh, you grow a pubic beard. I got you. Yeah.
It's just it gets long, but it's like, you know, like you got a full beard.
Yeah.
It's just like, you know, it's a little longer here than it is here. You know, I don't know what it is. I got mama's boy face, I guess.
Yeah, it is what it is.
I just never could grow a beard that looked worthy of wearing one.
EJ blinks and has a beard.
Yeah, pretty much.
Are you one of those people that you shave in the morning and by noon you have half a beard already?
Yep. It doesn't grow that fast, dude. Give it a couple days and it'll be back.
That's why I don't get upset when he shaves, because I'm just like, it'll be back.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, that's good though, because like then you could get fancy. You know, you can
yeah.
try different things
Dude,
because you know in like 2 weeks it's going to be like Mountain Man again.
Absolutely done that. Did, you know, mustache. I've done a Fu Manchu. I've done mutton chops on stream before. Oh, it was great. Everyone kept calling me Ulysses. I was like, all right. I've done
what did you do that I hated?
handlebars.
Oh, that's what
Yeah,
it was.
I did handlebars.
Yeah.
Like all the way down and under. It was
Oh
dope.
man, going the whole way under.
Dude, it was sick.
I
looked.
you did the Lemmy?
Yeah, exactly. Oh,
yeah.
that's the Washington newspaper. Ask Geek about cookie tables. Cookie tables?
Cookie tables.
What the hell are cookie tables?
Who's asking?
Gaw. He's from your neck of the woods.
I'm not quite sure what he's referring to.
Gaw. Speak Pennsylvania better. You know, Hershey, Heinz,
Amish.
Steelers.
Bells.
What?
Bells.
Yins.
Yins. The wedding cookie table for weddings.
Oh, I mean, it's, you know, like my wedding, my aunt decided to make or buy every cookie in a tri-county area for my wedding, so yeah, there was like every type of cookie you could ever imagine. But yeah, it's a Pennsylvania thing that,
Really?
yeah, like cookies at weddings is like a huge deal.
I need to go to a Pennsylvania wedding.
Geek, I got a plan. Get divorced and then get married again. Just like real quick. Just, you know, have you tried turning your marriage off and turning it back on again?
We could just renew our vows, I guess. Why don't we just have a party?
Yeah, you know, we could do this.
Screw the wedding.
Yeah, that last part would work.
Because, I mean, let's be honest. Besides the ladies out there, if dudes were just like, let's have a party, everybody be like, cool. You know?
Man.
They don't need the formality part.
Yep.
You've already done that, you know. Just have a party.
Does a Massachusetts wedding have Dunkin' Donuts?
Yep.
So, chat, we went to Michigan a couple weekends ago and I had a wedding shower, and my mom gave everybody Dunkin' Donut gift cards for the favors because they were all coming here.
That happened.
Orange said he went to a wedding in Pennsylvania last fall. Don't remember a cookie table. I missed out. Maybe it's a Western Pennsylvania thing. I don't know.
Tradition is just pure
That's true. That is true. Ian says, is it too late to cancel EJ's wedding and move it to PA?
No, Ian, we'll do that for your wedding, buddy.
Western Eastern PA, very different. That is very true. Because we got the good teams on our side of the state.
Oh!
Just not this year.
Shit.
You know, you always have to have an off year, you know. So
I don't know, man. I like Pickett. The second Pickett picked a fight with somebody, I was like, all right, this guy's all right.
yeah,
Just gotta play a little better. You know, some guy hit him and he came right back over and decked him right in the face last year. That was cool. I was like, all right, I like.
And
that.
I love like whenever like he's got that attitude. Like if someone like really gets him good, he gets up and laughs at him.
Yeah, exactly.
Like you know he's having fun. Now I'm sure he doesn't want to get blasted every day. You know, especially as he gets older. Ben figured that out. And but yeah, you could definitely tell he's enjoying himself out there. Honestly, I think the biggest problem that he had was our offensive coordinator decided that we're just going to give him like 4 plays, and that's all he was allowed to use. You know, I don't know why he thought he was a dumb quarterback or something. Like I don't get it, but I think with the result of last year, that's not going to happen anymore.
I would try you guys' mics again and see how it goes. Like, see how long they live. I mean, it's got to be an hour now, right?
They went out at 7:30. What time is it now?
8:04. They went out at 7:30, really?
Yep, they lasted 7. Yeah, I looked at the uptime right when they went out just to see. So yeah. When are you gonna change your blinker fluid, dude? Oh, I got plenty of it. Got plenty. Chat gave it to me. No joke. Look at that. Universal headlight and blinker fluid.
Yeah, it covers both your blinker and your headlight. That's good stuff.
Good for 10,000 miles, dude. 10,000 miles. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Goth says at his brother's wedding, the cookie table's bigger than the wedding table.
Yeah, see, yeah, God, he knows. Yeah, Clayton. Yeah, man. The blinker fluid, I mean, everybody needs it. You know, it's funny because years ago, we always used to talk about, don't forget your exhaust fluid.
Yep.
Now exhaust fluid is actually a real thing for diesel vehicles.
Oh, yeah, DF.
Yeah.
Ah.
Yeah, you got to put that in. Like, that used to be a joke
Yeah.
before, you know? So, coming soon. Muffler bearings. Yep.
Guys, I gotta use the restroom. I'll be right back. And then we'll get to work when I get back.
Yeah, we're gonna get these
brakes.
brake lines finished. We'll get them bled and cross that off the list too. We're real close to finishing one whole sheet. Honestly, after the brake lines, just the alignments, and that's one whole half of the Freb list.
You had a Mario themed wedding cake?
We did.
Was it still white or was it like?
Yeah, I had a friend I used to work with. I worked at GameStop, and after he left GameStop, he opened a bakery and used to make wedding cakes. And he actually made us a Mario themed wedding cake. So it was white, and then he used like different color fondant to make the characters and everything, and it like went around the layers of the cake.
That's cool.
It was awesome.
See, you are gonna have to bring your wedding book. I need to see pictures.
DF is the biggest sham I've ever had to deal with from my brother. Yeah. We don't make the rules, unfortunately.
And then Nintendo sued you.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's why we didn't stream our wedding, because we didn't want Nintendo to sue us.
Your audio's not effed. Our mics died. We're using a blue snowball.
We have a snowball here because the wire we were going for 7.5 hours and the mics gave up the ghost.
True that.
They're really protective of their IP. Well, it wasn't Mario. It was Dario and Luigi. Yeah. Another Italian. Yep.
I have had to actively try not to make our wedding excessively space themed.
Right.
Because
Yeah.
it's so easy.
I can imagine.
Yeah, it's so easy to do. You're just what does he like? Or
Yeah.
what's
Yeah, there's so many things you could do with that.
Yeah. And so there's hints of it. There'll be a little touches, but even then, I'm my mom wants to dance to Drops of Jupiter,
Yeah.
and I'm it's too much. That's too much.
You're jumping the shark.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm trying there was something he made a joke about having a space shuttle cake topper, and I'm
Yeah.
I'm not cutting.
You have your wedding cake, but there's a launch tower
yeah.
beside it that has the struts going over to it.
Exactly.
There's so much you could do with that.
It is, and the thing is it's not even him. It's not all him either. Because when we got engaged, I was what do you want to do? How much do you want this to be super space?
Yeah.
He was not at all. I don't want it to be themed.
Yeah.
It needs to be classy.
Yeah.
So it's I'm really hoping that it's not gonna be that we've done just enough.
I do cook occasionally. I'm really good at making meatballs.
Ooh.
I'm surprisingly good at baking. I never thought that I would be, but I make a really good pumpkin cheesecake. What else? Regular pumpkin pie. Ewok likes. I make a chocolate pudding and peanut butter pie that she likes.
Ooh, that sounds really good.
It's super easy. It's you make you mix peanut butter with baking sugar until it's real thick, and then you spread it on a graham cracker crust. Get some 1 pack of Jell-O chocolate pudding, mix it up, put that inside, cover the top with whipped cream, and put it in the refrigerator for an hour.
Done.
Good to go.
Yeah. She said your carrot cake is good.
Oh, the carrot. Yeah, I forgot about the carrot cake, yeah. Oh no, there's 2 Ewoks now.
Now there are 2 of them.
Now there are 2 of them.
I had to stop watching. I love baking. I had to stop watching Great British Bake Off because every time I watched it, I was I could bake that. I could bake that. I could do that.
Right.
And so we just had all these baked goods constantly.
Yeah.
And I think probably after we got engaged, I was okay, I can't do this anymore.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, that's whenever Ewok will make something, we'll make some and give them to my father, because I live in a double house. My father lives on the other side of the house. So I don't remember what it was the other day. She made something and gave him some. And then I was out in the garage, and he was like, "You know what? Now I understand why you're as big as you are." I'm like, "I told you!"
First of all, thanks,
the
Dad.
way she cooks, I can't help it, So, but yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not to the point where I'm I love cooking.
Right.
But I get like these spur of the moment type things sometimes. That I'm like, I want to cook something. Or I want to figure something out. I mean, anybody, believe me, if I could do it, anybody can cook. But we decided it was a couple months ago. We were gonna, because we love Chinese food.
Right.
So we're like, we're trying to save money. We don't want to keep going out to Chinese restaurants, so we're gonna try making some at home. So looked up some recipes, and I love lo mein, and I could never figure out. We tried a couple times years ago to make lo mein, but it just never tasted right. And I found a recipe for the sauce that you use to cook the noodles, and I made it. And then Ewok made some. She made, I think it was like a coconut chicken or something like, and she made some slamming egg rolls. And it was on, man. I'm like, well, here's another 20 pounds.
But how long did that take? Because the back of my head is like, that probably took double the time it took to order takeout.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it's not the quickest thing.
Yeah.
Making lo mein is not. It doesn't take super long. You start with you boil your lo mein noodles only for like 3 or 4 minutes, just to soften them up, and then drain it off. Put them in cold water so they stop cooking, because you mostly cook them in the frying pan with the other stuff, and then you just start with your vegetables, whatever takes the longest to cook.
Yeah.
Put it in there with some oil, onions, saute that stuff, and you just continue adding the different things. You put the noodles in last, mix it all up, let it cook for 2 or 3 minutes after that, and that's it, so... We've transitioned to a cooking stream.
Yeah.
Is it by race 10?
No more. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, they canceled the race. So.
That's right.
No, I was asked if I cooked.
Yeah, I got
Do you
it.
cook?
Duh.
What do you like? What's your like go-to thing?
Ramen noodle?
Really depends.
The Ramen King, of course.
I'm the ramen king.
You have like a signature dish?
Right now, what I've been doing is cooking up couscous, corn, so white corn, yellow corn, asparagus, green beans, and just mixing that all up together with like hot dogs or chunks of hamburger right now. I eat 1 meal a day, dude.
Yeah.
That's like my go-to during the week. I can cook steak. I cooked Remo steak dinner the other day. Yeah. I mean, I could cook whatever. I cook anything.
Yeah.
I mean, I worked in a restaurant for a long time, so
Yeah. I wasn't sure if you had like me and Ewok. We love. If you've ever watched Beat Bobby Flay.
Yeah.
We watch Beat Bobby Flay like every night before bed. We usually watch 1 or 2 episodes. And on the show, it's basically they bring in 2 people. They cook something that Bobby Flay, he gives them an ingredient, and they have 20 minutes to make that the best of that ingredient. And then they have 2 judges, and whoever picks, they then go against Bobby Flay. And it's always, what is your signature dish? And that's what they both have to make. And then they have judges that are like professional, like restaurant people and stuff like that, come in and blind taste test their dishes, and then it's to see who can beat them.
That's
He
cool.
doesn't usually get beat too often.
Yeah.
But I mean, he's a master
He's Bobby
chef.
Flay.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, that's awesome.
yeah, no. I think if I had more time, if we had more time together, you would cook more. But you're so busy with streaming, you don't. And honestly, cooking stresses me out.
Really?
Like, there's too much to handle at the same time.
Too much going on.
Yeah.
That's like when we make Chinese. Like, I'll do one dish,
Yeah.
and Ewok will do it, because like I couldn't do like I got to do this, or I got to make sure this is going. And, I can't multitask like that.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
I
Those
get
like
what
the
you're saying.
burgers, I just like sat there and I was like, okay.
Make sure they're good. So.
I mean, yeah, getting better at that takes time. Like I said, I have had a lot of practice, you know. You just got to figure out, like, over time you figure out, like, oh, if I microwave some corn, right, some frozen corn, it's going to take 5 minutes. So 5 minutes before you know when the burgers are going to be finished, you nuke the corn, right? And then, do some insta mash with it, and then boom, you have corn, mashed potatoes, and burgers, right?
Yeah,
and
but
that's
see,
that's a good little meal.
I couldn't, I would have to write all that down.
Oh, yeah?
And put a timer on it. But
Right.
okay, time to do this.
Yeah, see.
Because I would forget, or
Yeah.
I'd be focusing on something else and be like, oh crap, I forgot to do this. And then by the time I do that, this is burnt.
Exactly.
So, yeah, I just don't have, if I did it all the time, maybe
Yeah.
I could learn it, but
Dude,
I
wasn't
just don't
good at
have that,
Yeah.
I wasn't good
awareness.
at it. I wasn't good at it for the longest time. It took a lot of time in the kitchen.
Yeah.
But your parents are amazing at it.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, me and my dad threw together. We had Sunday dinner for Mother's Day, and what did we cook? Like 15 burgers, 8 hot dogs, 10 sausages. We had what did we have with the roast potatoes with it with a custom seasoning that my dad did. He roast potatoes with like a bunch of stuff and like tomato paste and stuff, so it kind of tastes has like a marinara sauce flavor to it. It's really good. And then we had like asparagus. We had a bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, me and my dad zipped that out. We zipped it out in like 30 minutes.
That's awesome.
I know.
Jeez.
Yeah, that was with like actual cut potatoes. I sautéed some onions.
Yeah.
I sautéed some onions in chicken broth and then reduced it. And then you just saute the onions, and I was moving the onions around. Like I can do the flip where you flip the food in the
I'm too
the
scared
pan.
to do that.
Oh, I can do that. Just pull your wrist
I'm always
back.
like, I'm going to do this and just throw them all over the
Yeah,
kitchen.
exactly.
And then I don't want to clean it up, so I'm like, I'll just mix it up with the thing.
Yeah, I can. You basically just gotta kind of go forward and then pull your wrist back, and then it'll just rebound like going off.
Oh,
of a
I
quarter
understand the concept
Just-
of it. I'm just always like, I don't want to clean it up, so I'm not going to attempt it.
We have an Instapot
Yeah,
walk.
we have it in some. Here's the other thing I'm having a real problem with lately, is that if I buy food and I put it in the fridge, somehow we will find a way to not have time to eat it until it's bad.
Oh,
Like,
jeez.
there will be leftovers or something that is just like, we don't have time to eat it.
Yeah.
And so then I freeze things. But then every time I cook, I have to think about what am I going to cook
Right.
and unfreeze it in time, and I don't do that.
Yeah.
I 3 o'clock comes around, and I'm like, oh crap, I don't have anything to eat.
Yeah.
Like, that's my biggest thing right now. But yeah, no, the Instapot, I make roasts and everything. I think I did the,
You do a good job with the Instapot, sweetheart.
yeah, because you just throw everything in there and
Yep.
wait.
When it dings,
Yeah.
you're good. That's my kind of cooking,
Yeah,
man.
exactly.
Just cut it up and put it in there. And when it tells you it's done, you're good to go.
Right? That's what's so good. Like, I think that's what I like about baking, too. You just put it all together,
Yeah.
and dang.
Yeah.
Like,
I tell you what, one of the hardest things that I have tried to bake is regular, like, New York style cheesecake.
oh, really?
It's if you don't have things right, man, I can make a slamming pumpkin cheesecake and it comes out great. I tried to make a New York style cheesecake like after that, and I don't know what happened. I followed directions. I did everything I was supposed to do, and it was like pudding. Like it just did not set at all. I could not understand why.
Yeah.
And that went in the trash. Because I'm like, I'm not letting anybody even look at this because it's gross looking. And then I made another one, and it was a little bit better, but it's not like,
It's
you
not,
go to the store and you
Yeah.
get a piece of cheesecake and it's like so good.
Yeah.
It was nowhere near that.
I have
But
not tried
if I
cheesecake.
keep trying it, I'll eventually figure it out.
Yeah.
All right, Chad, I think we're going to get to these break lines, so let me get the microphone moved over here. All right. And let's get the camera.
Go that throttle up.
ECM Arsenal.
What's up, Arsenal?
Okay, I just was like getting the notifications away Somebody just posted the parking pass for Taylor Swift at Gillette, and it literally says, "No lowballers. I know what I have."
Oh my god. I mean, dude, apparently, yeah, T Swift is playing Gillette Stadium, so.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
T Swift is coming to Gillette, huh?
Yeah, she's there tonight, dude.
All the Swifties will be out.
Dude, T Bizzle.
T Bizzle.
I'm like on all these community Facebooks, and that's all they can talk about.
I hear that she's actually a very good performer.
I heard
Like
that
her
too.
shows are like really good. Like she
Yeah.
plays for like 3 hours,
That's
does like 45 songs, you know,
Yeah,
all
like,
kinds of
respect.
crazy stuff.
good for her.
Stay off the streets, the Swifties are loose.
Yeah, the
Dude, for
Swifties
real.
are out. Stay off the streets.
For real. I'm using the line wrench back here, guys, to
So
Just like-
ECM Arsenal says, tell EJ that ECM's internship is going well.
good. Good.
If you had an unlimited budget, what would you do with your truck?
We would unlimited budget, huh? I'm trying to think what motor I would put in it.
Can we put Rome in the budget?
No. No.
Bye, Graham.
All right, see you, predominant.
Bye, Graham.
Bye, Graham. I don't know.
You had an unlimited budget. You know what you could do? Send it to somebody else and have them fix it.
Straight up.
Here's the money. Call me when it's done.
I don't know. If I had a limited budget, I probably wouldn't change much. Dude, I don't. I'd put a 7.3 in it. I'd put a 7.3 turbo in this. Ford 7.3 turbo engine. I'd put that in this thing. That's what I'd do. Yeah, that with like a T56. That with a T56 behind it. So 7.3 turbo with a T56. The thing would just roast tires all day. That would be really cool.
You'd lift it and put big wheels and really small tires on it, wouldn't you?
No.
Can't stand that.
Yeah, rubber band tires.
Ugh.
What do you want?
They're not so bad if the tires actually fit under the wheel wells, but when people put the rims on it where the tires actually stick out past the fenders, like by a whole tire's width,
And it looks like a toy.
oh, it's so terrible. And probably buy a better welder.
Yeah, that would
I would hire a better welder. That's what I would do.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, 7.3 turbo. With yeah, 7.3 turbo, dude, with a 6-speed behind it, and a limited slip rear end. That's what I do. I would have somebody come in here, do all the metal work, do all the body work. Not like super good, just enough to get it to get it back to good. Like I wouldn't want it like painted nice. To be honest with you, I'd say just leave the paint, fix the stuff, paint it, make it last. 7.3 turbo, 6-speed transmission, so Tremec T56, back to like 373 with posi, with a 9-inch rear end. That's it. This thing would friggin' scream, dude. It'd go so fast. That would that would go fast to the point of sketchiness. Like,
Right.
You gotta be careful. Air rides? Nah. Unlimited budget collab with DeBoss. Yeah, he's building a truck like this. Yeah, he is. He's building a truck like this. Oh, I forgot one brake line that I gotta tighten up down here.
Thanks, Flakin.
Don't say 30. Your mics might be good. I don't know. I'm like scared to tell you guys that and then dies again. But like, also realistically, how much longer do they need to live? Like, I don't know.
A giant speaker system in the bed. Now, we want to put a big speaker box on the roof, like in GTA.
Hey, Geek, can you give me my 5/8 wrench? It's
Sure.
up by the front right tire.
Yeah.
throw it this way. It should be there.
You said wrench.
Yeah.
No.
Nope. Okay. Maybe I put it down somewhere. Some of these fittings weren't tight all the way. I have the line wrench now, so it should be. This should be good. Is it over there?
5/8? No.
What's over there? What's that wrench you just had?
9/16?
Yeah, throw it this way. Thank you.
That should.
Yeah, thank you. It's
You need the 5/8?
yeah. I shouldn't, dude. I just had it in my hand, so it's not in the toolbox. It's down somewhere.
Yeah, here it is.
Oh yeah, we gotta do this. Alright, Geek, get the mics. No, you gotta change the mic scene, or the mic input. I'm gonna say, try to get that ready to go while I'm doing this break on here. There we go. That ain't gonna leak. Ain't gonna fit.
What do you change the device to? With the Realtek?
Yeah, Realtek is what it is.
Before we do that.
All right, guys, we're going to try to see if we can switch back to the lapel mics to finish up the brake lines here.
There you go.
Thanks, buddy.
Test. Yep, I think we're in business. Loud buzz. Test. Geek, which one is yours?
This one.
Okay, cool.
Bad hum. No buzz. Way better. Perfect.
Yeah.
Fixed.
Yep. Yeah, God, that's kind of why I like working on trucks. You don't need to jack them up. You can just get under there. Very easy.
When you're skinny.
No comment. No comment. All right, so yeah, boys, we should be back up and running here. Yeah. Yeah, I'm on. One of those things you don't like about your Sonic. Yeah, putting it up on jack stands is a pain. I have to do that with the Mustang, man.
Okay.
All right, so
I'm plugging the blue snowball.
all right, let's complete this thrash.
All right, you got the camera.
Yep. Okay. Camera is set up. You switch to it?
Yep.
Okay, so we're back on the left hub again. I have the line. That line right there comes from the other tire. Basically, and that goes to a T connection. One of the connections goes to that brake connection that's literally right in front of that T. And then the other one needs to connect up to the master cylinder. And then that's it. Dude, we might even be able to reuse some of my... my steel. My original down steel stainless one.
Mm-hmm.
Might be able to reuse that. Let's see. Let's see where this would come down.
Did something with my phone, and I don't know what to do with it. Set it down somewhere.
Yeah. Pepe. I mean, there's really nothing against combining stainless lines with regular lines, is there? I mean,
No.
but see, oh, actually, the flare on this was leaking.
Is it in the bed, maybe?
I don't think it's in that one.
So we could just make a copy of this with our regular line.
Maybe I left it in the truck. I went to get the- let me go look.
Let's see if that works. So that's about where that would live if that was plugged in. Yeah. No, we'll make a new line because I know this thing leaks. Don't want to do that. Ain't gonna fit like that. Okay. Whistling Star Wars Special Edition songs? That's right.
Yay, you found it.
Was it in the truck?
Yep.
Yeah.
Sitting in the cup holder.
Nice. So this is probably not going to do. And then this flares. I don't know. The flare seems okay. I maybe just didn't have that tighten all the way down. You take a look.
Looks fine to me.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we can get her if you want.
Do you know for sure that it was leaking from that?
Yeah, it was leaking from the T-junction. I was pretty sure. Dude, but it very well could have just not been tightened down all the way. That is absolutely a possibility, but I don't think that's exactly what was going on, but I don't know. But see, dude, from here it's just making two lines. Should be pretty straightforward stuff.
Yeah.
Like you're looking down in here.
Mm-hmm.
What's a flare in this context?
The
I'll show
pipes. Yeah. Here, Geek's got it.
There's the camera. There we go. You see the end of the brake line here, like the raised edge? That's what's called a flare. You use a tool basically to squish the metal, and it makes it so it sits down in the edge of the nut here, and it sits like that. So when you screw it up into whatever fitting, it will go and seal. That's what DJ was saying. He wasn't sure if it was leaking. So, but they look okay to me. Sometimes if you do it and they're crooked or something, they can leak, but they look okay.
Yeah. I do have a pretty nice line flaring to it. Ric Flair? No. Yes. Maybe?
Woo!
Is it also called a flange? I called it a flange.
No.
No, not a flange.
Nope.
Spaceman, woo!
So I'm zip tying the line on the back side of the cross member down here.
Hellfish, hey Geek, North Wilkesboro late model races are going on right now.
Nice.
That's cool.
Late models, like dirt late models, are cool, but they're not my favorite kind of racing because they're honestly, I mean, yeah, they got a lot of horsepower and they make a lot of noise, but honestly, they're, from what I've been told, they're very easy to drive. You know, there's basically two marks on the steering wheel. When you're straight, you follow this mark. When you're going in a turn, you turn it to this mark. You know, it's once you get it's late model racing is all about the setup and how much money you have. That's pretty much, you know, late model racing. When it comes to like super lates, there is some they call them crate lates, where everybody has to use a sealed engine, so they're all exactly the same and people can't like mess with them. But I've still heard of people who are friends with the people who seal the engines. You know, they can either do something and get them resealed, or they seal them after they've already done stuff to them, or they monkey with stuff in other ways. So it's more of what you can get away with and how much money you have to put into it.
That sure sounds like NASCAR.
Kinda, yeah. NASCAR has a lot more inspection than dirt track races do. So there's a lot more getting away with it. But they say if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. So
Isn't that the league where you can walk up to anyone and buy their car for a set price?
sometimes they have rules at certain tracks that they call it a what's that? There's if like a certain person wins so many times in a row, they can pay to have them tore down, which means they pay the track, the inspector at the track, to tear the engine down to make sure that it is legit. And if it's legit, you lose your money. But most people don't want to get their engines tore down because they have a lot of work in their cars and they don't want them torn apart, even if they aren't cheating. So they will just forfeit their win. Some have a car claim rule where if you win so many races, after the third or fourth win in a row, you can pay a set price that the track has, to buy that person's car. If they refuse, they have to forfeit their win. You know, there's a whole bunch of different rules like that to try and curb cheating or make it so it's not the same person winning every week and every week and every week. But all tracks have different rules. Yeah, and that's what it is. People don't want their stuff torn apart. Like I said, even if they're not cheating, they just don't want it taken apart because they have a lot of work tuning their engines and stuff like that. So they just say, no, I'm not doing that, and forfeit the win. Unfortunately, some people use that to their advantage, and if they just don't like somebody, they'll do a claim or want to do it. But again, you're putting up your money to have them tore down. So if the person is like, sure, go ahead and tear it down, and they're not cheating, then, and it's not $100, it's a couple grand that they have to pay.
What you doing, sweetheart?
I'm tightening up brake lines. This stainless thing should work, dude. I mean, it should be able to get to the master.
Yeah, I think that, like I said, I think them flares were okay.
All right.
I would connect that to the master last.
Yep.
Do the the driver's side. That way we don't have to worry about the leaking.
Yep. I bent this son of a gun a little bit.
Right, we gotta go under. No, in there. No, I guess it has to go over that rubber line.
So I think
There's enough there to get it where it's got to go.
okay. So yeah, this is just a T-junction, guys. So the fluid will come down here, and it'll go to the other tire, and then I just got to connect this to that. I might, once again, might be able to use, I might be able to use what I already have. Let me see. I don't know, dude. Maybe the stainless steel one that I did, we can make it go up and then I can make it turn. We might not need that extra brake line, but the stainless ones are really nice.
Yeah, it's like I said.
Give me
I
that.
would try and use what you got, and
Yeah.
we'll see, and then go from there.
Yeah. I might be able to, guys, I might be able to use what I have already. Oh, it's just a little bit too long. If I just tighten this in here.
What if you do it the other way? Actually, probably won't be tall enough.
I put a little bend in it.
Yeah, that's fine.
Will that connect to the master?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. All right, let's see. Once again, this ain't the prettiest thing around, but I'm just trying to tighten these down so they don't leak. This line wrench really makes this a lot easier, man.
Oh, yeah. Those line wrenches they're almost a necessity for brake lines.
Yep.
Because they wrap around
Yeah,
the fitting a lot more, so you have a lot more grip. You don't have to worry about it slipping off.
Yep.
There's a lot more surface area on the fitting.
Yeah. All right, let me make sure that this side is all tight. Dude, yeah, those three should be nice and tight, dude. I'm kind of happy to say that maybe I just didn't tighten that down enough.
Hey, easiest fixes are the best ones.
Yep. All right, so, fellas, if you're still watching, first of all, thanks for watching this entire time. I do appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
I hope you guys have been enjoying the thrash to get this thing done. Mountain Dew. The last thing that we really need to do, if we're gonna reuse some of the brake lines, is just connect that to there. Because this thing, that connection is just there to make sure we don't piss brake fluid everywhere. So, what I will do is undo this, get the rag, and we is it which way is it? Left. So yeah, okay, this way.
Bill subscribed to Tier 1 for 26 months. I fix cars all day. Why not watch them? And then it shoots off on mobile. Why not watch some more after?
Nice.
Is that on there? I don't know.
Yeah, you should be going the right way.
That's the right way, right?
I think so.
Are we just tired? Yeah, that's loosening. I must have
Yeah.
I must have just really tightened that thing, which is good. I mean, it didn't leak. All right, so we're gonna start pissing brake fluid here in a second. Huh. Not much came out. Thanks, Norak.
Thank you.
Okay. I mean, that's still kind of bent a little bit.
It don't gotta be perfectly
Yeah.
straight. It don't gotta be straight at all, to be honest.
Yeah, it's just got to be good enough.
Gotta be tight.
Yeah, it's good to have another hand so you don't bend the line. There. There we go.
She's tight. Tight like a tiger.
Very. Yes, you're very tight. I can tell from your tight pants. Yes, you're tight. Strap level. Yeah, okay. This ain't going nowhere, that's for sure. Let me just see if we can just unspring the metal here a little bit. Yeah, okay. Cool. Do I have the bleeder kit ready? Yes, I do.
Norris says, I used to run those MSDs on my RX-7.
Yeah, multiple spark discharge. That's really good for Wankel motors, dude. Yeah. 6AL ignition with a pro billet distributor, dude. You'll yeah, no, it's easy to get it to run, dude, that's for sure. Well, shoot. All right, let's see what we got here.
How easy is it to add the MSD?
It comes with wire diagrams, dude. I'm an idiot and I figured it out. Like, it's not too bad, especially on an old ignition system. It's pretty straightforward. The MSD is also good for shocking the absolute crap out of your friends. Ask me how I know. Yeah, if you're not afraid to jump into a wire harness, dude, like, then yeah, the MSD should not be difficult at all. If you're not afraid to jump into one.
Why do we need that wire anymore?
What?
You just put away the wire that you were going to use to mock up brake lines.
No need. I ended up reusing the ones that I had.
Oh.
I used some from the ones that my uncle made and some from the ones that I made, and we pieced together a good brake system.
Oh, cool. That was, I guess I was making burgers.
No, we just did that, and it was just straight chance that it worked.
All right. Go until it's done, Sawyer, before they get too tired.
Dude, good news. There's fluid in both reservoirs.
That's good.
So that means we didn't drain it down. That means the master cylinder still bled. So, guys, what I just did was I checked the fluid level. So that's a dual reservoir master. This is a master cylinder. The master cylinder is what actuates your brakes, right? So what I did was we opened this thing up and I checked to see if there's fluid. There's fluid in both reservoirs. It's kind of hard to see, but it's there. So that means that we never had air come in from the top, which means that this thing should not be the worst thing to bleed. What we have to do now is we have to make sure that the fluid is going all the way down to the brakes. That's called bleeding the brakes. It is tedious, it's annoying, and it takes time. But that's what we got to do. We have to make sure that there's no air left in the lines. Why? Well, the simple answer is gas is compressible and liquid is not. In order for your hydraulic brakes to work correctly, they need fluid. They need hydraulic fluid. So we need to make sure that these are filled up with brake fluid, and then we got to start pumping the fluid manually through the lines. We can bleed them out on the ends. We can bleed them out on the ends with the bleeder systems. There's basically bleeder. They're called bleeder nipples, and I know I said nipples, so chat's gonna go.
Is that the sound that they make?
Yeah, nipples. So
I always wondered what chat sounded like.
that's how chat sounds inside my head, B.
Bob's.
Bob's and apples. Oh, nipple. Anyway, sorry. I gotta get my bleeders out. I don't know where the heck those are.
Oh, I know vacuum bleeders.
I actually have a vacuum bleeder. I just have to find it. I don't know where it is. Story of my freaking life. Oh, here it is.
Iron God says I'm currently bleeding my brakes on my '66 Chevy. What kind of Chevy?
Wow, so rude. American, so rude. With Geek there, you just need a tube and a cup. Yep.
Sounds like a video I watched once.
I was trying.
Don't do that again. It's a C10 short box step side. All right.
Nice.
All right. Here you go, Iron. We got a 59 Ford step side here. There you go. 2 mechanics, 1 brake line.
Well, I mean, it's easier if you have 2 mechanics when you're bleeding brakes.
Okay. All right. Well, thankfully I got this thing. We could try to suck the fluid down. Suck. Yep.
Give it the suck. This basically pulls the fluid through instead of pushing it with the master cylinder.
Yep.
And you get really big forearms from it as well, because you got to squeeze.
We're-
Anticipating a lot of jokes.
We're at that point in the stream, huh?
Yeah, pretty much. Hey, it's been 2 days, man. I'm doing really well, okay?
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Yeah, that's fair. All right. I'll give you that.
Are we gonna see if it leaks too at this point?
Yep, we'll know.
LBBZ, I just made them burgers. They don't need an extra large pizza.
Pizza?
Maybe tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know. I've been hearing about these really good pizza places up here, so I may have to actually see if it's legit or if it's, just bias. You did give him beer. They did, Ewok.
Think it's a little bit of bias. I'm Remo. Me.
I mean, they like the Patriots up here, so.
Oh, what the
Who knows what they think about their pizza?
Oh, our pizza's better than yours, all right? You know why? Ours wins Super Bowls, okay?
Hey, ours won just as many Super Bowls just a long time ago.
That was 50 years ago, man.
I don't have a horse in this race.
Yeah, I know. You never won a Super Bowl.
We ain't talking about the Detroit. The Lion. We ain't even getting the Lions into this discussion.
Yeah, you have to win a Super Bowl then during this discussion.
You got to get to the playoffs to win a Super Bowl.
Owned.
We won a Super Bowl. It just wasn't called the Super Bowl yet.
So I might have to do.
Pierogi pizza?
What?
Oh yeah.
I've never had pierogi. What is pierogi pizza?
How are you gonna make pierogi pizza?
Pierogi pizza is. They call it pierogi pizza. Some places call it white pizza. Basically, it's pizza dough and butter and onions and mashed potatoes, and then
Yeah, I'd eat
sprinkled
that.
cheddar cheese on top. Yeah, buddy.
That sounds legit. I can get behind that.
Hashtag Bengals fan.
Hashtag I'm sorry you live in Ohio.
Rectum. All right,
Cream
so
cheese in New York. Ooh, that
guys,
sounds good, too.
this thing is called a Mighty Vac. What it does is I swear it's not mine. You can
One receipt for EJ's brake bleeders.
basically create vacuum, and if I let go of this, I mean inside of that tube is pressurized, or depressurized, I should say. And if I let it go, you hear that? It creates vacuum. SpaceX actually uses something exactly like this to pull down the seals on Dragon's hatch. They use an exact, like pretty much the same thing.
It has a bigger handle though.
It's not mine, I swear. So, if we're gonna bleed this right, we gotta.
Don't you do you do the furthest? Do you need to do the back?
Yeah, we gotta do the back. I just want to see if I have a line flaring tool. Nope. The line tool doesn't fit on the bleeders.
Don't fit.
Maybe it'll fit on the bleeders back here. Yeah, Geek, so here, grab some brake fluid. You know the drill.
I know the drill.
Yep. Let me see. Let me see if I can get the line tool on these bleeders back here. Nope. Nope. Lovely. Okay. I can use the vacuum. The line tool makes it easy to get the bleeders off.
Hey EJ.
Yes, sir.
The back reservoir is empty.
It's not empty. There's still a little bit in there.
Is there?
Yeah.
No, very, very, very little.
But we didn't get down to. We didn't get down to the.
Yeah.
To the end here. So, here I'll back it out, and I mean the whole thing will gravity bleed over time. You got to punch a hole in it, man.
Oh, thought you already did. My bad.
Nope.
Thought it was open.
All right. Oh, come on, that was funny. All right, so what I got to do, guys, is I got to go down under here, and I have to use a wrench to try and open up the bleed valves on the rear brakes. You always start furthest away from the master, so we're starting. I'm starting at passenger side right, or rear, not right, both of it.
I don't need no funnels. I don't spill.
Damn. Damn. All right, so first thing I'm going to do is hit all the bleeders on the truck with penetrating oil. We're on this camera, by the way, just in case you... So these bleeders are notorious for getting stuck. I don't think that's what's going to happen here, but I also don't want to take the chance. You got to be patient with the bleeders, dudes. Got to be patient. If you break one off, it's really going to suck.
Don't break one. Don't break one off.
Oh, you poured brake fluid in there, and it is leaking like crazy back here. Wow, it's just pouring out brake fluid.
Okay.
Wow, that's not good.
Where is it coming out of?
Where the brakes go into the diff. Where's that line tool? It's, yeah, I gotta find the line tool. Where did I put it? Oh no. Wow, that's,
Right here.
you got it? Yeah, take a look down under there. Nope.
Oh, it's a T back here. So chat, basically there's a similar T back here that brings the fluid from the front of the truck to the back, and then it splits off to the driver's side and passenger side. And what's leaking is the fitting that is going to the driver's side rear at the T.
Okay.
You want something to clean that up?
Yeah, please. I need some
You
rags.
have a rag, or do you want paper towels?
Paper towels, dude.
Yeah, where are your shop towels?
They're up front. Here.
Up front?
Nope, Geek's got them. So, well, pouring that in, we found our first leak, which is good. We ideally don't want any leaks, but, you know, it's good.
Not that far back, where else would it leak from?
And there's still a good amount on the backside of the master cylinder, so you didn't go down. You didn't drain it all out.
Okay, as long as we didn't get air up in the master, we're fine. You don't want the fluid to bottom out. You don't want all the fluid to drain out of that master cylinder. If it does, you're going to have to bleed it again because that means there's air in the main cylinder, which is bad. You do not want that.
The truck did a nervous pee because it's almost done.
Yep. That is exactly what happened. Okay, let's see if we can get at the bleeders here. I'm on the back right tire, and we need 3/8, I think, for the bleeder. Actually, it might. Nope, it's not 3/8. 7/16 for the bleeder, maybe. 7/16 is too big, so it's metric. Oh boy. I do. 7/16 would be 11 millimeter would be the closest. Metric on my truck? Nope, it's 10 mil.
How dare you?
It's 10 mil, Chad. Oh no.
We both said it at the same time. It's in unison.
Oh.
Oh no. The chat is, or the truck is voiding itself right now at the thought of metric. No.
Don't lose it.
All right, good news. First bleeder came off. So I'm just gonna.
I will holler if you need to stop for refill.
All right, man. Okay, good news. We are making vacuum. Is fluid going down?
Very slowly.
Okay. The good news is that if we're making vacuum and it's not, the vacuum is staying consistent, that means we don't really have any leaks. Let me just pump it up even more, so see if we can pull the fluid right through.
Size matters.
Oh, it is losing pressure. Okay. Dude, it pulled a lot of fluid through.
Yeah, it didn't go down much here, so you're good. And it losing pressure is not the worst thing. It just means you probably didn't have a great seal between the vacuum pump and the bleeder. That's not like it's, you know.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I can actually hear it if I pump this up a lot.
You know, you're gonna have a little bit of loss there.
Okay. That pulled a good amount of brake fluid through. I love the Mighty Vac, dude. It'll just suck the brake fluid right through. Now, Geek, I still think we should do a couple manual bleeds, just to be sure.
Yeah, once we go around and we get it good with that, then we can go from there. But I think that to get, you know, again, the back is probably not going to have that much air in it because you had already done those before, and there's air, or there's mostly fluid in that line. Did you do the driver's side no, you did the passenger side. So
Just
the driver's side rear may be a little worse because you had that leak, but it's going to be a majority of fluid in there, so you may get a little bit of air, but probably not a ton. The front's going to be where we get most of the air because we put brand new lines on there that didn't have fluid in them.
Yep. Okay.
That brakes are overrated anyway. That's what I'm saying, Mother.
Hey, you know what? Brakes are by themselves are overrated. Just that's explosive. He uses everybody else for brakes.
Wrecked. Wrecked. All right, that I cracked this thing and it immediately started peeing. Good. 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 So, Chad, if you see the Mighty Vac's pulling fluid through, which means we got fluid to the rear, and it was holding pressure pretty well. This is, once again, this is just a vacuum pump. All it does is create vacuum inside of the tube. And that will just pull all the fluid directly into the, it'll basically saturate the system. And then if we just do some regular brake bleeding on top of this, it won't take nearly as long. So, because
Did you do the driver's side rear?
Yeah, it's already done.
Oh, cool.
It immediately started peeing, dude.
Oh, cool.
All right, so passenger.
All right, this one we may get a little bit. Well, no, this is probably going to be the most because this is the longest line on the front.
Yep.
Motor says you're not supposed to pee in it.
Yeah, that's probably right.
Well, it's a liquid, right?
Dude. There's immediately fluid. What the hell?
I'd probably pull a bunch to make sure.
Yep.
Ain't got no bubbles.
Is the front reservoir going down, man?
There's still a good bit in there.
Dude, I'm getting solid liquid, man.
If you're getting liquid, then we're good.
Is it going down at all?
It's so hard to tell, honestly.
Okay.
Let me get that other light and shine it from the top down.
Well, dude, look.
I mean,
I got half of that out of that cylinder. That thing was half full, half of where it is now.
Wow,
So
that's pretty good for that. I thought you would it would took a lot more. There's still a good bit in the front, man.
all right, cool.
Solid liquid, not to be confused with liquid solid.
Yeah. When I say solid liquid, I mean there's no air in there. All right. Last bleeder.
Put the cap back on this so I don't get knocked over.
Yeah, there was no bubbles, dudes. That's really, really good.
Tiny bubbles.
Wow, this thing is bubbling already. All right, so let's see if we can just give it some vacuum.
Yeah, it's definitely going down. But not a ton.
Yeah, solid liquid is a lack of gas.
Agreed. It shouldn't be going down by much, Geek.
Yeah, no, it's just like every time you pump, it's just like incrementally, just a teeny bit. Yes, that's a technical term.
Just a smidge.
Yeah, like a smidge.
Dude, yeah, I don't know, did it pull through that quickly?
I mean, it could have gravity fed,
Yeah,
after it was hooked up to
yeah,
a good bit.
yeah.
Yeah, you gotta hit the brake pedal.
Yeah, we got to do regular bleeding now. All right, you want me to pump the brakes or you want to do it?
I'd rather pump.
Okay. Damn, man, give me the tough job. All right, let me get my 10 mil wrench. So, guys, what we're doing is we're just going to double check. I just used the Mighty Vac to pull most of the fluid through. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to use a 10 mil wrench, and I'm going to undo the bleeders. And Geek's going to, basically, I'm going to have Geek press the brake. I'm going to undo the bleeder. And then I'm going to tighten it, and then I'm going to have him let go of the brake. This should evac all the air out of the system. How's progress today? Good. Good, good. Now, what I need chat to do Trying to see if we can get a shot of.
Watch. Well, we're gonna have to put a cover on.
How do you know if we're?
You have to periodically check it.
You don't need the cover on, do you? Do you
Is
do it with the cover?
Won't it?
Yeah, it will a little bit, but not if you just slowly ramp on the brake.
Okay.
We just got to make sure those 2 reservoirs have fluid in them. That's no Ford racing engine. Yeah, of course it is.
It says racing on it.
Yeah, racing is. It says it has racing right on the side.
There's 2 of them. That's 10 horsepower.
Agreed. Hey Draco, 60-month resub. Holy cannoli, 5 years of being dumb to an awesome Seb streamer. Here's to 5 more years, hopefully. Your face isn't Ford racing. I mean, that is accurate, man.
Okay.
All right, so there's no seat in there.
No seat.
All right, so press that thing. Is it firm? It's not very firm. Yeah, it's gushing out.
Like squirting?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, you probably want to put the lid on. Jesus Christ. It's getting late, chat.
All right, so we want to top this off, and then I'll put them. Jesus.
Chat, I'm trying to be so good. You're not making this easy.
It did, dude. They saw it blorp. They saw it blorp everywhere. They saw it blorp.
Just happy to be worked on.
Yep.
It's real excited.
Okay. I'm gonna switch this to here. We gotta just make sure that we don't drain that thing fully, and it's a little bit harder to do with the cover on, but it's all right.
Is the cover secure now?
Yeah, it's covered.
All right, hold on. Let me pump it here.
Stop. We're leaking. We got a leak.
Where are we leaking?
Back right, or back left. We're leaking on the driver's side rear. I gotta tighten it up. Let me get my line tool. Let me get the line tool again. I don't know where I put it. Lovely. Where the heck is it?
Is it over on the desk?
I don't know, Bree. It's the last place that you had it. Yep. Oh, fudge. Where the heck could it have gone?
The last place you weren't you using it under the back of the truck when it leaked the first time?
Yeah, maybe I left it down there. Oh, I was lying on it. Yeah. At least I know where it is. All right, so the passenger side line was leaking just a little bit. Yeah.
What are you doing to me, Steph?
Help me, step brake. I'm leaking or something. Okay. Let me go to the other side.
Other guy, that was on me, by the way, guys. I found that for him.
All right, try it now, geek.
got a pretty decent pedal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear the brake fluid going through the lines, which is good, and it's also not leaking, which is even better.
Check the front just to make sure we ain't got nothing up there.
Yep.
Once we know that none of the connections are leaking, then we can finish doing the bleeding.
Yep. All right, press it again. Is it staying firm, dude?
Yeah, it feels firm to me.
All right, let me check.
I mean, it's not like a rock hard pedal, but it's doesn't feel like it's leaking.
Yeah, man.
If it was leaking, you'd see a puddle by at this point.
Yeah. No, dude, it's pretty straight. All right. I mean, okay. Keep here. Press it a couple more times. All right. Now let me check fluid. So guys, this is not something that really gets done fast. It's just something that takes a little bit of time. You got to be patient. You don't want air in these lines. Like, I can't stress that enough. Still got plenty of fluid in both reservoirs. There we go. Plenty of fluid in both. So let's, I'll start on the back and we'll go from there. All right, where did I leave the mighty vac? Take me on your mighty vac. Take me on your mighty vac. And
Your mic is off,
mine?
but then Jay's beat says seems on to me.
Okay.
Or at least you're low. See you guys. Is it on? Yes.
Okay. So now I just have the regular. We're not making vacuum. What I'm basically doing is we're gonna get down here. We're gonna press all the damn fluid out of the lines. Please.
You want me to press it to the floor?
Yeah, press to the floor. Okay, now I'm gonna open up. Leave it. You're all the way down, right?
I'm all the way down.
Let me just tighten this thing back up. I don't have a 10 mil line wrench, but oh boy, don't do that to me. Don't strip. Okay, let it go.
You tight?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, much better pedal now.
Yeah?
Oh yeah.
Okay. All right. I hope I didn't strip that one, but I'm gonna have to look at it in the light. All right. Give me 1 sec to get all set up here.
Yep.
I don't have a line tool, so I have to put the line on first, loop it through the damn wrench. Okay, press it to the floor.
Go ahead.
Okay, loosening. Okay, let it go.
Are you tight?
Yeah, it's tight. going to use the open-ended part of the wrench just so we don't strip the frickin' bleeder. Come on. I keep knocking the thing over and it keeps dropping brake fluid on my arm. What are you laughing about?
Nothing, I love you.
Okay, push it.
Push it.
All right, push it, leave it all the way down.
Down. Floor.
Tight. Let it go. How's it now?
Feels good.
Yeah? The frickin' Mighty Vac, dude, I'm telling you. Makes it so you really only need to double check it once. Okay, I will move to the front now. Push it. Push it.
Trying to be quiet so you guys can talk to each other.
Okay. Push it to the floor, Geek.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Floor.
Tight. How's it now?
Feels good.
Yeah? All
Yep.
right, let me check the reservoirs real quick.
Is this booster vacuum powered?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, so you're going to get even more pedal whenever it's running.
Yep. Still got plenty of fluid in both reservoirs.
Cool.
Good.
I don't think the hole in the cap's preventing him from putting the tire back on anymore, RCS.
What am I doing?
He asked what's preventing you from putting the front tires back on.
Bleeding the brakes right now. Yeah, not much. If that's what you're asking, Dink. Okay, push the pedal to the floor. Crack in the bleeder.
Floor.
We're tight. Let it go. Try it now.
Feels good.
Yeah?
Yeah, like I said, it's not rock hard, but I mean, you still got probably half a pedal whenever you crack it loose before it hits the floor.
Yeah.
You know, so for what this is, not running, it's probably good. You know,
Think so?
Really, you're not going to be able to really know until you have it running and you actually hit the brakes.
Yeah.
You know, you may have to do one more manual bleed after you move it and like actually use the brakes with the booster and everything.
Yep.
But I mean, for not running, it feels good.
Okay. How are we looking so far? Any big issues today? No, there hasn't been anything in a little while. I did have a bolt just decide to unthread itself, that was fun.
The bolt just didn't want to bolt today.
Yeah, the bolt bolted out of existence, man. We patched 2 holes in the cab floor.
Welded the motor mounts. Bled the brakes and did the brake lines. Did a good bit today.
Hey, Geek, don't drink that Mountain Dew.
This Mountain Dew tastes funny.
issue is it hasn't been started recently. I mean, we're working on a motor. Did we start it now? Did you get the starter thingy figured out?
Yeah, that's what we'll do next.
Okay, big issue. The marker doesn't work.
Spicy Mountain Dew.
No, forbidden Mountain Dew.
Cletus does not want that one.
Yep. No, he does not.
Although, funny enough, did you see the episode that it was one of the first recent episodes that he did with the RC planes?
Yeah.
And he used the Mountain Dew bottle for a fuel container.
Yeah. Yeah,
I was like, of course he would.
Yeah, man. Freaking killer. There we go. There's still plenty of fluid in there.
Hey, you can cross something off the list.
Yeah, we can. Front brake lines. Off the list.
That whole column is done.
That's the most important stuff, too. That's cool, Aqualux. My hands are covered in brake fluid. Yeah, freaking everywhere.
So, chat, this whole sheet, after the alignments are done, is done. This sheet, there's only 2 things left in the 3rd column, and that only leaves the 4th column. So, we are cruising.
Actually, dude, I think we can put the front tires back on.
Yep.
Yeah. Before we figure out that starter. Actually, no.
Leave the driver or passenger side off.
So we can figure out the starter stuff. Yeah.
That way we have easy access to the wiring.
Yep. So what I'll do is let me get this camera out. I'm kind of happy that we didn't need much brake fluid, but also at the same time, like, that Mighty Vac is, when you have 2 people, it's really easy to pull through the brakes. So I'm kind of like, that's it.
Yeah, I got a compressor, an air powered bleeder.
Yep.
That you don't have to pump. You just hit the button and it pulls the vacuum on its own.
I gotta get one of those, dude. Ugga dugga. Is this the right size? 13/16, dude. And then can you switch us to the front cam?
Yeah. You're on?
We're gonna ugga dugga.
Yeah.
You want a short or a deep well?
Short. I don't have standard deep.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. Sweet. Okay. We will ugga dugga this side. Come on. Part of me is like, maybe the brake lines that I had on there were I just didn't tighten them enough. But then again, I don't know. Maybe I tightened them when I was like super tired or something.
It's not like you string for 10 hours before you work on your truck or anything.
Yeah. Yeah.
What are we gifting, Kurosaki?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Repip with 35 months, thanks, dude.
Rep it. Geek, is that camera right?
Yep.
Okay, they can see it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you following me, camera guy?
I'm following you.
All right, so star pattern. Oh, I need an extension. I need an extension. The impact wrench into the tire. Half inch impact extension. Thank you, boss.
You're welcome, balls.
Pit crew. I love electric impact wrenches.
Yeah, they are an amazing invention.
Yep. This play is just because I don't have the steering all the way hooked up. We got to do that. We got to add steering to the checklist. I don't know what happened to the cap here.
No, we're not adding anything to the checklist. You gotta drive it that way.
The pitman arm isn't screwed all the way in. That's why we have the play. But guys, the reason why I went like 1 to 3 to 5 to 2 to 4 is because you want to make sure that this is evenly pushed up against this. You want to make sure basically the rim flange is on the hub flange correctly. You don't want to like pinch one side by tightening down one side and then tightening the other. You want to make sure that it pushes with equal force with all the lugs. So that's why you kind of skip every other one and you do what's called a star pattern. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. That's basically Cars 101. You're going around the horn with lug nuts. No matter how many you have, you could have 8, you could have 6, you could have 5, you could have 4. Some old cars have 3, but you know with 3 you kind of have to whatever. But you know with 4 you do the one up here, the one down there, then the one left, and the one right. But yeah, that's to make sure that the tire or the wheel is mounted flush to the hub. This is a non-hub centric rim, so these things being torqued correctly is very, very important. Because if the lug backs out a little bit, the wheel will start doing this. It'll start weeble wobbling around because there's a gap right here. You need these lugs basically have a tapered side. One side of the lug nut is tapered to make sure that it centers the rim.
Kuro, I already looked at the back of the list. There ain't nothing on it. I already checked.
Okay.
Mac, thank you for the 80 months.
Oh, this electric impact is baller.
Yeah, man.
So freaking useful.
Once again, any representatives from Milwaukee out there that want to sponsor EJ by sending him some cool Milwaukee tools, I'm sure he would gladly take them and rep them on his channel. Thank you.
Yeah, actually it's pronounced Milwaukee, which is Algonquin for the good land.
And this is why they won't sponsor you.
Hey, Hibbit.
Yeah, it's lug-centric, not hub-centric. Yes, correct, Sawyer.
Correct, Sawyer. Give me the sauce, bitch.
Man. You know, I might as well do the cotter, do the pitman arm, tighten that down.
Yeah, let's do that instead of putting it on the list.
Yep, I agree. So, the thing that connects the steering wheel to the wheels to make them turn.
We weren't doing that.
Yeah, we got to make sure that that's tight.
It's called a pitman. The pitman arm.
Are you good on your cam?
The camera's. I don't know how we're gonna point at that with the, especially with the tire in the way. Ow.
Okay, we'll just let EJ narrate.
Yep.
If there's anybody out there that has a good wireless camera that would like to sponsor EJ, I'm sure they would rep your camera on his channel. Thank you very much. This has been a geek show.
Basically, I'm hooking up the thing that makes the wheels turn to the steering wheel.
Right, not this. this.
So the steering box actuates a lever. That lever moves on the long axis of the truck. The long axis of the truck, it goes front to back. Ow.
I'm pimping for EJ. No, I'm the EJ hype man.
Huh. That's strange. The castle nut is super tight, Geek, but it's not in a spot where I can get the cotter pin on. Hang on, let me.
Just back it off a little bit till you can get it in.
No, it's not even getting to that point. The castle nut, the ridges on the castle nut aren't getting to that point. Hang on.
Oh. Is the arm the whole way? Can you move it up anymore? Or down?
Yeah, I'm working on it. I'm working on it.
So what he's saying, chat, is the bolt go down or up?
It goes sideways.
Okay. Anyway, the bolt, he's not able to get the bolt far enough in to put the nut on. Castle nuts have little ridges cut into. Think of a circle, and then there's ridges cut into it, and then there's a hole or a slot in the bolt itself. And you can't get the nut far enough down on the bolt where the slot is that he can put a cotter pin through for safety. Will only turns left, Geek. EJ's pro NASCAR. Hey, you know, NASCAR's turn right too. They've been doing that more often. I know it weirds people out, but they've been turning right as well as left more recently. Castle nuts. Yeah, because it looks like a castle, you know? It has the little pointies on the top, the little slots in it.
It has the ridges in the top of the nut.
Yeah.
The archer points, where the archers would be on.
Someone say NASCAR. Oh God, we summoned Bandit.
Hi, buddy.
Slide to the left.
Bandit Geek and I were at a bar last night, and with Remo, and there was a NASCAR greatest events thing on.
It was
Fox
like
Sports
a countdown,
Yeah.
one of the NASCAR countdown things.
Greatest
pretty
NASCAR
sick.
events. It's pretty awesome, dude.
Couldn't get him away from the bar.
It's because we were waiting for our food.
Okay. Sweet.
We good?
So there's two bolts that I have to tighten down. One of them is freaking gigantic.
Are you trying to say it has a big nut?
No, well, yeah, absolutely. 32 mil, because it's a Toyota steering box. I'm serious.
That's okay. Wait until you work on something that needs a 12 point, like 30 millimeter socket.
That ain't going nowhere.
My Toyota Celica, the axle nuts there's like you need a special socket to take them off. They are such a pain.
Dude, I have one of those for the 10-inch, for the 1025 Sterling on the 97. You need a special nut to get the axles out. Okay, guys, there's gonna be a loud impact noise here.
Power!
Okay.
My Mustang needs a 5.5 millimeter to remove the air dam to change the oil. A 5.5 millimeter? Is that like a 5 millimeter with a penny jammed in it? I've done that with a wrench before. See, you brought a real man's impact? No, Jam, that's EJ's. I do use Milwaukee impacts at home, though. 6 mil with a penny. Yep.
Geek, you're gonna have to look at this, man. I need a second opinion.
Wait.
See the pitman? So this is the pitman arm. Mm-hmm. And I need to get this castle nut on there enough to, I need to get the castle nut on there enough to be able to put a cotter pin through.
What's dripping?
What?
Something is dripping. It's running off of here.
What is it? It's brake
I
fluid,
think it's
isn't it?
brake fluid from somewhere.
I think that might be coming off the master cylinder.
Yeah, it may have been whenever it got excited.
Yep, it is. I see it dripping. It's coming basically right where this rag came down,
Okay.
right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's running off the steering box.
Okay, cool. So I need that castle nut tight. Can you see if that castle nut is good enough to get a cotter pin on there, or
I need a light.
need a light?
Oh, jeez, that's bright.
Yep. Is it enough to get it on there, or am I just seeing things?
Oh, boy. If you could go another thread, think you could go another thread from where it's at?
Yeah, let's see.
Because it looks like it's about, the hole looks like it's about halfway
Okay.
open there.
Okay, impact noise, chat.
Okay,
See all the metal that's coming out of that thing?
let take it off. It's not. Man, I don't. Yeah.
Hang on a second, fellas.
Why would it not be going far enough? I don't know. It's not like anything there was changed.
I don't know. We could bring the truck down. Bring the truck down so the tires are touching the ground so the wheel doesn't turn when we go to tighten it.
As long as you can still get in there to do that, yeah,
Yeah,
that's
let's see
probably
why
what you're
not.
going to have to do.
Because the problem is when I go to try to tighten the bolt, it just moves the steering. So, yeah, we actually have to let the truck down.
And you don't want to keep hammering it with the impact because
Nope.
it actually looks like it's wearing on.
Yep. Yeah, the metal shavings. It's a good point.
You can put it down just enough for the tire to come. It can be
Yeah.
somewhat lopsided.
We can't hear you. You probably just leaned over on the lapel. I don't know.
Honestly, I would just put the floor jack under it, take the jack stand out, lower the driver's side enough to get the wheel on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
But you know what? It's still going to turn.
Yeah. Okay, we'll hold off on that.
Because you're going sideways.
Yep.
You know, it's
Yeah, we'll.
still going to want to turn.
Yeah. Let me see what the manual says. Let me see what the shop manual says. Hold the steering wheel. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, G, what's going on, buddy? Steering, chapter 8. The camera that where I can check the manual with, guys, is toast, so I gotta. It doesn't work, I don't think. Let's see. Desk shot.
Ewok, I got to see all the hats. He's got like 2 giant stacks of hats. Like, you guys are messed up making him change his hat all the time. Poor man had to buy like 17 hats because of you guys.
He didn't have to buy any.
Shh.
He didn't buy any hats.
Power steering.
More hats.
Power steering.
Ichi, we're glad to have you.
These are on the heavier duty trucks.
The satellite hat was the best. I did like the satellite hat.
Cygnus hat? Cygnus hat is cool. Yeah, the drag link.
Time to fill the P.O. box with more hats.
Please don't.
Please don't means yes do.
Please don't. Please do not send this man any more hats.
Okay, drag link replacement. Here we go. It's the piece that connects right there. It's basically a shaft that goes back and forth, and then that turns the wheels. So remove cotter pins and nuts from the ball studs. 1 ball stud on 700 to 1100. Remove the ball studs from the spindle arm and sector arm with a standard fork wedge type remover. On the 700 to 1100 series trucks, remove the cotter pin and threaded plug from the sector arm end of the drag link and remove the drag link. Inspect the ball seats for wear. Replace worn seats. If a drag link stud is loose, replace it. Position drag link ball studs in the spindle arm, sector arm. Install the nuts and tighten it in the specified torque and install the cotter pins. Yeah, okay.
What's wrong?
Well, it just says remove it. So the manual basically just says remove it, remove the old one, put a new one in. It should be pretty straightforward stuff. And usually when that happens, that means something is wrong. So the drag link to spindle arm is calling for 40. Yep, there it goes. It kicked it up. It came back. Something is really wrong with this camera. There we go. So drag link to spindle arm is calling for 44 to 55. And sector arm to drag link is 44 to 55. Sector arm nut is 220 foot-pounds. Oh.
You ain't putting that kind of torque on that.
I ugga-dugga it till it was tight.
200 foot-pounds would snap that thing off.
Yeah.
Dude, sorry, I just went to go check my Twitter for 5 seconds. A large freighter is stuck on the aisle.
Oof.
Ooh.
Whoops.
Ain't gonna fit.
Ain't gonna fit at all!
Don't look at his sense. How dare you?
So for that castle nut, it's calling 44 to 55. I'll show you what the one that it wants at 220 is. Come here. Give me 1 second, dudes. That one. That's the sector arm.
Oh, okay.
That's the one.
That's a beefy boy.
Yep.
But still, 220 foot-pounds, you'd need a bar.
Yeah.
to put that kind of torque on something.
Yeah, no. Fudge.
Oh, fudge.
I don't know what we're gonna. I don't know. Like, something's not right. Gee, can you try to get that off? I'm gonna look at something.
Yep.
Can you try to get that off and get the steering arm out of there?
Yep.
See if there's something jammed in there. I want to try to check the manual just a little bit more. Help me. Yeah, we got a freighter stuck out there on Belle Isle. Just have to go and, we'll go and fix it. Pitman arms suck, dude. Yeah, here, let me get the desk camera back. So, we have something that kind of looks like this. We have a box that turns a Pitman arm, and this thing Pitman arm kind of goes back and forth like this. It's this one where the drag link connects to the sector. They call it the sector arm. Where it connects, it's not going in. It's not going in all the way. The thing doesn't go through all the way.
Okay, so the hole is in the bottom. Okay, so it goes vertical.
Yeah. Like, kind of this is more or less what we have. So we have a sector arm here going to the drag link. The drag link goes to the spindle arm. Spindle arm has a piece on the back that goes to a spindle connecting rod tube, and that connects to the other spindle arm. They got it freed? Doesn't look like it was carrying anything free. That's probably why they got it freed.
EJ, can you hand me that other handheld light?
Yeah. Coming at you, pal.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Discharging bulk carrier, Detroit to Milwaukee.
Maybe we should just take the tire off. So you guys remember how we said a second ago that we haven't had any problems thus far? Or we had minimal problems thus far? Yeah, you remember that? No, Aqualex, dude, I'm telling you, I hit this thing with the impact wrench and it wasn't turning. It started.
Give me a pick.
A pick?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Like a pick, a hand, like a screwdriver pick. You know what I mean? A
No.
pointy, like a dental tool kind of thing.
Oh, okay. Oh, that thing. Yeah, okay. Here you go. Man, it must have been really angry. What did I miss? We're just having some trouble getting the steering hooked up, dudes, but... Track driver doesn't equal 250 plus foot-pounds sustained. Yeah, we're not talking about that bolt, Aqualex. You're getting confused. We're not talking about that one, dude. It's a different one. It's the one that's below the drag. It's the drag link. No, it's really hard to kind of...
Yeah, that.
See what I'm talking about?
Yeah, it just doesn't seem like it can go that far.
Yeah. Try to hammer.
Ah, you know what?
What's up?
I pull this rubber boot back.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like the arm is going the whole way in.
Yeah, maybe we didn't get it all the way through.
That would probably give you enough to get to that hole.
Want to try to hammer it, like put a socket on the back of that thing and hammer it through, or do we want to try to hammer it out? Or I'm not sure.
I'm not sure either.
I wanted a second opinion. That's what. EG. Yeah, see what I mean? It's like I'm not 100.
I don't want to. I wouldn't just crank on it.
No, me neither.
Because you don't want to bust it or strip it.
Yep.
And you already have less threads because it's a castle nut.
Yep.
So what I would do, unfortunately, I would take the tire back off. Put a socket on the end of this.
Hammer it.
And then try and hammer it in further.
Cool. Yeah, I can do that. Let me get the tire off. It'll take 2 seconds.
That's what it's looking like to me.
Yep.
Or put a socket on it and a C-clamp or something and try and press it further in.
Yeah.
Because if you pull that rubber boot back,
yeah,
there's a little bit of space left there.
Yeah. Well, my question is, why isn't tightening the nut kind of pulling it through, you know?
Mother says bet it's the wrong taper size.
I'm sorry?
Mother said bet it's the wrong taper size.
These were on the truck when I took it apart, Mutter. Like, I don't know what to tell you, homie. Guys, I'm gonna try to loosen the castle nut.
I didn't tighten it that much. It's just hand tight.
Yeah, I see the damn hole for the cotter pin. Yeah, we're just not close, huh?
Yeah, I mean, it's probably like 2 more threads further down.
Yeah.
At least.
So, your hat, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. I'm wondering why, like, if I try to hit this thing out, why it doesn't do anything. I'm trying to hit the drag link out, and it's not coming out, which is weird.
It's not coming out of the arm.
Yeah, it should.
Maybe pressed in there a little bit.
Yeah,
You
here.
may gotta whack it.
All right, I have a ball joint separator that we can use. Balls.
Separating the balls? It is getting late, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's getting to that point of the stream. Hey, Poon Sister.
Hey, buddy. We must fall back on superior firepower.
EJ will now attempt to use his big tuning fork. Yes, EJ's forking around.
Dude, that's still not getting it. What in the balls, man?
Mandalore, thanks for the 31-month resub. Is this the Krusty Krab?
No, this is Patrick.
Did you have that arm completely off?
Yeah, dude, I had the whole front axle out when I tried to put the front end in.
Did you have both ends detached?
No, I never did
No?
that.
Okay. I was wondering if maybe you put the arm on backwards.
Yeah. No, it's been cotter pin this whole time, dude. Which is freaking weird.
Going to make the deadline with the truck? He'll make it, Bran.
I hope so.
How's been today overall? Still good progress. Yeah, we crossed probably at least 5 or 6 things off the list. One whole column is done out of 4. A whole second column on the first sheet is just the alignment stuff. So that's, loosening panels, moving them around, getting them where they want them, cranking them down. That's nothing with 2 people. So besides the alignment, that could be one whole half of the sheet done. On the second sheet, one whole column is almost complete. It's a lot of more little things, wiring, electrical, things like that. So that's nothing that we can't hammer out tomorrow, or if we don't get to it, that's nothing that EJ couldn't do but himself. We're trying to get all the stuff that is easier when you have 2 people done.
Sweetheart,
Yeah.
I know you're trying to get it finished, but maybe you can sleep on it.
Yeah. Probably is a good idea. Want to save the starter motor stuff for tomorrow, Geek?
Whatever you want to do, my friend. Y'all are killing it. Thanks, Spoon.
Thanks, man. Yeah, we've been going for 10 hours straight.
Did they have a smaller cotter pin? No. The problem is the bolt, the threaded part. We're not being able to get it far enough into the arm because there's a hole that goes through the bolt basically. We have to get the castle nut far enough in that we can get a cotter pin through it. We're not able to get the castle nut far enough down the bolt to get it lined up so we can get a cotter pin through it. And now EJ's trying to take it out and he's having trouble getting, so it's stuck. Help me, step pet my arm.
I'm stuck. Help me, I'm stuck.
10 hours straight, rookie numbers. I know, right, Bran?
What do you mean rookie numbers? Where's your 10-hour stream, you dick?
Stuck
my
my
vans.
vans.
I don't know where we're going to find another pitman arm if I break that thing, though.
That's what I'm saying. Like, man, I would be.
Very careful.
It's just like, I know you want to crank on it to try and pull it in.
Nope.
I'm just worried.
Yeah, because if we do what we did to the bolt,
Yeah, I keep thinking about that bolt.
yeah, we're pretty screwed. Yeah, I think we'll sleep on it, dude. All right, that's the big one. I'm just gonna take the castle nut and put it on there. It's close, dude. It's really close.
It's literally like 2 threads. Like two threads further down the bolt would probably have enough room to get a cotter pin in there, which sucks being that close. But do you see what I was saying? If you pull that boot back, how you can see like an 1/8 inch gap in between the boot and the back of the arm?
Yep, absolutely. That just makes me think that there's like metal stuck in there or something. You know?
Could be crud in there, or it could be like the end of the bolt is worn and it's not going into the the arm at the exact spot that it was, like it got spun.
Yeah.
And it's not seating in the way that it was. Like maybe it's a little ovaled or something, and it's not seating
Yeah.
right where it was.
Yeah.
It's the only thing I could think of at this point with that.
Yeah. We'll go at this with a fresh mind in the morning.
Is there a rubber bushing to crush down on? It's not even getting. There's a rubber boot that goes over the ball joint, and if you pull that rubber boot down against the ball end, there's about 1/8 of an inch between the end of that rubber boot and the back of the arm. So we don't think that, like I said, that bolt is getting far enough into the arm, because it's like I said, it's only like 2 threads, and it's fine thread. So it's that close, but we don't want to keep cranking on it, trying to suck that in, because if it is jammed, you can just crank on it until the cows come home until you snap it off.
And those Pitman arms, you can't buy them. I'm pretty sure you can't buy new drag links. We'd have to find another one. Yeah, that is a random problem. Here, hold on, Chad. I might be able to show you exactly what I mean. I tell you guys, I got a thank you card from LMC that says, "Oh, thank you for keeping the trucks on the road." The funny thing is that's basically thank you for buying stuff from us. All right, here we go. Let's go here. So take a look, guys. So this is how I have it set up. You see this piece right here? That's the drag link. This cotter pin is on just fine. It's that one. That one is not doing what we want it to do. That guy right there. See that? That's a problem. It's not going all the way through so I can get a cotter pin on it. Red Sox win 12-3. Very nice. Yeah. That's the diagram. It's not going, it won't go all the way in, which is really, really annoying, because I wanted this thing down on its wheels, but we'll go at that and the starter motor tomorrow. Dude, this thing, we did a lot of work today, man.
Yeah, man. You got a lot. Say we crossed off how many things. I mean, the brakes are done.
Yep.
The wheels could go back on if it wasn't for that. And getting to the starter motor wires, that's just access.
Yep. 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 Not bad, man.
Turn the wheel to the left or right if you see a little give.
Yeah, maybe, dude. But you know what? We'll sleep on it, man. Let's try.
I'd rather wait. Get the joint apart, inspect it, clean it, make sure there ain't no gunk or ain't no nothing in there that's making it not seat the whole way in. See if there is some wear on it where it's seating, like I said, it may be a little ovaled or something, that it's not sliding into that hole just perfectly, and it's like for such a small amount.
Yeah.
So I would rather take it apart and check it and then go at it again.
Mutter, you want me to put penetrating oil on it? WD-40 it overnight? I can do that. Okay, give it a squirt. Give it a squirt.
How about some blaster? Some blaster?
Yeah, that'll work. I don't know if that one might be empty, dude.
Oh, no pressure.
There's one over there by the floor jack. So yeah, dudes, we got a lot done, dude. We patched Geek, or I say we. Geek patched the holes in the floor and I painted over them. I gotta hit them with some seam sealer. But yeah, pretty damn good progress, dudes. If I do say so myself, it's really, really, really good, really good. Yeah. So yeah, you can see it. You can see it right here, dude. That's all patched up. There's no holes in the floor. There's still some rot in the A pillar, like at the front left cab corner. There's still some rot there, but dude, I'm gonna just seam seal. I mean, we painted all over all of it. We sanded it down with a wheel, painted over everything. I mean, welded the thing in, painted over it. So there's no rust. There's a little bit of rust showing here and there, like. But I'm honestly gonna go over it with like industrial like seam sealer and just I'll spread that all over. I'll grout the heck out of it, dude. And yeah, it won't have any holes left. I know that that's not necessarily like the best way to do that. I know, but you know, it's okay.
Honestly, to do it the 100% right way, you would have to chop.
We'd have to take the cab off.
A whole big, amount of metal out.
And we would need the welder too. That's
and someone who is good at body welding.
Yeah, neither of us are good at that, so we're just kind of roll with it. All right, well, that's an odd place to get stuck, but whatever. We have another 10 hours tomorrow to figure all this out. This thing will be running by tomorrow. All right.
It literally could be running by first thing tomorrow.
Yeah, I'd say we'll solve
the
the starter first. Let's get the thing running.
That could be nothing but moving a wire.
Yup.
Huh? You want to hear it run, don't you?
Not right now. It's too late. It's going to be loud. We'll wait until the morning. Trust me on this one. It's just got two mufflers. It's just a pipe to a muffler. That's it. There's nothing else. It's going to be a little bit on the louder side, especially in here. But that's okay. It's okay.
Man, wow, it's 10:15. Holy crap.
Yeah, man. Check that the brake pedal feel.
Pokey, I got beer, man. We already had beer. EJ bought Pennsylvania beer just for me.
Oh, dude, that pedal's firm.
That's what I'm saying. It feels good.
You ain't kidding.
And when it's running with the brake booster working,
Yeah,
it's going to feel even better.
Yeah, that pedal's firm, dude. That thing is very firm, and the Mighty Vac pulled everything through.
Yep, imported the whole way from PA.
Well, I still have some Ying left, so.
Firm.
Vroom my vans. Thanks, man.
They're a washer that's too thick, blocking the nut from going on that far. Mutter, that's what you would think.
It looks like
That's what it kind of seems like, but there's no washer there.
Real fake vroom sounds. Yeah, Mutter, I think that pitman arm is dirty. It's just there's a lot of crap. It's probably a little like metal shaving that's stuck, preventing it from going all the way through. We'll hammer that thing out. We'll clean it out tomorrow. Put it back together. It'll probably work. And if it doesn't, we'll find another solution. Hey, Element, what's going on, man? How's the progress? It's pretty good.
Yeah, Guy, you always want to try a pedal after you do brakes at all, you want to make sure that you test it
Yep.
vigorously before you ever go out on the road.
Yep.
When I do brakes, I drive up and down my driveway a couple times, and I just stop, you know, just can keep testing it before you ever go out on the road and get real speed going, because you can always get something goofy like that.
Yep.
Maybe the builder shimmed it somehow. It's not that it needs shimmed, that it's not far, or it's going in too far. It's not going in far enough.
Yeah. It's not getting to the point
It's
where
like there's a shim there that shouldn't be, but there isn't.
yeah. So we bit strange, mate. Damn, dude, look at this thing. I tell you, putting that tire on gave me some motivation, because that thing, yeah, man.
You get the shoes on it, looks good.
Yep.
Makes you feel good.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. And then we shim that driver's side door, dude. We're going to be sitting pretty. Freaking sweet. Not bad, man. Not bad.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, guys. We're going to call it for now.
Sounds good. Oh, hey, before we go, shout out to all the wonderful people that followed me yesterday. I very much appreciate it.
There you go.
Thank you so much. Want to make sure that I thank you guys before we got out of here.
Well, we got one more day tomorrow, so plenty of time for people to follow you then.
Well, I don't provide the content that EJ does. I will get that out of the way now, but we do what we can. Time for the Wobble Pops.
Wobble Pops, baby. Yeah. What are Wobble Pops?
I have no idea.
They don't know what the Wobble Pops are, guys. Oh, well. All right, guys. Stand by for loss of signal from the garage as expected.
Night, everybody.
Okay, so 10 hours later, we're almost done. Got to fix that stuff with the steering. We've got to fix some stuff with the starter, and we should get an ignition tomorrow. I rehooked up all the ignition wires, and yeah, dudes. So day 2 of 3. We thrashed today. We thrashed hard. A lot of work. Haas is a good raid option, or Etal. We haven't raided Haas in forever, dude. Let's go do that. Let's go raid my boy. See what old Chip Wheeler is up to. See what old Chip Wheeler's up to, and we'll go from there. Thank you very much for watching, everybody. I'll see you guys tomorrow, same time, and we'll finish this. We'll finish this. It's been 10 years coming. We'll finish it. Thanks for watching, everybody. Have a good night.